and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
Welcome back on day 6 of the Los Angeles Tribune LA Leadership Week. How excited are you guys for day 6? Let's start with Rex.
I'm very excited. I am always excited when we have the opportunity to be with incredible leaders and people who are visionaries and have a mission. And hey, look, I'm the luckiest guy on the planet. Look at who I'm surrounded with right now. Okay, and in a little bit we're going to have Sharon Lechter coming up. I mean, I've got it made, so I'm thrilled.
I'm with you, Rex. Absolutely excited. Day 1 was so powerful. The authentic conversation between Dr. Joe Vitale and Sharon Lechter just like really moved. And if you haven't seen it yet, we have over 150,000 views on that day, on day 1 already. So that's powerful. And that's, with the inspiration of Sharon Lechter, who we're seeing again this morning. Julianne, what are your thoughts for day 6?
Ava, I'm very excited as usual. Sharon Lechter is one of my favorites, and the power that she brought on the first day, I can only expect it to get bigger and better from there. And I'm just really inspired. And so I would love for everybody in the audience to let us know where you're tuning in from and what thoughts are really resonating with you, because this is a conversation and it's not us to you, but it's us with you. So let's keep that going.
I love that, Julianne. Thank you for really making that, front and center, that it is a conversation. And we love all of the comments that you're putting in. So yes, tell us where you're watching from. We know that we've got a global audience. We've got people who are watching it in the middle of the night, in the evening, in the afternoon. It's just wonderful to share a global audience with all of us. So thank you. Donna.
Just when I don't think it can get any better, it does. Each and every day, it's just a magnification of the day before. And yes, we get to kick off this morning with Sharon Lechter. I love listening to her insight, her wisdom, what she's been doing, and being a catalyst really in the realm of leadership, paving the way for a lot of us to follow. And I know we have other amazing celebrities today as well. And I'm super excited to hear them also.
Sure. Thank you, Donna. Yes, we also have Dr. Robert Cialdini, and I believe towards the end of the day, we will have Brad Leah. So it's very, very exciting day. And of course, as Rex would always say, and her, and her, and her, and her too, we're not just elevating celebrities, but every single leader, we're honoring on LA Leadership Week. Alicia.
I'm so excited today for day 6. As Ava mentioned, we're elevating leaders from so many different industries, so many different spaces. at so many different points in their careers, because everyone truly is a leader. But when you get to open with Sharon Lecter, who is so big on mentorship, so big on guidance, so big on, if you don't see the gems and the wisdom you're looking for, to find a mentor. So for someone who is a mentor to us all to be opening day 6 is truly remarkable. And I'm excited for the gems that Sharon's going to share, and for what we're all going to experience and learn today on day 6, because we grow as we learn, and you never know what you're going to hear that will be an insight that you can apply to your life. So please, we ask that you continue to tune in, share this with your friends, your family, ask questions in the comments. We do see them. We'll try to address them, and just have an open mind as we go into day 6. Back to you, Ava.
Oh my gosh, I'm seeing all of the comments. We've got Italy, San Diego, different parts of with the Chicagoland. Just wanted to acknowledge our audience. And yes, I love that you use the word experience, Alicia. Alicia's all about experience. And it is an absolute experience to be sharing this platform with you and seeing your comments. Our global audience is a very active audience, and we've made so much friends and clients, from our audience. So I just want to acknowledge that. Rachel Weaver.
Good morning. It is so good to be here. I am thrilled to be tuning in on day 6 with so many incredible thought leaders. Sharon Rector is such an incredible thought leader. She inspires each and every one of us. We all can learn every time she speaks, right? We take something away. She might, even if she says the same thing, oftentimes I take something different because of the way she said it. So I cannot wait to hear from her and all of the other celebrities, as well as you guys. Every single time you ask a question, the way that you ask a question, we all can learn from. So I'm just humbled and grateful to be here with so many amazing people that are paving the way for new experiences and inspiration for 2024. Thank you.
Awesome. And just right on time, Jim Miller steps in right on the center. So, Jim Miller, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, if you have been following us and you have not had tectonic plate shifts in how you believe and how you perceive yourself as a leader and what's possible and what's available to you and the pathways that are open, I got to tell you something. It's only going to get better today. Just icing on the cake with Dr. Cialdini, with Sharon Lecter, and tomorrow with Russell Brunson. I mean, just an extraordinary way to finish up this entire series, but start this week and start the rest of your life.
I love that, Jim. Start this week and start the rest of your life. Absolute shifts. I've had major shifts. One of the things that I love was what Barry Shore said: keep the F, don't drop the F, keep the F. Because otherwise shift would not look good if you drop the F. That's a Barry Shore moment. Yeah. So with that, we're so excited. We're bringing in on the stage, when she's ready with her camera.
In the meantime,
yes, go ahead.
Ava, can I point something out? This event is going out globally, and there may be places and different platforms where the comments aren't showing up. I mean, that's true, but what we're seeing are some of the comments, but not all of the comments. And we don't want to be ignoring those people who might be commenting somewhere, but we don't see them yet. Or the views that we see here are not the total views of all the people who are viewing from all the different platforms this is going out to. So our reach is much more immense than what people might realize, and so we're just very glad to have you here. We keep talking about leaders as if they are separate from the people who are watching us, but everyone is a leader in some fashion in their own right. We're not just leaders because they're authors or speakers or bosses or whatever. I'd like to change the word leader, because I don't like that word to begin with, to doer.
Okay.
The doership way.
It's the people who are doing and who are doing good in any area, in all areas of their life, with their family, their friends, and strangers who are making a difference in the world. They are paving the way because of what they do from who they are.
I love that. Doer. We're all doers. Napoleon Hill's secret as far as many experts say, is action. But Rex
Yeah,
would
that's
say
true.
you can only do action. Rex, I see you with the thought.
Well, to say that the secret is action would be to say that, you know, the world is the world. It's kind of action always is followed. Action always follows a thought. In other words, if I'm thirsty and I decide to get a drink of water or ask for a glass of water, there's the action that comes from the thought that preceded it. There are Napoleon Hill was. I mean, if you want to take the secret to be action, go right ahead. I mean, there's nothing wrong
Hold
with
on,
it.
Rex. Hold on, Rex. We gotta bring the leader, the co-author of Think
Oh,
and Grow Rich for Women. You know, Outwitting the Devil, Miss Sharon Lecter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I so appreciate being with you on yet day 6. Wonderful to be with you for kickoff on the day 1. So thank you so much for having me.
Oh,
Well,
it's like bookmarks, but we've got more, you know. So thank you so much, Sharon. I'm going to come off and let some of our co-hosts, you know, like really have this moment with Sharon, and then we'll take turns because we all love to have our Sharon lecture moment. So, who would like to tee it up? Let's start with Donna.
You know, Sharon, I love this because it's like I get to have my Sharon Lecter time and ask and talk and share. One of the points that Rex was bringing up was that the secret is, you know, action and the doing, because you have to do to put your things into the world, because without the action step, nothing happens. But when we go back to Think and Grow Rich, there's a whole chapter there about charisma and magnetism and attracting back in, which isn't really action oriented because it comes from the inside out and then it attracts back in. So my question for you is, because you do need both sides, do you think leadership and those types of principles are innate on the inside, and is it really in our DNA, or can it be learned?
Well, it's a great question, Donna. And I think you have to really have both. To be a leader, you have to lead yourself as well as be able to lead others. So you have to have that charisma to attract others in order to be able to lead them. Plus, Napoleon Hill also said, in addition to charisma, go the extra mile, act with enthusiasm. And so it wasn't just think and grow rich, think good thoughts and things are going to go, you know, come to you. It's taking action. And I was at church yesterday and I wrote this. It says, to have a life of purpose, live a life of purpose. And that is to make, you know, to really be a giver and do something. A lot of people I'm trying to find my purpose. Well, your purpose is there. You just have to start acting to find it. And what, you know, we're looking at day 6 of this incredible event, and people have been very loyal, staying the whole 6 days, taking copious notes. But I said on day 1, so I'm going to come back to my challenge, and that is to take those notes and write down 1, 2, 3 things that you can take immediate action on, because you are the CEO of your life. Nobody's going to do it for you. You need to lead yourself so that you can lead others.
wow. So I want to jump in because I need to clarify something. I do not believe that the secret in Think and Grow Rich is action. Action is a natural outgrowth of what precedes it, which is thought, because whatever thought you have precedes the action. Action is it goes without saying that you have to take action. So I don't consider that a secret. But to make my point, I do believe there is a secret. But to tell people what the secret is does a disservice to the book, which Napoleon Hill says, you discover it. Because if I tell you what the secret is, you don't have to discover it. So the very fact that people argue over the secret, try and figure out what the secret is, say it's this or it's that or it's this or it's that, is the very process he wants us to go through in order to discover what the secret might be. So I'm very close-lipped about what I think the secret actually is, but I do think that it's actually in the book. Some people say, oh, it's not, but I do actually think that I do think that he has presented with us a really wonderful challenge. And what I love about you and the work that you've done, Sharon, is that with, like, for example, you know, Outwitting the Devil and all of your works, is that you bring a presence, you bring a a higher level of thinking to so much of what is offered that people have to kind of up their game, not to understand it, because you're not talking above them, you're talking to them, but they have to up level their game in order to appreciate the nuances that are there that they might not otherwise realize. And you point those many things out, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Rex. I think, remember, there's only 3 things we can control: our thoughts, our words, our actions. And it starts with your thoughts, your mindset. And that's, thoughts become things. That's the first line of Think and Grow Rich. And so your mindset controls everything. And people that make a lot of money don't keep it because they never change their mindset around money. And so if you truly want to reach a level of success, that means you want to reach a level of impact. And you can't reach that level of impact if you're not, if you have stinking thinking. I'll use a more common term. So many of us are raised in an environment where we are afraid of money. And so when you face a day with fear, you stunt your own possibility for living. And so my whole goal in life is to help people conquer that fear, turn it into fuel and focus, so they can become faith in themselves and faith in what they're doing, so they can find their purpose and they can live a life of purpose by understanding that it's their thoughts, words, and actions that control their outcomes in life.
Beautiful.
Sharon, if I may, it's Jim Miller. How are you?
Wonderful, Jim. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. You said that you were at church yesterday, and obviously you must have had some sort of thought or epiphany or something that came to mind. And my question to you is this: how is it that people of faith can become more present as leaders in this world without the preaching, without the imposing themselves upon others, but to be, like you said, people of faith that have a message and can stand out in the world and influence the world? What would you say?
Well, thank you for that question, Jim. It's hard for me to answer that because I don't know who I would be without my faith. So faith is a huge part of living life and understanding there's a higher power. And I think when people believe they are the power, that they are the control, they limit their own possibility for impact and success. And I think having faith does not lessen you. It makes you effervescent because you're showing that there's a higher power and you're just a servant to that power. And so I almost can't answer your question because I don't want to see a world or a reality where faith is not my driving force.
Thank you.
Wow.
So who else? I see Rachel. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Sharon. Oh, so grateful to be here with you today. I was just explaining earlier before you came on how every time you show up and speak, I take something different away from what you're saying. No matter if the messaging is the same, I still take something different. So super humbled and grateful to be here. I love Jim's question because I truly believe that when you show up and you're not afraid to share your faith and where you're coming from, your impact is made louder, in my opinion. How much of not being afraid to show up with faith and grace as who you are has really helped catapult you in your success?
Well, I think it's everything. We have to stand in your own power. On day one, I talked about sometimes you have to close the door for other doors to open. And when you make a tough decision, if you don't have faith that that decision is the right one for you, you'll probably waver. And I think it's really important for us to be true to ourselves because God created you to be the perfect rendition of you, not me, not someone else. And so accepting the fact that faith, that you are here for a purpose and you have something to contribute to the world. And then, it's really important to accept that, because we live in an environment, the FOMO environment, fear of missing out, that we judge ourselves through the eyes of others. We judge ourselves through the roles we play. And when you can release that and realize that you're perfect just the way you are, stand in your own power and be the best you can be. And then, I do an exercise with people. I answer the question, who are you, with one-word descriptors. And when I first did it, it was wife, mother, grandmother, author, entrepreneur. And I didn't write my own name down. And fewer than 2 out of 100 people will write their own name down, because we judge ourselves through the eyes of others. We judge ourselves through the roles we play. And it took me way too many years to realize that if I was a better Sharon, then I'd be a better wife, mother, grandmother, writer, author, so entrepreneur. And so we really have to say, be true to yourself, find your purpose, and you will elevate the impact that you have on other people. But if you always cut yourself down, you are stunting your own impact that you can make on the world.
Sharon, for those people who may not share the same faith you or I or anyone has, what do you say? Because there are, Hill used cosmic or infinite intelligence or something kind of to allow for whatever your personal faith is. What say you?
Well, and Napoleon Hill talks about infinite intelligence and infinite power. He believed in probably the same God that I do, but he opened the possibility. I don't discount anyone based on being true to their faith and whatever that faith might be. I'm not the judge and jury. Okay, that's something that I can only be living grace. If you see this sign behind me, acting grace. That's my word for the year. And that's really, be accepting, be tolerant, but also be true to yourself and live a life of example, not just a life of purpose.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I agree with you. And there are so many different faiths around the world. I mean, it's splintered into different things. In fact, there's atheists who have faith, but anyone can come to and appreciate this work. Correct?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you find your own path. And the biggest message from Napoleon Hill, certainly as we shared it in Outwitting the Devil, was to not be afraid of taking that path less traveled, to not being a drifter, someone who just follows someone else's lead. You just kind of park your brain on the side and you just go with the flow. And we want people to get their brain back and to stand in their own power and make those decisions and allow themselves to create the life they deserve. You cannot put yourself in the position of highest and greatest potential by giving up your own power. You must take your power. You must find that pathway that's right for you and not be afraid of taking that path less traveled. When I originally decided to leave public accounting at the age of 25, which was a long time ago, it was because I asked myself, why not? I could have stayed in a very upwardly mobile, successful career, but I kept saying, why not try something different? Why not take that path less traveled? And I've never looked back. And that is still my philosophy. I'd love somebody to put that in the comments. Why not? Why not be the person I was meant to be? Why not solve a problem or serve a need? That is the element of creating a successful business, solving problems and serving needs. And we have a few problems and needs in the world. So it's up to us. And one person can truly make a difference. And so I just challenge each of you. Are you living your life to the potential you deserve?
I love that. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier was keeping the word or the letter F in the word shift. And we've been talking about faith. And you mentioned all the different roles we play. You're a mother, you're a wife, you're a daughter, you're a grandmother, you're a business owner. And so in the context of family, one of those other F words, I want to ask this question, because there's a lot of noise out in the world between fiat currency. Are we keeping it? Is it going away? Is it crypto? Is it Bitcoin? Someone on a phone call this morning was talking about rainbow currency. There's all different types of investments and all of that. What would be the one or maybe two pieces of advice that we would want to leave to our children or grandchildren as far as investing goes and how our money works in this world?
Well, Donna, do you have a few days? Obviously, this is my passion to give people the tools. And the biggest issue is to understand momentum of money. So when you ask me about investing, momentum of money, when you save right now today, given inflation and the current interest rate, you're actually losing money because your money, the inflation is higher than what you're earning on the interest. So you want to invest money so you have momentum so that your money will grow and duplicate and allow you to make a bigger impact. And there's lots of different assets. My favorite word on earth, assets, right? Assets are sexy, and assets are what create wealth because the money, your assets are working for you. So when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses, you are financially free. And it doesn't have to be millions of dollars. And so the concept of teaching your children is not to go talk about crypto or Bitcoin. Digital currencies are here to stay. Right now, I don't recommend anybody invest money that they need to eat into cryptocurrency. This is still a speculation. It's still very volatile, but it's here to stay. So educate yourself if that's something you want to. It's never been easier to invest in it in small amounts since January of this year. So you have the opportunity to go through ETFs on cryptocurrency if that's something that you wanted. But assets include owning your own business, investing in someone else's business, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, paper assets, investing in real estate. And you don't have to buy your own house. You can invest in a real estate investment trust. All right. Intellectual property, the greatest asset on earth, because that's the product of your mind. Writing a book, making an invention, creating an online program. That intellectual property allows you to share your wisdom with people 24/7 in whatever medium they want, whether it be YouTube or a book or an online program. All of that gives you the opportunity to make a larger impact. And so understanding the power of income producing assets. So when your children are little, take them to a fast food restaurant and say, the owner's not here because kids are operating it for them. And then say, well, the one company creates the packaging that the hamburger comes in, a different company creates the straws. Just allowing your children to understand the world of money, the world of business around them will help them be open to the possibilities. Because right now, school teaches them to be an employee, all right? Work for money, work for money, work for money. And that's such a huge mindset problem because we want to work for enough money to be able to buy, invest, or create income producing assets that will eventually work for us and give us our time back.
Zola, that's so true. That the world is around get a job, and make some money and make somebody else rich, but you just keep your job. But could you also talk about healthy debt and how that can be an asset?
Oh, absolutely. There's good debt and bad debt. Bad debt sinks you into a deeper hole. Good debt allows you to increase that momentum of money. Good debt, for instance, debt on a rental property where your tenant is paying you $2,000 a rent a month. Your debt and expenses are $1,000, so you're netting $1,000 in positive passive income each month. How many of those could you own? As many as you can get. And so that allows you to have that momentum of your investing and allows you to build equity in that home. I often advise young married couples, instead of putting away in a 529 plan, which there's nothing wrong with a 529 plan, but buy a rental property. And so after 15 years, your mortgage is paid off and you have the house still generating positive income and you have the ability to send your kids to college based on the equity that's built up. And so there's lots of different ways to do that, to understanding what your family looks like, what your needs are. And again, always building assets, because again, assets give you your time back. And if you truly want freedom of your time, financial freedom is the way to get it.
One just quick comment. You and your partner of the past, Bob, had the most brilliant description of the two things, and that was eaters or feeders.
Yes. Assets feed you, liabilities eat you is in essence a true statement. Liabilities eat you, assets feed you, but good liabilities also can feed you. And that is the good debt related to investment properties.
Perfect. I'm going to bring up a couple of our other hosts that have been patiently waiting to share and ask their questions. So I'm bringing up Julianne Myers. So please, Julianne, take it away.
Thank you, Donna. Hello, Sharon. It's so good to see you. I always enjoy everything that you share. I come away so much more knowledgeable. I appreciate you. And something that you said the other day that I really loved was how are you spending your time? Are you spending it or are you investing it? And as somebody such as myself, I might not necessarily want to learn about how to invest my money. Is it okay for me to hire somebody to help me with that so that I don't fall behind the curve?
Well, Julianne, I love that question because one of the huge elements of success, if you remember, I talked about the personal success equation, your passion, your talent times association times taking action plus F for faith, which is how we started our conversation today. But that power of association includes mentorship. Having people on your team who are strong where you are weak, but also having those advisors and mentors that can help speed your way to success. And so you absolutely want to have advisors. If you don't need to learn everything there is to be about a particular investment, but make sure the person that you're listening to has been there, done that, and they have success. And so that you can use their leadership and their mentorship to help you make the right decisions. Henry Ford said, I don't need to know the answer. I just need to know who to call, right? And so, yes, having investment advisors is crucial, but making sure that you selecting the right investment advisor is very important. Mentorship is crucial. If you have the right mentor, it will speed your way to success and bring back that momentum of success, which obviously brings momentum of wealth.
Beautiful, beautiful. We also brought up Parisa and Alicia. So Parisa.
Hi, Sharon. So good to be here with you. So I'm going to ask you my favorite question that I just love asking everyone that I can this question. And that is, what is the piece of advice that you are so glad that you never took? And this is speaking in particular to financially. So financially, what piece of advice are you so glad that you never took?
Great question. There's probably a dozen of them I could answer. I think the high emotion equals low intelligence. Okay. High emotion equals low intelligence. And so many of us get excited about, we hear about a new opportunity, we hear about new things, and we think, oh, I got to get in. And, I got to get in at the bottom so I can sell at the top. And I have kind of always adopted the Warren Buffett philosophy. If I don't really understand it, I'm not going to invest in it. And it has actually proven a very good decision for me. There are a lot of times when people have a new investment opportunity, a new this, we want you to invest in this, in this yacht. Well, okay, I love yachts. I love being on yachts. I do not want to I don't want to own one. And so there are lots of different things that we can decide on. When Bitcoin was first out, all right, I was looking at investing in it, but I didn't have the time to really understand it and track it at that time. And I'm really glad I didn't, because it went way down. Now it's back up there. It's an opportunity. It's a little easier to invest in. And so you have stability in the market. I tend to not necessarily invest in the first wave, which is not necessarily something that everybody should follow. But again, you have to think about your age, your family situation, and really be aware of the decisions you're making. Don't listen to the brother-in-law. Don't listen to the guy in the elevator, and take action on that. Do your own homework. Be in charge of your own decisions. And find that mentor who has earned the right for you to listen to them.
That was such gold. Thank you for that. Oh my goodness. I'd like to pass it off to Alicia now.
Wow, that was great. Sharon, would love to hear from you. You talked about assets, liabilities, investing, and even faith. But what are some thoughts that you could share with individuals on mindset around deservability of being able to grow and to expand and to truly create and generate wealth for yourself and others around you, because deservability can sometimes and oftentimes holds people back. No matter how much they have, they might lose it or feel like they're not worthy enough to keep it or to grow it. So what are some perspectives that you can share around deservability and how individuals can work through their own deservability so that they can continue to grow their income, their wealth?
It's a great question, Alicia, because so many people, and usually, I always have a slide where the little caption next to it, somebody said, I'm not good enough. I'm not old enough. I'm too old. All these negative thoughts, which I call stinking thinking, is what creates that lack of deservability. Easy for her to say. A lot of people might even have said that this morning listening to me. Easy for her to say. And all of those are like mirrors back at you because you are living in fear. And it comes out as not good enough. I'm not smart enough. And that is a lack of self-confidence. And that's where I go back to my personal success equation: the passion, your talent, the power of association, taking action, and faith. And I do a lot of high-level business mentoring, and I go through that formula with every one of them. And it's usually the power of association that they need help on, but it goes hand in hand with faith and confidence in themselves. When you only rely on yourself to think about yourself, you tend to get that deservability issue. But when you have the right people around you, we all have bad days. And so go there, experience, and then get out of it. But sometimes you need a little help. And if you have the right people around you, the right powers of association, they're going to help build your confidence and faith. Okay. But that F is usually fear for people who feel like they don't deserve it. And that fear has to be dealt with. And that's the beauty of the book, Outwitting the Devil. But I would also recommend, if you go to personalsuccessequation.com, I have a workbook there for people to help them identify their own opportunities for taking that next step of self-confidence, the right association on your way to, really playing a bigger game. My Play Big movement on Facebook is about being number one in your field, living your legacy, because your legacy is not when you're gone. Your legacy is created every single day with every heart you touch, plus creating maximum impact. And you can't create maximum impact if you don't have the right people around you, the right champions, and the right confidence in yourself. And that's truly living a life of purpose.
I love that so much. Sorry, Donna, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, living your life in balance. And I was sitting here thinking, because you talk about 7 different F's: family, faith, fun, the field. What are the others? And how can you take all of those categories to really live your life in that balance?
I love that question because, I actually like work-life balance BS, and that's not what you think it is. It's before Sharon. I want people to give up the concept of work-life balance, because balance belongs in the yoga studio, or if you're a dancer, we have one big life. That's my last chapter in Think and Grow Rich for Women. All the other chapters follow the original book, but I added one big life because we have so many aspects of our life. And as you said, it's family, faith, finances, fitness, friends, field, your business, and all of those come together to create your life. And so if you have a day where you have not been there with your family, just don't beat yourself up, because that wastes precious time today. Just make a different decision today. All of us are where we are today because of the choices we made before today. If you want something different, you want something better, you want something more, start making different decisions. But all 7 areas of your life work together to create who you are. Let them all work together, because I know a lot of people that are my age that are very successful, have a lot of money, and they lost their family along the way. That's no way to live. All right. Or they're my age and they're retiring and they don't have their health because they let go of that. You really need to work on all cylinders to really have the greatest and fullest life you can have in order to live the greatest and fullest life that's possible for you.
Well said. Well said. I hate that word balance. To me, it's harmony, because if I'm okay with it, I can focus a little bit more here versus there and be happy still. My question for you, Sharon, is, you mentioned a couple things. One is easy for her to say. So we're sitting here looking at you as a trailblazer, and, some of that deservability comes in, at least for me, where I put you up on somewhat of a pedestal because of everything you've accomplished and who you've become in the process. And the thing that I really love is that you focus on women. And in this day and age, it's kind of like, we're all equal, everybody's the same. Well, we all are equal, but we're not all the same. And so I'm curious why, in particular, you really took the helm for women and to help women succeed financially.
Well, thank you, Julie. My most recent book is How Money Works for Women, and I've written Think and Grow Rich for Women. Those are 2 of my 28 books. So I do a lot of speaking for women because we tend to put ourselves last. We tend to hold ourselves back. We tend to have lower self-confidence in a work environment. And it's something that it's come from generations of being, not being in the forefront. Men are considered assertive. We're considered, something else. Men are considered standing in their own power. Women are considered trying to take power. And so it's really important for us to be our own feminine power. I was the only woman in my accounting classes going through college. I was one of the very first women hired in public accounting. So I am a trailblazer simply because my parents told me I could be anything I wanted to. So I took that as a challenge. But I did not do that trying to be a man. I still remember when I first started public accounting, I did. I wear my hair in a bun. I wore my striped pantsuit and a little tiny tie. And then the day I passed my CPA exam, the hair came down, the skirts went on, and I never turned back, because we have the power to use. And I don't speak about women in place of men. I love working with men, and we get the greatest results. Companies that have both men and women on their boards outperform companies that only are male centric and female centric. So it's when we come together, because we have our own unique talents. We tend to think differently. We are better collaborators. We're better problem solvers. All right. But sometimes that problem solving becomes analysis paralysis for women. Men are more decisive. Right. And they tend to, make decisions more quickly. And it's when you come together, you get the best of both worlds. And so it's really important for men and women to work together. But women need to stand in their own power and not, one look from a man or one comment, just let it roll off. Live in grace, because you're there to make a contribution and you have every right to have a seat at the table.
Well, thank you so much for that, Sharon. I'm so grateful for you sharing this. There's something powerful about what you said when you said men stand in their power, women take power. And it's a perception. I'm grateful we've got Mo Rock, our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, on the comments, really supporting us, because he's one that really gives voices to women. He our most recent newspaper is a thought leader edition, for women in leadership. And we have amplified stories of women in that thought leader edition. But from one woman to another, one of the experiences that I do experience myself being in the position that I am as the editor-in-chief is that we tend to overlook fellow women as women, or we tend to favor men over women as women ourselves, right? So like, for example, one of the examples is like when women stand in their power, they're bitchy. But when men stand in their power, they're powerful, right? They're influential. So as women, what would you say can we best support each other, in each other's power?
Well, thank you for that. Because I would tell you that when I started my career, women were horrible to each other, because the few that were in positions of power did not want to be weak by helping other women. It was a horrible thing. And I think the world has changed, definitely. I see women supporting each other and helping each other all the time. Are those that are not? Sure, there still are. But there are a ton of incredible men who are champions for women, who help open doors and help. And so I would say, be aware of who you're hanging out with. If you are with people that are not supportive, limit your time with them or eliminate them. I have a client who does visionary training, and I love an exercise she does, and she says, "You are on stage for your life. It's your theater. You own it." And I imagine who's in the first row of your theater. Do they deserve to be there? Have they earned the right? Are they there because you're your champions? They want to support you. And really take stock of who you have in your life and how important they are. And maybe somebody in the front row needs to be moved to the balcony, or maybe outside the theater because they're pulling you down. Understand who you need to have around you. And it goes back to, one of you asked me the question about, investing your time instead of spending your time. Because too many of us spend our time waiting for the miracle to happen. Well, go out and seize the miracle, create the miracle by investing your time in your future, investing your time in your mindset. Many of you have invested your time in these 6 days, and make sure it's an investment by taking action. And that creates the next step in your life. Many times, and I think I may have shared this the first day, I speak at events from one year to the next, and the same people are in the audience, sometimes in the same seat, because they haven't taken action. They're excited, they're motivated, they get up and down and yell, but they don't internalize that. So they're just spending their time. They're not investing their time, because when you invest your time, you're learning, and then you put into action.
That is so powerful. Thank you for putting that in perspective. And I just wanted to highlight some of the aha moments that's dropping for our audience. Take action with what you have learned from these excellent speakers, and taking massive action is an investment, versus if we just learned it and did nothing about it, then it's spending versus investing. Thank you. And with that, I feel so privileged and honored, Sharon, that we get this moment to ask you questions. I'm going to bring back, some of our co-hosts, Rex, Donna, Jim Miller. And I am just so grateful. I've been encouraging our audience to ask questions. Like, this is your moment to ask Sharon Lechter any question. And, I love that Eric Swanson on the audience encouraged people, hire Sharon and work with Sharon. We could see all of the genius and the intelligence and the wisdom of ages that's on Sharon. So yes, that's absolutely the encouragement. Sharon, tell us a little bit more of, what is it like to work with you? Do you do groups, programs? What is that like?
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yes, being a mentor is actually one of my absolute favorite things to do. Many of you may know, because you know me, we lost our youngest son 12 years ago, and it was a horrible time. I mean, obviously, and I went into what I call a world of numbness and neutral for a couple of years, and thought about retiring, and got a lot of pushback from family and friends, and had my son in my ear saying, "Get over it, Mom. There's more for you to do." And so that's when I launched my Play Big Movement Facebook page. But it's also when I realized that I was still here. I was still here for a reason. And I wanted other people to realize that, because many of us have had things that stopped us in our tracks. And it could have been a death, as in my case, an illness, a financial setback, a divorce. And at the end of the day, you're still here for a reason. And so I felt at that point, I found my purpose. I had this huge hole in my heart. And by mentoring, most of my clients call me Mama Lechter, has helped me fill a little bit of that hole. But I'm not your normal I step into your world. All right. I mentor people, not just on their business, but on their life. I'm there to support them in how they put it all together. And I think it was really important for people to understand a true mentor steps into your world. and really becomes that advisor to you on business decisions, on your own personal time management, to help you make the right decision for your future. And that accelerates your avenue of success. And I don't take a lot of clients because I really invest in them. I want them to be there. They come to my ranch. I have mentoring retreats a couple times a year. And so we really want to support them with laser focus opportunities. I also bring my team to the table. It's not just me. I bring my husband's intellectual property expertise, Angela's accountability expertise. I have a marketing expert that comes and supports. So we make sure we're looking at a SWOT team analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how best to get you to where you want to. So there is if you go to my website, SharonLecter.com, there is information about my mentoring program there, and you can submit some questions, and then we do an interview to see if we are fit for you. But the mentoring is so important to me because it fills my soul. And so many of us are not living the life we deserve because of something that's happened to us. You are in your own world of numb or neutral. And, I say, start by thinking about the fact that you're still here. You made it through. You're still here for a reason. And how powerful is your message to help other people? I talk about you can help other people turn their mess into your message. Whatever happened to you, turn that into your message, which could easily become your mission in life. Because if you turn that into your mission, how you survived and how you've gotten to where you are today, you will become someone else's miracle. And that gives you the greatest impact there is.
What's beautiful about what you shared, Sharon, is, like you really went through the power of mentorship and us being able to expedite ourselves to our success by having a mentor that really cares holistically about our life, right? And when I think of that, I think about the cost of what is it really costing you to not have that mentor. What is it costing you to live the days of your life in a drag without the power of a mentor? And so thank you for pointing that out, Sharon. We're flashing on the screen. Connect with Sharon, SharonLecter.com, right, Sharon? Is what I heard you say?
SharonLecter.com, yes.
And I wanted to go around our co-hosts, 30 seconds or less. We want to honor Sharon's time. What are your thoughts about our honor and our privilege to be in Sharon's presence, being able to ask her anything that we want to ask her, and she answers it with such wisdom. So Rex, let me start with you, and let's just go clockwise. Rex, you're muted.
Sharon has always been accessible and generous and goes beyond. She lives that principle of Napoleon Hill, to go the extra mile for those people who she serves, and who she serves are the people who are available to listen to her and others. But we really appreciate you, and thank you for all that you've done through the years, and for your presence, and for allowing us to be sharing that presence with you.
Thank you, Rex.
Sharon,
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to
I
say,
also want to Julie, hold
sorry,
on.
go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to encourage also our audience to, it's not just us giving our nuggets and our feedback, but we also would love to see what are your takeaways, what's your experience like. So put it on the chat, and go ahead, Julie.
Thank you, Ava. Sharon, thank you so much for joining us again. It's been an absolute pleasure. Like everyone, so many nuggets of wisdom. I can't pick one of my favorites, but I will say that I love the reminder of faith, especially coming from somebody who deals with numbers and money. And you don't necessarily think of those two things in the same realm, but you put them together so beautifully. So thank you for creating a space where concepts that could be difficult to understand become easy for people like me. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, Julianne.
Oh my goodness, Sharon. It is honestly, it's always an honor and such a joy to be here with you. So the fact that I get another time to be here and ask you questions is just, it's nothing but a privilege for me. The one thing that landed for me so deeply, that was so crystal clear in its application for me, is that I wrote it down. It says, so many people aren't living their purpose because of what has happened to them, but don't let that be your reason. Don't let that be your case, your story. And if anyone resonate with anyone, put a 1 in the chat, please, because that is so crystal clear. I love that. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you so much, Parisa.
Mm-hmm.
Alicia.
Sharon, just want to say thank you again and appreciate your realness. Appreciate you sharing practical tips, but then also remembering that people are people that have emotions, that go through life experiences that can push them to take the next action, but can also hold them back. And really being conscious and understanding like where you are in your life and understanding that you have to meet yourself where you're at, just like you do with your mentors, your mentees that you have, so that you can push yourself to the next level and understand that your mess could be your message and that there's so much more for you. So thank you so much for your share today.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful message. Thank you.
Rachel, you're muted.
Yes, it's always an honor and pleasure to have you with us, Sharon. I always am so humbled and feel so grateful to be on a stage and be able to have the opportunity, because this is such an incredible opportunity, to be next to someone so profound, making such a positive impact on the world. And so many key takeaways. So I'm trying to narrow down just one since we only have a second. But really and truly, the way you speak about mentorship and explain loud and clear that we can sit in the audience taking notes and notes and notes when we are learning from our mentor. But if we don't turn around and take action, what good is that going to do to us? So that is a key takeaway that hopefully resonates with a lot of people tuning in all of these 7 days, that you take some of these notes that you're learning, especially from Sharon today about investing and mindset, and take action today, not tomorrow, today, immediately, because I think that that's what will catapult all of us. So thank you for that takeaway, and hopefully that resonates with others. Put a 1 in the chat if you're going to take action today.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
I love that. We're getting a lot of 1s in the chat. So so thank you for all of the calls to engage our audience. You know, Sharon, what really powerfully landed for me, especially having the privilege and the opportunity to sit for 7 days, 10 to 11 hours a day, listening to all of the leadership nuggets. You know, is it a time investment, or is it a time spent, depending on whether I take action on the things that I've written down and the things that I've heard. Is it a spend, or is it an investment? That would be up to me. So thank you for landing that, because that puts it, you know, what's beautiful about how you landed that is it puts the responsibility back to the person listening, right? Like that I am responsible for it all. So thank you, Sharon.
Well, thank you so much. I like this 10-word sentence. It's called, "If it is to be, it is up to me." And simple line, but it's so true. You know, too many of us give up our own destiny by waiting for things to come to us. Stand in your power and take control. So
love that. Stand in your power and take control. I could already feel the energy in that. Stand in your power and take control. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, Donna, your time.
Oh my goodness, Sharon, I always love listening to you, and your presence is so incredibly graceful. There's so much that I have learned. But today, when you said the momentum of money, I'm telling you, light bulbs went off, sound bells, whistles, and it just shifted everything that I've been thinking about and pondering over like the last 6 months. So thank you for saying that and for sharing that. And really the momentum of money and teaching it to our children, to our grandchildren, like, here's the store, but the owner's not here. And this is how it really works in the real world. That was truly, truly priceless. So thank you.
thank you very much. I appreciate that, Donna.
Sharon, I really enjoyed watching you have conversation with women to empower them. I appreciate you being the badass woman that you were when you first came into this, being that pioneer, and I really believe that that the world needs needs these conversations from powerful women like yourself to women, to give them. As a father of two young women, I appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you. Those daughters are very lucky to have you as a dad. So.
Well, thank you.
Well, Jim, let that sink in. That came from Sharon Lecter. So that's got a lot of weight. So Sharon, we want to honor you. Thank you so much for always being a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune from the very beginning, pioneering from the first time we did our very first summit. You were the first one who said yes and created the momentum for us. And if you look at the people that have followed after you, I just wanted to give you a vision, a visibility of the people that have followed after your lead, after you're the first supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune. We now have all of these faces that are joining LA Leadership Week. And thank you for being the pioneering mother of the Los Angeles Tribune. And with that, Sharon, we wanted to give you, your final words for our close.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I appreciate all of you. And, the screenshot you just showed of the incredible leaders that have come to the table to support this event is only a reflection on the incredible impact that your organization has had. The Los Angeles Tribune has really reached so many millions of people. And so the message is loud and clear that you're invested in helping other people improve their lives, and you're bringing and you're curating the greatest speakers on earth to come here and share their wisdom and their knowledge. And, so I bring it back to the viewers, not just the speakers, but to the viewers. And you are armed with incredible information. And we are here to support you in every step of the way. Reach out to us. A lot of times my email is sharon@sharonlecter.com, and I will give it out, and very few people will reach out to me because they feel like they haven't earned the right. Well, I've just given you the right. I would love to hear from everyone because you have an opportunity to take the next step. Go into sharonlecter.com, see the resources we have. Follow me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. I do a weekly newsletter talking about what's happening in the world. Sign up for my newsletter. Go to sharonlecter.com. Get the personal success equation. I'm inviting you to come into my community because I want to serve you. I want to be there. I haven't sold you a thing. I'm asking you to participate and really expand your mentorship. Add me to yourself as a mentor. Get my weekly newsletters. Get my, there's lots of things you can buy from me, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'd love to be able to expand my community to support even more of the Los Angeles Tribune community, because we show up because we want to serve. And at the end of the day, you either serve or you sell. And serve means you really are creating a relationship, I'd like a relationship with you. Selling is a transaction. And so when you have a relationship and you come from a place of service, the sales will come. But, I want to help people find that element, that first step they can take that will take them closer to becoming financially free. And that first step is about your mindset and the choices and the decisions you're making. All right. Make a decision today to expand your reach, expand your mentorship, join my community and let me support you, because I said yes to the Los Angeles Tribune because I knew the impact that this organization can make, and I want to be part of that. And so imagine your community, bring your community to the Los Angeles Tribune. Share what you've learned in these 6 days, soon to be 7, with your community so that you can exponentially change the impact of the Tribune, because your community deserves to hear from the speakers that they've brought together. And so it's my honor to be part of this. It's my joy to be with you twice. And it's my invitation to you to let's continue the learning together. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sharon. And we are encouraging everyone in our audience to connect with Sharon Lecter What a powerful opportunity to have a mentor like Sharon. Totally will. I could see how it could totally transform your life. So thank you for that invitation, Sharon. And thank you for the permission. You said some of you are waiting for permission. Here's your permission. I'm giving you permission to reach out to me. So we're going to take that permission. And thank you so much, Sharon. We'll be
Thank
right
you.
back with another powerful woman.
Thank you.
And we're back. And I'm so excited just because right after that powerful segment with Sharon, with all of our co hosts surrounding her, that's so beautiful, is another powerful woman, Jim Miller. You're going to be interviewing Dr. Taryn. And we had a short snippet of what Dr. Taryn is bringing the other day. But I would love to give you the privilege and the honor to talk about Dr. Taryn a little bit more, Jim, before we bring her up.
Oh, I would love to. Actually, if you can, bring her up, because I would like to
We'll go do
get
that.
her on camera with us right away. It would take me the entire time. Hello. It would take me the entire segment to read off all of the accomplishments in the awards and accolades. But let me say a few things. First of all, Dr. Taryn Marie Steiskal. Yeah, am I saying that last name right?
Steiskal, like you're telling a dog to stay.
Steiskal. Ah, very good. She is the founder and chief resilience officer of Resilience Leadership Institute, former head of executive leadership development and talent strategy at Nike, former head of global leadership development at Cigna, and also #1 Wall Street bestselling author for 5 Practices of Highly Resilient People, right? Why Some Flourish When Others Fold, and many, many, many other accolades at significant levels. Thank you very much for being with us. And also, too, how appropriate to be following someone as powerful as Sharon Lechter. So it's very appropriate that you're here, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I've got big shoes to fill and multiple pairs of big shoes to fill. So thank you so much for that incredible introduction. It is such an honor to be here with you, with the Los Angeles Tribune, and to be a part of this inaugural Leadership Week.
What do you think about this? What do you, in other words, your thoughts about leadership and the discussions we're having? I mean, you obviously have been involved in some major campaigns, major decisions from extraordinary companies. What do you think about the fact that we're having this conversation about leadership at this time in life?
I love starting off with this question. You know, there is no better time for us to be talking about leadership and talking about well-being and talking about how each of us, each and every day, and I think this really came out on the panel that we just had with Sharon Lechter. I think this came out loud and clear. You know, there's no better time than right now. You know, we talked about this the other day when we were together, like Tuesdays a day, Mondays a day, Fridays a day. Someday is not a day. And so we get to start right now. And I think what's so powerful is that so many people that are tuning in might be looking at the folks like me that are speaking and other luminary speakers and saying, well, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can be like them, and the good news is you don't have to be. What it's about is stepping into our own unique and powerful essence and getting to show up as we are uniquely created to be able to offer our strengths and gifts to the world.
There are many people out there, and this applied to me as well, that are reluctant or reticent to begin to take action because they may be waiting for all of the circumstances to be perfect, or they may have self-doubt, or they may worry about how people perceive them if they fail. And one of the things that I have found is that taking the action, even despite the way that things may end up, puts me actually in the event, puts me in the circumstances, and things look different once you're inside. What would you say to people to motivate them, to give them the permission, if you will, to take action in their life, to do something now?
Yeah. I think what's been so powerful for me is to know that every single person on this stage, myself included, has felt that exact same way. There is no right time to take action. So if you are waiting for the right time, if you're waiting for certainty, if you're waiting, to be anointed, if you're waiting for all of your ducks to be in a row, you are going to be waiting your whole life. All of us feel that sense of fear. I feel afraid every single day of my life. And every time I try to do something different or new or step a little farther, into my performance zone and out of my comfort zone, it's frightening. But here's what I've learned. One thing that, isn't in my bio that I get to surprise people with is this story about me being dyslexic, right? So I didn't know I was dyslexic. So picture me sitting in my third grade classroom, okay, in one of those little desks. And my teacher, Mrs. Robinson, I'll never forget her. She's standing at the front of the classroom and she's reading off who's going to be in what reading group, for the year or the semester. And Jim, for the third year in a row, I hear my name called in the lowest reading group, right? In Mrs. Robinson's class. And something shifted inside of me in that moment. And I think you know what I'm talking about. I think our speakers know what I'm talking about. I think those of you tuning in today know what I'm talking about, because it's this shift where it's like, I know I'm meant for more, right? This moment where we feel unseen, underestimated, discarded. And for me, it was that moment with the reading group where I was like, I know I can do more than this. I know I can be more than this. There was something inside of me. So I marched up to Mrs. Robinson's desk when she was done. And I declared to her, I said, Mrs. Robinson, by the end of the semester, I'm going to be in the highest reading group in this class. Now, Mrs. Robinson had seen my record, so I pretended not to notice her skeptical look, right? And as I turned around to walk back to my desk, I had something, this is a very technical term, so we may not have heard it before. I had an oh crap moment. We've all had oh crap moments, right? I turned around to go to my desk and I thought, now how am I going to do that? How am I going to be able to ascend to the highest reading group when I've never done this before? So, every night I wrote down the words that I didn't know and I practiced them in my bedroom, at my little desk under my little light. And I just did this for the whole semester until by the end of the semester, I kept the promise to myself and to Mrs. Robinson, and I ascended to the highest reading group, and then 30 years later, I was tested for a learning disability at age 37 and found that I was profoundly dyslexic, information that would have been useful 3 decades ago in Mrs. Robinson's class. So why do I tell you this sort of, story as we kick things off today about the right time? there was no right time for me to march up to Mrs. Robinson's desk. But when we have that kernel of knowing within ourselves, and we know inside the core of our being, the fiber of who we are, that we are meant to be doing something more, listen to that voice. You're not crazy. You are meant for more. Just as I believed I was meant for more inside of that third grade classroom in that reading group. And we don't have to do it alone. You know, that's also powerful. I sat in my little bedroom at my little desk under my little light, and I did it alone. But we don't have to do it alone, because we have all of these incredible resources and people that are coming to the fore. You know, Sharon Lechter just gave us her email address. And so we're all a tribe of mentors here. We're all a tribe of people that together, as we raise the tide, as JFK said, that tide lifts all boats. We get to do that together. And the last thing is, I tell you this story because, you know, when I hear people's bios and they speak, and I just think, oh my gosh, that's so impressive. I could never do that. But no, when you hear my bio, you know, 40 years ago, I was a little girl in a third grade classroom in the lowest reading group who simply saw more for herself and didn't exactly know how to get there.
Amazing. Well, your company right now that you formed, you mentioned that there were challenges, there were maybe doubts that you had in your own mind. And it's a company about resilience, right? Talk a little bit about that. Yeah, let's hear about that. That would be great.
Yeah. Well, you know, when we talk about resilience, some people have this reaction to resilience that's like, this whole thing again. Are we still talking about this? You know? And another subset of people feel like, am I going to be found out? Am I going to, you know, are people going to know that I'm not resilient enough and I've just been doing this incredible job of hiding it all these years? And so when we talk about resilience, what I love to start with is this idea that, and I know this from 2 decades of research, that we are all resilient, that resilience is the essence of what it means to be human. It is tied to our DNA. And you want me to prove that to you? Okay, yeah. I will. Because you, Jim, and me, and every single person joining us for this beautiful, you know, LA Leadership Week and beyond, we have all faced disappointment, loss, rejection, crisis, a health diagnosis. The list goes on and on. And we stood at the precipice of that challenge and we said, I don't know how I'm going to get through this. But we put one foot in front of the other and we figured it out. And if we all weren't inherently resilient when faced with that rejection or disappointment or loss, we would have folded. But we didn't. We found a way to not only face that challenge, even if it wasn't pretty, but we found a way to move through that moment in our lives and flourish. And for people that are in the midst of a challenge today, you know, this is a reminder that you will flourish again, that you will have the opportunity to move through this difficulty, even if you don't know what the answer is, even if you don't know how to get there. And so I founded my company, the Resilience Leadership Institute, because I didn't want anybody to have to go through challenge alone. You know, challenge isn't going away, unfortunately. Challenge, change, and complexity are the big 3 C's, as I call them. If resilience is the essence of being human, this is the big 3 C's is the fabric of what it means to be human. This is part of our experience. And so what we do get to do is we get to have some help. We get to sort of smooth out the rough edges of challenge. So I interviewed hundreds of people and collected thousands of pieces of data, asking people about how they effectively faced their most important and significant challenges. And what I found is not only are there commonalities amongst all of us, that there are actually 5 behaviors, the 5 practices of highly resilient people that any of us can engage anytime we face challenge to create a more positive and productive outcome. Just in that moment when we're asking ourselves, what am I going to do? Now we have a blueprint to know what to do.
Wow, that's amazing. I know that people are taking so much value from what it is that you're saying, and it's given so much encouragement. I know that that we would love to continue to have conversations with you, Dr. Taryn, to maybe have you on future panels and talk to you more, especially when it comes to working with families and also too with women in leadership. So I thank you very much for being here with us, for spending time, for dropping some valuable nuggets, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you so much on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Thank you so much for having me. What an honor to be here. Oh, sorry. Did you want to jump in, Ava?
No, I wanted to thank you to Dr. Taryn. This is only my second time, watching you and listening from you. And I've fallen in love with the way you teach. I love your energy. I was telling my husband, we were on the back, I'm like, that's leadership right there, her groundedness. You're so grounded, especially when you were surrounded by men. And you really shown gloriously as a woman. So, and really in your power, that feminine energy and yet powerful. What a beautiful display of woman leadership. So thank you so much for your example, Dr. Taryn. And thank you, Jim, for bringing Dr. Taryn to our ecosystem in the Los Angeles Tribune community. And I echo that we would definitely love to invite you in future panels and the things that we do in the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for your leadership. And how can people reach out to you? Is that how can people find out more about you, Dr. Taryn?
Oh, thanks so much for asking. I'm very active on Instagram. So if you want to send me a message on Instagram, it's just at Dr. Taryn Marie. That's pretty easy. LinkedIn's a great channel or a great platform to grab me as well. And our website is resilience with a C, www.resilience-leadership.com. So thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be a part of your inaugural Leadership Week. Jim, thank you for inviting me to be part of this incredible collective of amazing people. And I'm delighted to have had this opportunity.
For sure. Thank you so much. We'll be right back with another panel led by a powerful woman. Thank you, Dr. Taryn. Thank you, Jim.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, who we have coming up is a very, very powerful woman. And I know this is almost weird. Like, how do you combine powerful and women together? But let me also bring Donna Campbell on stage and Rachel Weaver on stage to introduce our next speaker and panel host, as a matter of fact, Lori McNeil. So Donna, when it comes to Lori McNeil, what comes to mind for you? You're muted.
The first word, every time I hear Lori McNeil, the first word that always pops into my brain is magnificent. So she always has amazing things to share, her wisdom. She's always there. And, the best part is she's always supporting other women as well. So it's not just about her, it's about everyone. And so I love her and support her back. But magnificent is the first word.
I love that. And she does really exude magnificence. How about you, Rachel?
Oh my goodness. I think, she is one powerful supporter. When you talk about women supporting other women, that screams her name, in my opinion. She's made so much of an impact in the world of encouraging other women to support each other. And so that, I would say she's definitely an encourager.
I love that. And to me, what comes to mind first is legacy. She was actually awarded by the Los Angeles Tribune last year, 2023, December, as a global legacy builder. Bringing up to the stage, Lori McNeil. Lori, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, your family. I almost don't have to welcome you, but we are excited for you bringing your own panel. And so with that, Lori, we'll give you the stage. We'll give you the first comes and tell us more about yourself. We gave you a little bit of intro, but would love to hear more about yourself. So tell us about that, and then we'll come off the stage. We'll bring your panelists with you.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It is always a pleasure and always an honor to grace your stages. So thank you so much to the entire Los Angeles Tribune team. I love you all. I am so honored to be a part of Leadership Week and to be kicking off this amazing panel that I can't wait to introduce you to. But for those of you who do not know me, my name is Lori McNeil. I am an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. And I love what I do. I get to get out of bed every single morning and help business owners and entrepreneurs all over the world get from wherever you are to where you want to be, and more importantly, where you were created to be, in teaching the trifecta of building that media, branding, and marketing foundation as part of your overall business strategy, and not necessarily throwing extra spaghetti at the wall, so to speak, hoping that something will stick, but having true proven strategies to help catapult your impact in the world. So I am honored to be facilitating this panel of amazing rock stars. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right in and bring up these amazing panelists that I have joining with me today. Kyle Richardson, Nick Lowry, thank you so much for joining me, gentlemen. It is an honor to have you both on the broadcast today.
It's an honor to be on.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Kyle. Thank you so
Hi,
much.
Kyle.
Nick.
I know that we have a global audience across so many different platforms right now, listening and watching and taking notes. And I'm excited to dive right into the topic of legacy. And we do have possibly another guest will be joining us in a few minutes, but we're going to go ahead and dive right in to this whole topic of legacy and through the journey of both Kyle and Nick as they share with you. But before we get started, I just want to not only extend my gratitude to these gentlemen for being on the broadcast today, but I want to just quickly do a little bit of an introduction. And then, gentlemen, I'm going to turn it over to you to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into who you are as well. But for those of you who don't know, Nick and I have known each other for about 6 or 7 years. I kind of lost track at this point, Nick.
You go way back.
Yeah, but one of the things that I love about Nick is that he has a true servant's heart. He absolutely is a servant leader. He's always helping people in so many different ways across the globe. And I am honored that he is, we met at an event actually in Dallas originally, and then we're colleagues, but we've just kind of turned into friends as well. And I love his servant's heart. So I am honored to have you on this broadcast, Nick. And Kyle, so honored to have you on the broadcast with us. You are an amazing leader in your own right. And I can't wait for you to share with the audience more about who you are and your leadership journey, because you have some amazing nuggets to share with all of us as well. So gentlemen, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and jump right in. Kyle, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and start with you. Just in a couple of minutes for our listening audience who are all over the world, who may not be familiar with you and your career, why don't you just take a couple of minutes? And I know that's a lot to ask in a short amount of time. Just tell us a little bit about who you are and your leadership positions that you have held in your lifetime, just to kick us off.
Well, thank you, Lori. That's quite an honor to be here today, and thank you for this opportunity. Thanks, Nick, for having me be a part of it as well.
Absolutely.
I, like Nick, I should say, was a punter, a kicker. For all those that are not familiar with American-style football, kickers and punters, they're kind of one and the same, right, Nick? So I was a punter on the team. I played for 9 years. One of my best moments was the Super Bowl 2000 with the Baltimore Ravens. and we won that. And so that is one of my pride and joys. Sums up basically everything about my career to one championship time when I think about football. Through football, though, there's been interesting little nuggets that, I tell my kids today. They're 16 and 13, and that is whoever picks you up at that next team, whoever picks you up, maybe even at the terminal that you're going to try out, they might someday be your boss. And the story really is that there was a guy that picked me up when I came up to Baltimore out of Miami to try out for the team. The guy's name was Darren Simmons. And Darren was the lowest guy on the run, the quality control guy on the team as a coach. But little did I know, 5 years later, he would become the special teams coach at Cincinnati. And when I got onto the job with Baltimore, Darren and I built the bond. He could have made it hard on me. I could have not enjoyed my time, but even at his level, I gave him respect. And one day he rised up and became a coach himself and gave me a job. So I tell my girls, you never know who's going to pick you up at the next terminal. And so that's one thought that I'm always working on. Outside of football, in my transition, it really became all health related. And so I got into care coordination 14 years ago. I started looking at nurses and having an opportunity to join into a partnership that didn't make a lot of sense back 14 years ago. But when you talk about care coordination, follow care calls through the pandemic, things became very interesting to us. So I'm president of a company called Caring One. And in that, I learned the life cycle of what is healthcare, what is post football, what is the legacy of a former football player that needs help in healthcare. And the byproduct of my personal job these days and growing that business, it's really being able to give back to the locker room, as Nick and I will reference a lot. And I use that experience right now to help our guys in the NFL Alumni Association. And with Nick's help as well, we're going to be building more ambassador opportunities to care for ourselves and care for the community. So that's my lead in to you, Nick, if I pass the baton.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kyle, for sharing, and such beautiful nuggets in your journey. And what came to mind as I was listening to you is you never know who you're going to meet. You never know the impact that you're going to have on someone. You never know how you might even collaborate with them later in life, or the ripple effect that your attitude and your actions and your overall leadership and state of being is going to have on anyone that you meet at any point in your life. And that was kind of something that kept coming to my mind as I was listening to you, I was listening to you talk. And it's so important to understand our own leadership style and how we show up and how we want to be. And we craft our day, we craft our world, and so we have that mindset decision to make every day with how we're going to show up and how people are going to experience us. And those are some things that I just was thinking as I was hearing you talk. Thank you so much, Kyle, for sharing. And let's go ahead and pass it to you, Nick. Tell us a little bit more about you and your journey.
This is talking about legacy, and Kyle and I, we kind of set this up. I had a vision today that we could give a real life example that's happening right now because of Kyle and his talk about a servant heart. Man, the work he does, anybody that's had surgeries, I've had 5 joint replacements, and I'm a kicker. I didn't have to take those 25, 30-mile-an-hour car collisions every week the way the other players did. And yet you notice, unfortunately, that we have a really bifurcated health system where we've got the best technology, great surgeons, but the aftercare stinks. I'm just going to be honest. That's a very technical word, stinks, but it just could be so much better. It could be as good as the technology and the surgeons are and the teams are that do such a great job. But once you're done, where is that? And Kyle saw that and found a niche. Well, when you're done as a football player, what we're working on together, thanks to Kyle and a guy named Dr. Mehmet Oz and some other great people like Bart Oates and Tom Grun, is looking at what happens after a player's career is over. Because in football, which is 4 times, not 3.5 times, at least 4 times more popular than baseball and basketball, and 5 times more popular than the NHL. And yet at the same time, it has probably, what do you think, 3 times the major injuries that the other sports do. And so players that were very large, have to deal with, if you have a bad knee, a bad hip, a bad back, suddenly you gain weight. Now you're no longer 280 svelte pounds, so to speak, of muscle. You've got 350 pounds and all those health issues. But we also saw, and Kyle's seen, Dr. Oz has seen with HealthCore, this incredible opportunity to leverage 19,000 former NFL players and help them use their great insight and leadership skills and performance skills and preparation skills to help the next generation of young people hear the message that, like an NFL player, like the kicker or the punter, when you run on the field, you can't blame the referee, you can't blame the other team, you can't blame your teammates, you have to just get it done. What a great teacher that is. And help kids take responsibility for what they put in their bodies, what they put in their minds. So they, I think, embody what we all would like them to be, which is the most they can be and the healthiest they can be. So I'm proud to work with Kyle and Dr. Oz and Tom Gruen and Bart Oates and all these guys. So many of these guys are heroes that suddenly didn't have that role anymore, didn't have that stage. So that's the legacy that both of us are really passionate about, is that real leadership isn't just, looking out from your window, rolling the window down and saying, gosh, I'd like to help that person. Real leadership isn't watching TV and saying, I'd like to do something. Real leadership is getting your fingernails dirty. And both of us have done a lot of these things, and we're so excited to work with schools. I did one in Phoenix the day after the Super Bowl with Dr. Oz, and a young 5th grader looked up at Dr. Oz. I get emotional because it's so beautiful. He goes, this is the best day of my life. And Dr. Oz said, why? He said, because I never had a famous football player ever say I was important, ever take notice. And I think about, as Kyle alluded to, the people that were there for us, that helped us keep going, that helped us stay with it. And, so I just said back to that young man, someday, young man, you get it. We're here for you, but you'll be there for someone else. And if he can hear that at the 5th grade level, when he's 11 or 12 years old, probably 11 years old, think about that lifetime of service and legacy that's sewn into his soul already. So we love what we're doing. We hope and are going to work hard to make HealthCore a great opportunity for kids and schools to meet some of their heroes, and also for NFL players to take advantage of all their wisdom and experience and time in the spotlight, to give the spotlight to these kids that often are not given any spotlight at all.
I love that. And I love the collaboration that you guys have right now with what you're doing. You're taking everything that you are, everything that you've learned, everything in your leadership, and you're taking it to that next level to create, leaders in the next generation, and to create that legacy impact, which and many of our global audience knows that legacy building is a huge place in my heart. And let's take it back for just a minute, because I think that that's an important piece as we're talking about each of your journeys and where you came from, and the journey that took you to this place that you are right now, and this beautiful collaboration that you guys are working on. There's some aspect of building that legacy, and there's aspects of building the leadership within you that are so important, that led you to this point right now today. And one of those aspects that is integrity. You can't really be a strong leader without integrity. So take us to a point in your, whether it's on or off the field, because I always teach that you're the same person. You shouldn't be two different people, right? Who you are is who you are. Take us to a point in your life where it was a challenging time in your life, where you had to make that call, you had to make that right decision, and you had to step up as a leader of integrity when it wasn't always the easiest decision to make. So let's dig a little bit deeper.
I'll let you start.
It's like a blue ocean. I mean, you could just pick a million things. On the journey of what got me into the NFL, it was, knocking on every door that I could. It was not that I was drafted by any means. And so I found my way. I didn't rely on anybody but this one. And then I asked for a lot of handshakes and friends and some people that would lift me up. I mean, I think back to my college coach that gave me my scholarship, a guy named Ray Perkins. He was actually a more famous head coach in the NFL and a coach in the NFL than he was at Arkansas State, where I was. He just came to Arkansas State for just a short period of time. But before he left Arkansas State and he gave me my scholarship, I asked for his phone number. And I called it 3 years later after I had graduated looking for a lift up. And he answered it. And he was at the NFL level. And he said, "What do you need?" And I said, "Man, I just need to get into the NFL one way or the other. I'd love to go to NFL Europe." And that's when the European League was up. He's like, "All right, I'm going to help you." I don't know if it was that call that helped me or if it was some other calls that I made, but somehow I got there. Right. And I never forget that. I always think anybody that calls me, I want to help them if they're trying to get down the lane that the path I've already gone. But that was, it led me to whenever I got onto my first NFL team, which was Miami Dolphins. And I knew there was a door in front of me. And I knew that if I didn't walk through that, and if I didn't just have the Michael Jordan moment when I was in the zone, that my other path was going to go somewhere else. And that was back to a different life that I really didn't want. But persevering and coming through that door, it was a moment in time when it was a lightning bolt. And I walk out back of the Miami Dolphins facility, Nick. I don't know if you had this type of experience, but I saw myself in just an autopilot walking and everything for the next 45 minutes. It was just crazy. And I was the one that for the other 8 guys that were vying for that job, I whittled them away, and I was the guy that they said, "Well, all right, we're going to put you on roster." And then from there forward, I was able to, for the next 9 years, be one of 32 guys. But there was never a moment that you could just let off the gas. It was sheer armor. There are 32 jobs. There's CEO job levels.
There's no backup.
There's nobody over here. You're the guy, and you're the guy until you're not the guy. Yep. And so, those kind of moments, they just test you, right? They test your will. They test your, there's something in the NFL that we call talking about crossing the big white stripe. And that is the sideline. Still exists today. You're on the sideline. There's a lot of guys that are backup roles, and they don't cross that big white line ever. They might make 1 or 2 years on the league and then never make it into a game. When you cross a big white line, it's you. It's nobody else. And you're going to get exposed if you're not ready. And it's just constantly being on the razor's edge. And that still exists today because there's so much more money, so much more cameras, everything's exposed, looked at. So, that is a fortitude that I'm most proud of that I was able to do. Nick, you did it for 15 years. I mean, 18? Who cares? Who's counting?
Who's counting?
I love it. Kyle, there's so much in what you shared, but I want to just pull out a couple of things really quick that came to my mind. And both of them happen to have been from Napoleon Hill. So if you guys are Napoleon Hill Think and Grow Rich fans, there's a couple of things that you actually brought out that I just want to kind of highlight. And one is if somebody needs your help, you help them, right? That's the first thing. And the second thing is persistence. So Napoleon Hill talks about persistence. And I take it one step further when I'm teaching about persistence, and I say consistent persistence. So I think it's really important that consistency is also part of that equation, is part of that key. And what I heard in you sharing about your perseverance and your persistence is the consistency, that you had that grit, you had that desire, and you didn't give up. So there's a couple of there's a lot of different nuggets that you shared, but there's a couple of things that kind of came to my mind as you were speaking that were specifically aligned with Napoleon Hill's principles, which I think is just super, super important as we're talking about leadership and we're talking about all of the different foundational tools in leadership and what it takes to be a leader and to develop greater leadership skills, that I wanted to make that correlation for our audience who might be Napoleon Hill fans, is that what you just shared pulled out at least 2 or more of those principles that are tried and true. So
Lori,
Kyle,
let me give you a little bit on that nugget that you just reminded me. The one thing that for me as a kicker, you pass or fail in the NFL. And what I learned as a young guy in the NFL was that I could overcome. Right. So I had a coach, a really good coach that brought me along, Scotty O'Brien. I don't know if you remember Scotty O'Brien, Nick, great special teams coach. He used some colorful language I won't use here today. He said, everybody's going to screw up once. Don't screw up twice. And I thought about that and I was like, okay. So I was always the guy that could recover. And everybody that is listening, you're going to have a bad day. You're going to make the wrong decision. It's what you do when you make that wrong decision, how you recover. And I was able to whittle off and stay in the league because of that.
So I'd like to jump in. What's unique about being kickers is no one wants to hear your excuses. What's great about being a kicker, punter, and it's, to be honest with you, it's so defined as a place kicker because it's going through the uprights or it's not. And no one wants to hear your excuses. So that one thing that's missing for most of society today, not to get on my high horse too much, but it's knowing what it's like to hold yourself totally accountable and be held accountable. If you miss one, I tell the story. I'd made 22 of 23 field goals, NFL record at that point, breaking Mark Mosley's record. And I go into a quick trip store and the lady behind the counter recognized me. It wasn't far from Arrowhead Stadium and our practice facility. And she goes, wait a minute, I know you. You're the kicker for the Chiefs. I saw you miss that field goal. and the truth is, she said, I saw you miss that field goal. My mama could have made that. But anyway, so the transparency you learn is make sure that your preparation is parallel. You do whatever you have to do to be ready to put that healthy pressure in practice every day, never taking a day off. As Kyle talked about, it's always there so that you can be as consistent as possible. And when you miss one, don't miss a second one. And that's one thing I'm really proud of, is that hardly ever happened in my career. But, it is really hard to deal with that level of scrutiny and that level, people that hate you because of something you did, even though you may have made 20, 21 in a row or whatever. So transparency, persistence, responsibility. And the other part of it you just touched on, which is, gosh, how many people did we benefit from that were our mentors? Dick Johnson, that kept telling me to just keep getting back up because it's going to take a while to get used to 1.23 seconds ball snap back, caught, put down, and kicked. Kyle, were you a holder? Did you ever do that? Yeah, and the holder never gets any credit, by the way. And yet, boy, if you in the Super Bowl this year, Harrison Butker, who's an incredible kicker for the Chiefs, they're down by 3. There's a 57-yard field goal attempt, high snap. He puts it down, and to get really technical here, you're moving. The ball's being spun and stop spinning normally for 0.2 of a second. And when it's a high snap, you probably only see the ball for 0.1 of a second before you kick it. In this case, a 57-yarder. And if he'd missed it, everybody would have said, even though 57, he didn't come through. But he got it done. His holder got it done, Tommy Thompson. And, that teaches us a lot about the transparency of taking responsibility so that everything you do here will always have some effect. And if you're doing the right things, it will always help you. But also taking responsibility if you don't get sleep, the night before the game, 2 nights before the game, you let other things enter in, you won't be consistent. And then I would say the other part of it is, in terms of authenticity, is, gosh, when you thank the people that were there for you by being that person for someone else. Mm-hmm. And I know Kyle's doing that with Health Corps. I'm going to keep saying it, Health Corps, and NFL Alumni Health. And it's going to help thousands of players and, most importantly, hopefully millions of kids know that they can take more control and not rely on some external, device or drug to help them find their own legacy.
Yeah. Nick, thank you so much. One of the things, and I love the fact that you brought up accountability. And one of the things that I teach on regularly is that excuses do not excuse you. I think that in this culture, we get wrapped up in, it's this, right? This person was late. I was affected by this and this and this and this. But the reality is that we always have control over some aspect of that. It's ourselves, it's our attitude, it's the decisions we make, to not fall into that trap of thinking that it's always somebody in some circumstance and somebody else. And I think that our culture falls into that very easily. Even high leader people in leadership, or, that's part of that integrity piece. Are you in integrity with yourself? Are you in integrity with other people? And when you're using a lot of excuses for why you do certain things, or why you maybe don't know certain things, you don't know what you don't know, but once you know it, you guys are talking about healthcare. What are you going to do to have that accountability to take action, then to make different decisions? So you're talking about on the field, off the field, in life, in what you guys are building together. But I think that it's really important to really, really let that sink in and think about how you are allowing the excuses in your life, and you think that they're excusing your behavior or your decisions. And in the reality is that excuses really don't excuse you. So how can you actually step up and be a better, stronger leader, have that accountability, and own that behavior and own those actions in moving forward? So gentlemen, in the last few minutes that we have, I want to circle back around to Health Corps, and I want you guys to talk a little bit about the education behind what you're doing and what you guys are doing to really help people in filling in their knowledge gaps, because they don't know what they don't know until they know it. So talk to us a little bit about how you guys are kind of structuring that and the plan around that, and a little bit about where you're going with that. We touched on this in the beginning, but I want to circle back around because I know this is really
important. You start off and I'll circle back for the last minute.
You fill in the gaps where I miss, would you?
All right.
Yeah.
So the NFL Alumni Association, we built out a subsidiary around health and wellness, and being a part of a legacy for the rest of your life, that you promote yourself as living a healthy life, because post football, you're going to have 50 and 60 years to live, and we should do a better job of that. That's what Nick alluded to, that we don't have a lot of resources, but we've got to build that and do it ourselves.
Yep.
So that's what NFLalumnihealth.org is about, is taking that mission statement of caring for our own so we can care for others. That is part of our original legacy back in the late 60s when the organization was created. And we've done a poor job of it until more recently. I think we've started to address it. Health Corps is a partner in the schools. They take kids and college age, they go right into the schools, and they have access to make a difference in those schools and to teach young people about, what is a healthy lifestyle. Not only that, if you're interested in the health field, here's a pathway that might be of interest to you. We're going to be ambassadors in that lane, going to events like Nick did post the Super Bowl, and being able to speak and say, yeah, Health Corps should be in your life. Everybody should be following the Health Corps messages, following the health and wellness, because not only is it good for you, it could be a career path as well. Mm-hmm. Nick, why don't I pass the baton, because I don't want to take all the time.
Well, first of all, Kyle has such a pure spirit, and you have to, because it's not easy. I just have to tell you, I am so blessed to be working with him and Dr. Oz and these guys, Tom, I'm going to keep saying their names, Tom Groom and Bart Oates and company, because I helped in my off seasons, having grown up in DC with a father that was very senior in the CIA, whose job was to look at disinformation and accurate information with the Russians. And look at that today. Getting the message out is so important. Dr. Oz is, I'm just going to say my own opinion, the greatest communicator on health issues I've ever witnessed with the new modern technologies to help people see it in layman's terms. But I worked on AmeriCorps for President Clinton. Before that, 4 years earlier in the off season, February, March, April, May, and I would train too. So it was a busy but fun time, exciting time to be in the White House and on the Points of Light Foundation, which was also about, in another way, the healthy structure of volunteerism. Kids that enjoy, that participate in helping others at a young age, that becomes the only healthy addiction. And I have a program now called Champions for the Homeless. Kids that started when they were 6 and 7, they are the leaders now. They can articulate. Their lives are going to be so different. So AmeriCorps was filling in that gap, saying you don't have to be in the military to serve your communities at a young age, to discover how to develop relationships, not over a week, not over a month, but 2 years. imagine, this may sound controversial, but if you're in East St. Louis and you're an AmeriCorps volunteer, and over a year you win, and it takes a year, the trust of a drug dealer in that area that controls, let's say, a 3-block area, and you help them see that they can be a leader to help the kids do better things with their lives and in turn themselves, you can change the culture of a community. And so Health Corps fits right into that because it's a chance to serve, by definition, bringing health, which we all need. We can't make good decisions. We can't be consistent. You talked about consistent persistence if we're not healthy. So I really appreciate Kyle for sticking with it, because what he hasn't said is how many years it's taken to work through the NFL alumni, to work through what works and what doesn't work. And I'll just finish my own comment with this. The real leaders are willing to, whether you're Michael Jordan, I play with for a year with a guy named Joe Montana, the great leaders, the great players, they're not afraid to make mistakes because they know they're going to keep working to get better. They made 1 billion more mistakes than most people, but they've also figured out how not to do it. So they love then being good at it. And Kyle went through 1 million things, had the persistence to do it. Dr. Oz was not at the beginning a great communicator, but now look at him now, and we're all working together for something much bigger than us. And Lori, thank you. I just blabbed on a bit too much, but AmeriCorps, I'm proud of it because it's a chance for kids to serve at a young age, and don't all of us need that?
That is amazing, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick and Kyle, thank you so much. True examples of servant leadership on and off the field and building a legacy for generations to come. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being on this special broadcast during Leadership Week. It is my honor and privilege to have this discussion with you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Lori. Thanks,
Thank
Kyle.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
And I just wanted to share, yes, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for being here, and Lori for bringing this, because it is such incredibly important work in the realm of what you guys are doing and bringing this to our attention. So thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
All right, we have another panel coming up here next in just a moment, but I believe we are going to take a quick commercial break in our transition here as we move forward here. So hold on, and we will be right back with our next empowering panel.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, and we are back, and I'm bringing up to the stage Miss Alicia. Welcome.
Hello, Donna. How are you?
I am.
Thank you so much. How are you feeling? It's day 6 of LA Leadership Week. We've already heard from Sharon Lecter. We just heard that very, very dynamic discussion. How are you feeling right now, Donna?
You know, I am so excited and so invigorated and so full of energy. I know we were broadcasting late last night. We're again on this morning. And this has been one of the best, most enlightening experiences and a great way to kick off May. I don't know if you guys know, but May really is about the month of new beginnings. And we started off the first day with that energetically. So what better place to be than here?
Yes, May is a beautiful month. I think spring bloom in certain parts of the world. But you know what? Something that I've loved so much about LA Leadership Week is the depth and breadth of experiences and perspectives. Last night we ended day 5 with Shane Mosley, the heavyweight champ that is doing so much in the philanthropy space, working with children. We opened up today with Sharon Lecter, as just mentioned, and in just a brief moment we are going to go into a different space where finances, financial literacy, and technology and innovation all come together. But that's what LA leadership is about. It is about bringing in different perspectives from individuals that are leaders and in different industries. So it's just a delight.
Yes, and I'm excited because we have our next panel coming up, and it's on a topic that I love to listen and always learn more about. So I'll let you take it away, Alicia.
Yeah, so, we are delighted to start and open with our next panel, which is continuing the discussion on finances, financial literacy. But our next panel is all about venture capital work that is going on in the venture capital space, and how there are so many individuals across the country and beyond, but are trying to change the face of venture capital, create opportunities for entrepreneurs, for startup founders to actually get funding. And representation definitely matters, particularly in the area of venture capital, where historically women, individuals of color, have not had as much access to capital as other individuals. And so I'm so honored to bring up our next guest. Her name is Michelle Donsinghani. She is a maverick in the venture capital space, but through the work that she's doing with her organization that she co-founded, VC Unleashed, with her co-founder Tanvi, they're really changing the face of venture capital. So as Michelle is coming on, we'll share a little bit about her background and her experiences as her camera gets tuned in. But Michelle has worked in a variety of different spaces, but the goal has always been to help get capital for individuals, whether it's when she was working in politics or in the space that she's in now, where she's always researching different industries and trying to understand what is possible in the sense of what are tech founders creating, what are the market demands and needs, and how can she help position founders in the tech space to actually get capital so that they continue to grow their business, scale in the market, continue to be able to connect with and grow their customer base. So Donna, what are your thoughts on the whole realm industry of the venture capital world, and what it actually takes for an entrepreneur or for a founder to really, like Sharon said this morning, have the faith to believe in their idea and then galvanize an entire community, whether it be the team that they are growing or the individuals that they are connecting with, to share their idea and share their belief that their company is the company that they should be putting sometimes millions of dollars into.
Yes, I think you kind of touched on a topic right there, the faith to believe in what you are doing. Because I know in the speaking world, you can have people go up on stage and share their expertise and sell their program from a masculine point of view without creating the program, because they believe in it already and it's not even written down on paper. But for a female or a woman or someone in their feminine energy to go up, it's like we have to write it out, we have to do it, we have to practice it to firmly believe that it works. And I think that that's a huge piece right there, because if you actually believe in your idea, in your thought, and share it and present it, then with that belief, funding can come for it without having created it. So it's really, really interesting that there's a different perspective on that with what I've seen over the last few years of women having to believe in themselves. And if we believe in ourselves, then we should be able to get venture funding. So that's where my mind goes when you ask that question there.
Yeah. So, and that's a big part of it. It's a belief. And then I think the next extension of it is really working with the individuals that are actually doing the investments to understand why it's important to have an open perspective.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you think about the realm and space of venture capital, to get a meeting, right? To be a founder, to pour all of your work into your idea, to maybe have an MVP or most viable product and get something out to market, and then to be able to summarize like the impact that you've had. What is the market landscape? What is it that you believe the share of the market it is that you can capture, and to go to a company to get funding? It is a journey. And then at the same time, there are a number of ideas, there are a number of companies that they try, and they're not able to access the capital that they do need to successfully grow and scale. And when you think about it from that perspective, you go, okay, so if I believe in myself, I've proven in the market that I'm onto something, what is next? And so, the work that VC Unleashed is doing is partnering up with individuals that have graduated from different MBA programs around the country to, one, share more about what venture capital is, and then help individuals move into that space to become an investor. Because when you have more diverse perspectives from an investor's point of view, who's analyzing the company to determine whether or not they're going to deploy capital into the company, then there's a higher chance, a higher viability that those funds will actually be deployed into these companies. And there is a strong disconnect in that market, right? And there are so many statistics out there, but historically, it's less than 10% at times women funded organizations that are getting more than 10 million plus up of capital. So it's interesting the way the market is moving. And when you think about innovation and growth and creativity and what it takes to have the mindset to grow, another aspect is, well, what are the things that are maybe stopping or making it more difficult for organizations to scale? And, and what can be done to shift that from a leadership perspective so that more people can get access to that capital?
Well, and let's find out, because Michelle, who is our leadership expert here, is back with us. So we'll let you two take it away.
Thank you so much, Donna. And hello, Michelle. So Michelle, would love for you to share with our global audience more about who you are and the work that you're doing at VC Unleashed, and why it was important for you and Tanvi to co-found VC Unleashed together.
So thank you so much, Alicia. I'm so happy to be here and share a little bit about my experience and kind of my passion to increase access to capital. I'm currently a growth stage investor at Top Tier Capital Partners. We manage around $10 billion of capital. We have been in the ecosystem for over 20 years. On one side, investing in the top venture capital funds in the ecosystem. Think about Mayfield, Andreessen Horowitz, Bessemer Venture Partners. And on the other side of the house, where I sit out of, I do growth stage investing, looking at Series B and plus companies, usually companies that are north of $10 million of annual recurring revenue, and also do secondary transactions to provide liquidity to either general partners, limited partners, or founders. And I was brought to venture capital really as my journey as a founder. I started and scaled a business development firm that I grew into Latin America. I spent time in Mexico, Paraguay, and Peru. And year 4 of the company, I became part of the Tory Burch Foundation Fellows Program, which is a fellowship to help scale women-owned companies. And I think it's a pretty competitive fellowship to join. You have to have revenue, product market fit, demonstrate that you have a strong business that's able to kind of get to that next phase of growth. And so it was interesting, in this really exclusive fellowship, a lot of the folks that were around me were women and women of color, and it was really hard for them to secure institutional capital. And as I kind of took a step back, realized how challenging it is for women and people of color to raise institutional capital. And when I thought about this, is access really the thing that's stopping folks? Like, I have all of these brilliant folks of color around in my ecosystem who are founders, who understand the world from a different perspective. And especially if you take a look at kind of the demographic changes happening in the United States and around the world, it's a changing landscape, right? And with that, there's changing needs, and felt like there was a pretty massive opportunity to break into that. So decided at that point to hire a team to run the company, go to business school and break into venture capital. Was heads down over the last couple of years. And while I was in business school, at Columbia Business School, where Alicia and I actually went to school together and had the opportunity to meet and build, I was the only Latina out of 650 people in my business school. And it was a lonely journey. I was trying to break into venture capital and felt that there was an opportunity to connect and build resources. When I took a look at kind of my experience as a person of color, as a daughter of an immigrant in the United States, I understood that the social currency that kept us alive was trust. And when you take a step back and understand what makes you a great investor is like being able to trust your founder and trust what you're building and build together. So felt that there was a really powerful unlock. And so since then, the organization has been around for over 3 years. We are now a 501c3. We have over 800 members in our community. We've trained over 2,500 folks in the venture capital ecosystem, and are excited that this summer, June 13th through June 14th, we will be having our third annual Shift VC conference. We'll bring together some of the top folks of color who are investors and founders, and really share resources and opportunities.
I mean, the work that you are doing, Michelle, and for it to spark as an idea and then to grow just organically at first, just connecting with individuals, sharing your own personal experiences with them about what the experience was like breaking into venture capital, and then also what the impact would be and could be on the other side about continuously diversifying venture capital so that you can make those access and connection points in an industry that historically truly is relationship based. And, someone can have a brilliant idea, but if you're not connected to the right person and positioned in the right way, your idea, it may be more difficult to flourish. Can you talk more about kind of the educational aspects of VC Unleashed? Because, we're here at LA Leadership Week. Access is so important, but also knowledge, and then also support, so that individuals that are entering into a new realm of career-wise in the venture capital space understand how to navigate and operate that space. So can you share a little bit more on that, please, Michelle?
Yeah, of course. So that was actually one of our founding pillars when I thought about, as I was going through my journey into venture capital. While I was in business school, I worked at 4 different venture capital firms. And I remember my first interview with a VC firm. It was so challenging, right? There's a very specific way to interview with a venture capital firm that if you don't have a mentor or someone who has kind of explained this, you're going to fail and fall flat on your face. And I think business school does an excellent job at preparing you to become an investment banker or a consultant, but anything related to venture capital, it becomes a lot harder. So one of the things that we've done at VC Unleashed, we've built out training programs on things like, how do you build an investment thesis to help inform how you're thinking about investing in the ecosystem? What is cap table modeling? How do you prepare for a venture capital interview, right? Where folks usually, you're prepared and in a more traditional kind of interview setting of like understanding your resume, understanding your goals. But for a venture capital interview, you have to understand kind of the firm's thesis. You have to have your own investment thesis, companies that you really like in their portfolio, companies that you disagree with. You're being paid for an opinion. And if you don't understand kind of what the rules are, how can you even play? So a big part of what we wanted to do is, how do we provide access to that information so folks are better equipped when they do have the opportunity to show up?
Wow, that's so powerful. How do you provide access to that information? And that's what, LA Leadership Week this week is all about. It's bringing individuals across industry to share their experiences, share their perspectives, and also share information and knowledge so that individuals can make more informed decisions and understand how to navigate. What are 2 kind of principles that you and Tanvi, your co-founder, stand by as it relates to VC Unleashed impact on the community from the investor perspective, but then on the other side for the potential founders, that everyone that goes through the kind of VC Unleashed ecosystem will be engaging with in the future and can shift their own trajectory?
Oh, that's an excellent question. I think on the investor standpoint is one of the things that I have found that's really powerful. I think the venture capital ecosystem is such an interesting space to navigate, where a lot of it's access to deals, access to the top founders, where we have actually found as a community where we're really stronger when we're able to lean into each other's strengths. So as an example, if we are, for example, if I'm diligencing a company in the defense space or cybersecurity, And my expertise has really been around education or agriculture. I can lean into my community, and having that pay it forward kind of mentality has been, I think, the differentiator, where together we're leveling up, right? Because we really see this community as we are junior investors, we're analysts, associates, senior associates, but we're also going to be in the next 5 years, the next general partners that then lead the industry. And how do we start building those relationships now? So in the future, as we build trust through different interactions, we can co-invest, we can build wealth together. And then from the founder perspective, I think one of the things that was really interesting to me when I first joined the ecosystem is you can identify very quickly if a founder doesn't have venture capital speak. And the only way that you can have access to this venture capital speak is either you worked in an investment bank, you either grew up in Silicon Valley or the Bay Area, where this stuff is just everyday kind of conversation. But being able to teach a founder on like, how do you talk about your go-to-market strategy? How do you talk about kind of the market opportunity? How do I help you understand my business? Where when you speak to investors and you're pitching, they can understand that you understand how we make money, our economics are aligned, our incentives are aligned. And again, it goes back to access, where I've met some brilliant people who have built companies that have generated revenue from day one, but have really struggled to raise venture capital. And I think a lot of it has been just positioning and messaging and just not having access to that information.
And, reach and teach, and, the work that you're doing with VC Unleashed, in the venture capital ecosystem, there is that first meeting, where you might be working with someone that is more junior in the firm that's evaluating your company, trying to understand if it matches the investment thesis of the firm. And if this company will now go into having more conversations with other partners at the firm. But your ability and your reach to be able to connect with individuals that will be those individuals that are the associates at the firm, that are having that first meeting, that are doing that first round of due diligence, as they have different perspectives as what those associates look like, shifts and changes, you are then creating just another layer of access, because individuals may not be turned down for the second meeting, or they may be evaluated in a different way. Or like you just shared, they may get that advice to say, maybe not right now, but these are the 3 aspects you can think about when you're thinking about your go-to-market strategy, or how you're looking at the market space that you are either creating or you're trying to navigate, or how you're looking at your data, so that when you come back, you can position yourself in a different way, right? Because sometimes that's not what it is that you're doing that's not working. It's how are you positioning it? What is the messaging? And how can you come back and be stronger with that messaging to help you get access inevitably to that capital that you're looking for? And that's really, really powerful.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
So Michelle, for those that aren't in the kind of venture world and the venture ecosystem, what are 1 or 2 learnings that you've had from your experience in launching VC Unleashed, which has not really been seen in the whole kind of venture capital ecosystem? What it is that you're doing, you and Tanvi are really pioneering in the space, and it's a community effort, right? Like, you have committees, you're connecting with individuals, the brightest minds in VC across all of the, MBA programs and schools in the country. But what are 1 or 2 learnings that you can share with our audience tuning in about how you were able to navigate your experience up till now, knowing that you truly are pioneering in a space that's going to have a ripple effect of impact that we still don't know what that's going to look like just yet?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think sometimes, I don't know if folks have ever felt this, but when you're in it, when you're working the long hours, when you're working on the deals, when you're continuing to do the work, it's hard to step back and reflect on like how much impact we've had as a community. It was my birthday at the end of March, and I had one of our leadership members message me, and she's like, Michelle, and this is my second job, right? Like, this is a 501c3 that I started while I was in business school. I'm a full-time investor. This is my second full-time job, and Sundays and weekends and are kind of where we work on this. But she mentioned something. She's like, I don't think you realize how much impact this community has had. And it gives me so much happiness and pride that we have, from when we started to where we are now, we have over 24 investors who are actively deploying capital, who are cutting checks, right? And when as a founder, you see an investor that looks like you or has a similar background, I think everyone here can kind of relate to this, but you show up different. You feel seen, you have a different level of courage to really share the passion that you have behind the business. And I think we're starting to see some of that change occur. We're also starting to see something really powerful with our alumni community, where we started off as our community really started off as MBAs of color who are trying to break into the ecosystem, where now we have started to break in. And we started off as analysts and associates, but people are slowly starting to become principals and partners. And we're starting to have kind of a larger impact on kind of the investing landscape that just didn't exist before. And I think the last thing I'll say is that being able to see the community show up through some of the events that we have. As an organization, we're structured as kind of a national organization, and then we have local chapters in San Francisco, Boston, Chicago, New York City, and Philadelphia, and seeing a lot of the local communities being activated, where I think historically San Francisco and the Bay Area and New York and Boston were a lot of where the big venture capital ecosystems have been concentrated. But you're starting to entrepreneurship has always existed there, but you're starting to see a lot of organization and activity in those ecosystems. And hopefully everyone can show up for our Shift VC conference this upcoming summer, June 13th through the 14th, where we'll have our communities together, investors, founders, all folks that are very much values aligned. And I think when you're values aligned, the conversation around business and how to do work together is much more easy.
Wow. So beautiful. And Michelle, it's been so lovely speaking with you today. Would love to go into closing remarks to hear from you. And would love for you, as part of your closing remarks, to share just a little bit more about what VC Unleashed is like. You bring together partners, investors, retired investors, founders, and individuals that are trying to get into venture but aren't sure, but the individuals that have been in venture and then are actively mentoring. So as part of your closing remarks, we'd love for you to share a little bit more about VC Unleashed. It's been a pleasure speaking with you today. And hi, Donna. Do you have a question, Donna?
No, I was just going to join on. I was just impressed, and I loved listening to the conversations. I just wanted to say thank you. And then Alicia, the closing remarks. So,
Donna, actually hearing you speak and talk about how kind of as like a female entrepreneur, there's a woman named Melanie Perkins who runs a business called Canva that I think most of us have heard of. I think the business is now worth $40 billion. But it was interesting where when she first started her company, she was a teacher. She didn't know anything about technology, but she was starting to take Adobe classes and understood how broken Photoshop was. And so from that experience, it took her 2 years to raise her first round of funding. She had to bring on a technical team and the right people around the table, but she had so much belief in her idea, and there was an opportunity here. And now, many years later, many of my mentors have invested in her company, but having her build a $40 billion company with this belief that she truly could make a difference, even though other people couldn't see it, I think is a really powerful kind of testament to what you were speaking about. And I think it goes to the core of VC Unleashed, right? Being always, I think, marginalized or on the outside, where historically folks like us on this screen haven't been the ones making decisions about things politically from a business and economics point of view. And the world is changing. And it's not only the right thing to do, but I think it's the beneficial thing to do for our world and our communities. And we feel hopeful through the work that we're doing at VC Unleashed, from training people, providing access, to then helping people when they're investors, how do they continue to succeed and then become partners? And then the last piece that we're thinking about is, how do you continue to connect people? Because as a community, we are deeply powerful. And I think being able to activate that is something that VC Unleashed is really focused on, and deeply grateful for the opportunity to come here and share a little bit about the work that we're doing.
incredibly powerful there. And I love your story about Canva. There's been a lot of comments popping up here. Total Canva user, Adobe, Photoshop. I can't figure it out. So
it's hard.
thank
Yeah.
you for this.
Michelle, it has truly been a pleasure speaking with you today and hearing you share more about the really impactful work, eye-opening work that you are doing through the VC Unleashed community, and also what it takes to try and do something different. Like you said, you have a full-time job, yet you pour so much to VC Unleashed because you have that vision of what can be shifted and what can change, and you're taking the time. You talked about this morning with sharing Lecter, the investment of time, right? And taking the time to create a pathway and make a difference for the world. So we appreciate you joining us today, Michelle. Enjoy the rest of your day, and hope everyone was taking notes about what can happen, how an idea can spark, and then look how you can truly shift an entire industry for the inside out. And for all of you that mentioned Canva today, we do have more on that coming up today, day 6 of LA Leadership Week. So stay tuned. Thank you again, Michelle, for your time. Appreciate it. Wow.
Wow. How incredible was that?
It was truly incredible, the work VC Unleashed is doing, but truly anyone that is in an industry, sees what may not be working or could work in a different way and is changing it, right? And is bringing community together from the inside out to make a difference and make a change. And it starts with awareness, then education, then bringing a community together, and then actually affecting change. So I know there's a lot more that we'll continue to see from the work that VC Unleashed is doing, but also from the work that the investors that have gone through the VC Unleashed experience will be able to have on the world. And so, yeah, Donna, what were your thoughts before we bring our next guest up to the stage?
You know, I was just impressed. I loved everything that she was talking about, and it gave me such a different perspective. Like one of my favorite words of this year is ecosystem. And she used that because we think of product ecosystems, but we don't think about venture capital ecosystems and how to break into an ecosystem to get the funding to move forward. And so that left a huge impression on my mind.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. There were so many gems that were just shared, and ones that we'll continue to think about. And so as we get prepared for our next guest, so excited to bring our next guest to the stage. She is a dancer, a singer, an actress. She is Grammy nominated, Tony nominated, nominated for her work off Broadway. She is classically trained. I don't want to share too much about who she is and what she does. Would love for her to share more because I could be going on for a long time, but would love to bring our next guest up, Miss Dee Woods.
Hello.
Hello, Dee.
Hi.
How are you? It is so great.
Amazing.
It is so great to see you. Dee, would love for you to share a little bit more about your background in the arts, in creativity and entertainment. You are so talented in so many different ways, and you are also the CEO of Woodgrain Entertainment and do so much for children in the arts. You know, we had Sharon Lecter on this morning talking about mentorship, but you are a huge mentor. So would love for you to share more about who you are with our audience and some of the work that you're doing, and particularly around mindset, because I know that's something that you think about a lot, and that you pour a lot of work into.
Yes. And I also want to say hello to Miss Donna because I am familiar with her. I've had some great sessions with her as well. So hello, how are you? So good to see
Excited
you.
to listen to you today.
Yes, I have a different hair color than the last time you saw me.
You do than you did last time, but that's okay. It just adds that sparkle.
Yes. Well, I also want to give a shout out to my castmate who is on the call today, Miss Ariel Blackwood, aka is somewhere. I don't know if you can find her, if you can bring her up, because we had an amazing night last night. There she is.
Yes, you did. I heard some congratulations are in order for the two of you and your entire cast.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, we are the 2024 Off-Broadway League Lucille Lortel Awards, winners of Outstanding Ensemble, Outstanding Musical, and our director, Nikki Douglas, won for Outstanding Director. Although we had 6 nominations in all, we walked away with 3 very major ones, and it was just a blessed night. First of all, we just got together and we're just happy to be with each other and sit with each other and dress up and look cute in our church lady hats. Because our production, Pray, was all about the spiritual journey of Black femmes and holding space and owning one's own spiritual journey, and the questions and just kind of like the outward presentation of what faith and religion and spirituality is versus the actual inward work and identity. And we had a great time together on stage, backstage, after rehearsal. And it was just so great to celebrate a win, because we just do this because we love it. We all have various experiences in the arts, in education, a multi-generational cast. Some of our cast members, Miss Gail Turner was one of the original cast members of The Wiz that has now returned to Broadway 40 years later. And Miss Tina Fabrique, who us as millennials and Gen Z were just fanning out because she's the original voice of Reading Rainbow. And we were like, can you just sing it to us every day?
Tears.
On to the recent graduates from NYU, both Ariel and I are graduates of NYU.
Yes, and I mean, congratulations, because we were talking about faith earlier today and the role that faith plays in your life as, being a guiding North Star, but also how mindset and deservability play roles in your life and understanding what can be and what can be possible for your life. And faith was an interactive, immersive experience, right? Where people felt like they were at church, but you were exploring different religions during different parts of history, and you were engaging with audience members as if they were part of the production, right? In the pews, really interacting, handing out cards. It really was an immersive experience. And it was a different experience, right? Like, you don't necessarily see productions like that on Broadway or off Broadway. And it really was a deep dive into spirituality and faith and mindset, but also a deviation from the norm. And so congratulations on kind of deviating from what is considered the norm and doing something different, but also seeing the impact that it has in the individuals that were a part of it. There were more than 70 or 80 off-Broadway productions that were live over the last year. And best ensemble is true. It means something, especially best ensemble means you had to come to work together, right? You had to not only be fully embedded into what your role was, but understand what it's like to be on a team, to work with an ensemble, and to create beautifully and magnificently with an ensemble. Kay, what was your experience like being part of the Pray production?
Oh my gosh. It was, first of all, Alicia, it's so great to be here with you. So great to be here with you as well, Dee. But working on Pray was a really, even though it's work, what we do is work. We do get paid for it. At the end of the day, we did train for this. At the end of the day, it is a very personal journey, a very personal experience. And when Nikki won her award last night, she even mentioned it during her speech, saying, creating this work has been just as healing as what the work was supposed to do. The work was supposed to heal me, but it was actually the creation of the work in fellowship with these Black femmes that allowed that healing to come sooner than I realized. And so to be a part of that healing for Nikki and for like other Black femmes, but to also receive that as well was just such a blessing. And it's funny how we're talking about leadership within this frame. I always thought of leadership, it needed a lot of qualifications. And as I'm growing into my leadership identity, I'm realizing that it's actually not about how qualified I am. I thought I had to have the best education, the best resume, the best articulation of all my thoughts and ideas, but really it's just showing up in what's needed in the room. And sometimes being a leader is actually being the quietest person, maybe being the least qualified person. That's being a leader too. So it was just an amazing experience. And with this ensemble in particular, everyone came in with so much love and care and kindness and just willingness to jump in. It's actually pretty easy to be that vulnerable at work. So yeah, that was my experience mostly. Like just so much positivity. So much positivity. Yeah.
I love
It's not
your share
always that way too.
Yeah, but I love that share about the role that compassion plays, right, in the workplace, in life, in leadership, and how you show up, and the healing journey and the breakthrough that can be on the other side of healing in all areas of your life, whether it's, you know, at work and your relationships, how you navigate your day to day, the relationship that you have with yourself. You know, that's truly powerful. Dee, you started your career at such a young age. You were on TV. You were part of the group Danity Kane. You've been an activist and a mentor for young kids that are parts of the arts, hosting workshops and boot camps and being really a mentor and an advocate. What role have you seen mentorship play along and throughout your career?
Oh, it's probably the most important role because, you know, just as in Michelle, what Michelle was talking about just before we came on, you know, we don't always see ourselves in the spaces that we want to be in or that we know we have a passion for. Sometimes it's just a little voice in the back of our head, and maybe your background, your surroundings, your circumstances don't speak to the dream or the vision that you have ahead of you. So you need those mentors. Sometimes you just need that one cheerleader, that one teacher, that one, you know, big sister or big cousin, or just somebody who looks like you that is doing the thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, she can do it, or they're doing it, or now I see that it's possible, you know? So, I have like a big sister. I have a couple big sister, big brothers that I think of in this industry, and it's okay sometimes if you feel like you're getting on their nerves and you don't want to bother them. They're so busy. They're so important, but sometimes you just need to just get over that little hump, that little fear, and just reach out and just ask a question, and you will be surprised how open and receptive that person is to actually helping you, because they have a whole bunch of information, a whole lot of experiences that they want to share. They don't want other people behind them to have to bump their heads and go through the hardships that they did. Or I had a mentor tell me about one of these big sisters. I call her big sister. Her name is Sekan Sembla, and she is Broadway starlet, TV screen starlet, but so down to earth. And we both came up in the same youth ensemble in Atlanta, and then also the Performing Arts High School, Tri-Cities High School, Visual Performing Arts. But she graduated before I got to the school. But we all just looked at her like, oh my God, Sekan, I want to be like you when I grow up, you know. But but one of the instructors at Tri-Cities, when I came to New York, and Sekan was already on Broadway, and she was like, reach out to Sekan. And I was like, I don't want to bother her. And she was like, no, reach out to her, because people are going to make you think that Sekan has changed because she has this level of success, but really it's people who have changed how they've treated her. And she's the same person. And when I tell you some of the phone calls that we have, it's just like big sister time, or hey girl, let me tell you what it's like dating in the industry, you know what I'm saying? Or even one of my other big brothers, his name is Sa Gauja. He starred on Broadway in the production Fela, has done Moulin Rouge on Broadway, has been on TV, film. And I remember one time I was asking him for just a recommendation. I texted him He called me back within 20 minutes. He was on set in Hawaii. I'm hearing explosions happening in the background and everything. And he already made a call to the person that I needed, that co-signed to, already told me what to do. And I was like, wow, and you're on set in the middle of like a fight combat scene? And he was like, oh yeah. But just go ahead and call them. They're waiting for your call. So you just would be so surprised how much people want to see you win, especially when you are the type of person who is applying themselves, doing work. You can't just be sitting there waiting for somebody to give you a handout. You got to do some work for yourself. And people want to help people who are helping themselves.
Yes, that part. I love that. It's like, it makes me think about Sharon Lechter this morning. She shared her email and she said, I'm sharing my email. Please email me. Like, you'd be surprised how many times I share my email and people don't email me. And, it can be very easy to say, oh, they're this person and I don't want to reach out. But people are people, right? Everyone has emotions. Everyone goes through things. It may be in certain instances more difficult to engage and interact. But if they're giving creating the space for you to interact, and that's so powerful. I know Saquon was in Till, right?
No, that's another friend.
Oh, that's another
She was
mentor.
on the Wonder Years.
Wonder Years. Okay,
Wonder
yeah.
Years.
So, but the role of mentorship is so important. And DK, I want you to stay on as we bring our next guest up, Dr. Gershom Sekala. Dr. Gershom is a mentor to so many individuals. I'm going to bring him up, and I could go on and on about his work, but Chadwick Boseman, so many people like in the industry. He's such a visionary, so faith-based, and really just helping individuals understand themselves so that they can understand how they show up in the world, and so that they can share their creativity, their work with the world. So Dr. Gershom, I could go on and on, but would love for you to share more about who you are and your work, especially as we are talking about mentorship in this space.
Oh, you know what? Everything. I'm so happy that I have talking to Black, beautiful women. Most Africans, they don't put value to mentorship. Most of the people that I mentored were, even now, 90% are white people. And they get successful. And I was so happy when Chadwick Boseman, the Black Panther, the star, he asked me to be involved in his life and just that. And he was one of the most, he never came late in all these years that he for advice or anything. He was always 30 minutes early or 1 hour early. Apart from, him being my closest friend and just being his advisor and walking in his journey, what to do, not to do, just the humility. Anyway, it's one, since you mentioned him, so it's with Mostri, I don't mentor people how to act. I don't mentor people how to do this. I'm a mind coach. I'm a mind mentor. I'll help you how to make a decision. This is I know the confusion with Chadwick Boseman. The media was trying to look for me. Did you mentor him how to act or do it? No. It was just the mind. And that's all I do. I wrote a book called, I haven't given you this one. It's called The Breakthrough Thinking. It's a lot this book like 5 years ago. I even gave this book to a few amazing people. I gave it to Michael B. Jordan. I said, make sure you read this book. So he has it. I gave this book to Justin Bieber and many others. This book has been in the hands of so many stars, but everybody who has read my book, Breakthrough Thinking, they always says, why is this book so inspiring and so simple? And of course, you've got this one. I'll talk about this one later on, more about, actually, you'll have this one, but this one, but this one. So this is the mother and this one. It's, I've realized that everything we do is all about this. It's all about the mindset. I'm originally, I was born from Africa, but I'm an American now. I live here. Um, I've never worked for anybody in my whole entire life. I know this sounds funny. And that's why it's good to see those ladies, entrepreneurs, they're talking about mentorship. I said, yes, that's it. That's it. That's it. You know, because without a mentor, somebody who can, a mentor is not that, it's not just somebody who will give you new ideas, but somebody you can express your emotion to, somebody you can express your idea to, because most people will not understand you. Don't expect to be understood by everyone. You need somebody that can see value in you and value your dreams and value your vision. Some of you go around and just talk to everybody. Before you know, they will stop the fire burning because they don't understand. Most people are not creators.
Yeah.
I'll tell you an example. The first time I wanted to, my first business I did, you can look up CNN News, Gershom Sikal. I invented a bike out of bamboo. Everyone else was saying, why do you want to work with bamboo? Why not just aeroplane and others? Guess what? It is the first bicycle made out of bamboo in the world, the modern one. It was on CNN News, BBC News. I created over 200 workers. It was not just Africans. I created workers for the Canadians, Americans, Africans, everyone. You know, it's just amazing, the ideas. But I can tell you that 90% of the people I was talking to, especially my fellow African people, they said it can't happen because maybe you need somebody else behind you or what. No, your mind is everything. Here's the problem with the mind. If you look at everything as a color, if you look at everything as your environment, if you look at everything of where you're coming from or which family you have born, we all have emotions and problems. Like I said, what you have to understand is you can't change your past seasons. You cannot change your past, but you can change your today. You can literally change today by changing that mind. I believed it with all my heart that this will be revolutionary. Guess what? It was revolutionary. I even ended up meeting Oprah Winfrey, and I talked to her. Oprah said, I know who you are. I read about your story on CNN, and me and Oprah, we talked for, it was amazing. I said, this is Oprah Winfrey. I used to watch her when I was a little kid, and now there she is. She has my attention. Literally, she did not want to let me go. She was just saying, I really appreciate that I've met you. Me, I'm the one who was looking forward to meet her, but said she was excited. I said, woo, let me tell you, you cannot be wealthy by being a waiter or by working for someone. It's only when you start inventing something, you have to do something. If you don't do something, you can never go far. And you know why? There are wealthy people and rich people. The reason there is a gap, it's because not everyone can become wealthy. Not everyone can become rich. Only those that risk to step out. I can tell you this opportunity to be on. By the way, I wanna thank the Los Angeles Tribune and also my friend there who is the host. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. But I can say maybe they may have offered these opportunities to other people. Most of the people will not jump on an opportunity. Poor people always complain. Poor people always give excuses. Poor people are always looking for who's gonna scam them, who's gonna lip the money. Rich people, they look about, let me take this chance to increase my wealth. Let me take this chance to invest. Let me take this. So I've realized that the mind of the poor is always complaining. It's either you're gonna judge. You can judge your color all you want. You can judge It's not just Black people, over white people. 90% of the people are white. They say, why am I white? Why am I white? Forget about being white. Forget about being Black. What value can you bring into this world? You have something in you. And you know what? It's all in the mind. Yeah. If you can just make that decision. Many people can say, I can. Stop saying I can. Just do it.
Yes,
that's
do it.
These ladies like Miss Woods and Kay, they just do it. Just
and what a message too.
Do
right?
it
We
scared.
heard this morning about action. We heard this morning about mindset, about deservability, and how you navigate in the world. Like your mindset really does drive everything that you do, and it can be easier, right? Not easy, easier to look at where you're at now or what you.
Oh no.
All right. Anyway, yeah. So
cut off.
That's okay. She'll be on. So there's another lady. Her name is Carla. She will join me. Carla, her story is very important while we're waiting. The story is very interesting. When I started mentoring her, she's half Black and half Spanish. When I started mentoring her, I said to her, if you want to be successful, you need to quit your job. And she was very successful working in the bank, Wells Fargo. Very successful, worked for a long time. Then I said, you are very smart on business. You are very smart on mortgage. You are very smart on this. I think if you can, let's start with step one. You have to, let's plan how you can quit your job. Let's plan. Sometimes people just want to quit. No, plan how to quit your job. You have another job. So I planned out with her, and she quit the job and she started her own company. Now she has her own workers in San Francisco, and she drives. One day she video called me. She said, look, I just bought a car, $100,000 car. This is the car of my dream. I said, yes. Our job couldn't give her the car. There is always fear. Fear. Even wealthy people are afraid. So, fear doesn't really go away. Confidence is something you need to keep improving and working on. Some people tell you like, oh, I'm not afraid anymore. I can do it. No. We all reach at the place of fear. For example, when you were only having $100, you're afraid to lose $100. You have $1,000, you'll be afraid to lose $100,000. You make $1 million, you'll be afraid of. Now you'll be afraid of, how can I keep my millions, and how can I? There's always fear around everything, and fear is in different levels. There are certain things you overcome. You're not afraid of those things anymore. So,
yes.
But the secret to this is knowing yourself. Once you begin to understand who you are, that you have come this far, you can go that far. And you always need to work on yourself. And also decision making. Some of the decision making is you have to quit interacting to certain people. That doesn't matter if they are your relatives, your classmates, or you are born in the same country or in the same city. If they're not adding value to you, you need to minimize the friendship. You need to look for different relationships that can add your worth. Because if you keep around the same people, look at your last 5 years, it will be the same 5 years. Look at your last 3 years, it will be the same 3 years. This is how you improve. You start making those little changes. And the other changes is that begin to trust yourself.
That part. Say that please one more time for people.
Begin to trust yourself. Don't go like, I don't trust in myself. I cannot do this. How do you expect people to invest in you if yourself you don't trust in yourself?
Right. It's not
a building. It's not a registration. The greatest company is your mind,
Yes.
your body. You are the greatest company.
I would love for someone to put that in the chat. The greatest company is your mind, and to trust yourself. I mean, this has been such a dynamic conversation. And Dr. Gershom, you hit on so many aspects, but that mindset is key because it impacts everything that we do. And Dee, your work, you were in For Colored Girls, nominated for 7 Tony Awards, and it was all about the journey back to self. It was, going through the journey of healing, of understanding, so you could get to the journey back to yourself. And Pray explores that. Would love for each of you to share some closing remarks about just your experiences and what leadership means to you, especially at this point in this place in your life. It has been so great hearing from you all and hearing the role that mentorship plays. And also the flip side of it, understanding that not everyone is a mentor, that your ideas are sacred, that you are important. So your ideas are important, but also to be cognizant of the space that you're occupying with other people in your life so that you can protect your essence of who you are. So Kay, would love to go to you first, and then Dee and then Dr. Gershom for closing remarks.
I think what makes a great leader to me is someone who has defined their values, their moral values, they've stuck to them, and then they're consistent. Because wherever you are, as long as you are rooted in your values, the consistency is going to be the same. Your choices are going to be the same. Your results are going to probably be the same. So that's what I think a leader is. It's just someone who knows their values and sticks to them, and then you just simply show up. On the other hand, I do think, mentorship is so important. I think it's important to have mentors younger than you. I think it's important to have mentors older than you. As you age, we do get wiser, but we also, things are starting to happen behind you. So you do have to catch up a little behind you as well. So I do think it's good to have a range of people around you from like different backgrounds, with a higher education, maybe not a higher education, maybe someone who just simply graduated, got their GED, and then started becoming an entrepreneur that way. So I do think that with variety comes so much more empowerment and choice. And I think choice is the best thing that you can give yourself. I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name, Dr. Gershom. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
You mentioned how you don't train your clients on, you don't mentor your clients on what to do, but how to think. And I think that's so important. Is you don't want to give people tools that if you're not there, they don't know how to use them. You always want to empower your mentors or your mentees, to choose for themselves, because when you choose, that's when you learn how to trust yourself. That's when you learn your morals and your values and who you are. You learn from your choice, not from what you think you're supposed to do or what you have to do, or extracting the ability to choose. We always have a choice, whether there's consequences or not. So I think that's a big part of being a leadership, is empowering those to choose and sticking in your morals and values. And that's me, y'all. I'm AKA.
All right, it's my turn. Okay, so
Sure.
well, ditto to a lot of the things AKA just said. With leadership and mentorship, I think it's definitely important to always leave yourself open to educating yourself, learning something new, because if you think you know it all, you can't learn, you can't help anyone. You're not ready to receive any new information. And, more than likely, you only want to hear your own ideas, your own thoughts in the room, and you don't really know how to mentor or help a specific person, because everybody's situation and all the different circumstances, are different. So I always love, and I think I can't even help myself sometimes. And I've done this to you, Alicia, a few times, where I'll meet a young person or somebody who I know just graduated, they're going to Columbia. It's like, I know someone who you can call. I know someone, I don't know anything about that, but I know someone who you can call who knows about that. And I love connecting people and just seeing, great minds come together, being collaborative, in the spaces that we work. myself and AKA being an artist, being collaborative, and having that humility to learn from someone else, to hear someone else's ideas, to see someone else's greatness, to see someone else's value and worth, and not become insecure or threatened or feel like it's a competition. It's like, well, you're really good at that, and I'm really good at what I do too. And I think, hey, let's do your idea. You know what I mean? Like, I like that. Well, let's figure out how we can mix it together and just really being like fluid and flexible. I think that's a big part of having skills in leadership, and knowing how to follow other people's lead as well, and knowing enough about all the little jobs, people who are, on set, or people who working in the mailroom, people who are custodians. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has some value to bring to a situation. And just because you may have the title of CEO or principal actor or whatever, doesn't mean that you can't learn from someone coming behind you, like AKA said, like a young person, like a 2-year-old. I learn stuff from my 4-year-old nephew all the time. I'm like, you know what, you are right, little boy. I'm gonna take notes.
Dee, I do want to interrupt.
You never know where you're gonna find a teacher, right? So,
Dee, I want to interrupt really quickly to give you your flowers. I just want to say, like, everything how I talked about as a leader, I feel like you embody that so well. During Pray, I just felt like we would be having conversations, and then suddenly the conversation turned into like a lesson, or like almost like a testimony, or like, not that you were preaching to me, but all of a sudden I just was like, oh my gosh, like, this is really such a great moment. And I'm so glad I got to have this with this person. And I grew up watching you and like singing along to your music videos, and like, just, oh my gosh, you're such a star in my eyes. And to see you so open and vulnerable and just human with me was just so beautiful. And I just love that you embody leadership in such a beautiful and natural way. So I just have to give you that before we close.
And you guys, I will need someone to mail you your books, both of you, D Woods and Kay.
I would love to read that.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
don't have to buy one. I want to mail it to you because you are incredible leaders,
Thank you.
Wow, that's so beautiful. And Dr. Gershon, we're actually not going to have you go through closing remarks, because I'd love to keep you on, because we have a lovely discussion with authors that is going to start right after this. But Dee Woods, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective. I mean, you have toured around the world. You worked with some of the greatest and guests. You are classically trained at NYU in the arts, and you are an advocate for just expression, right? And really, really a mentor to so many individuals. Thank you so much. And Kay, you were phenomenal in Pray, but just your openness to share and express how people have impacted you and have led you, but then how you share and open up with others is beautiful. I appreciate you, D Woods and Kay, for joining us today. We'll ask Dr. Gershon to stay on, and I would love to introduce some of our next guests, right? We're about to have a conversation that is all around authorship, right? Author learning and sharing, and leaving legacy through words, right? Like, books, once a book is published, the book is around, right? You have shared it with the world, and books can be heirlooms. There's so much, if books can take you on a journey through imagination, they can educate you, they can teach you something about yourself you didn't expect, they can teach you a skill set that you may not know you had, or you may not have understood how to find, and you can get that through books. So would love to bring on our guests, Rocio and Angel, who are a married couple and the co-authors of The Orchid, up to the stage. Hi, Angel. Hi, Rocio. We also have Wendy Blum-Weiss here, who is here with us. She is an author, but she's also a builder of communities through books, but through empowerment. We also have Jack Rasmussen. Jack, I hope I said that right, but please correct me if I did not. Who has traveled around the world and learned so much about life and shared his journey through books. And then we have the wonderful Nim Stant joining us as well. And Nim was the visionary behind the Impact Book Awards that took place in Phoenix, Arizona last month. She awarded Sharon Lecter with an award for Thick and Courage, Mark Victor Hansen so many individuals. Sean Kanan was there, but so many individuals who have worked so tirelessly through life, but have poured and shared their experiences with the world through books. And for you, Nim, to recognize individuals that share their experiences and their art through creativity is truly magnificent. So excited to bring you all together, because we have individuals that have written mindset books that are non-fictional. Then we have like Dr. Gershom and Wendy, and Jack to a certain extent. But then we have Angel, or Theo, and Jack, who have written books around finding self and spirituality and faith, but through kind of a fictional lens. So super, super excited for you all to be here. Would love for you all to take about 2 minutes to share more about who you are and kind of your journey into authorship. Starting with you, Wendy, and then we'll go to Angel and Rosia.
Okay, great. Well, it's an honor to be here. So thank you so much. And I would have never thought that I would be on this journey. It was the last thing that I would have ever thought about, is to become a published author. I was a mom, just working in a corporate career that had a major mindset shift. And when that happened, it happened through books, really, actually. And until you see somebody that is just a couple steps ahead, it's kind of like following Oprah's journey and think you're going to just, be able to have a talk show and you're going to be a talk show host. But I had met somebody that had written a book, and they reflected back to what's possible to anybody that really thinks about it, right? You don't know what you don't know. And so I had started, Alicia, you and I had talked about this journey. I was putting, as a side hustle, I was putting inspirational messages on t-shirts. And somebody told me that they bought all the different messages and they hung the t-shirts around their room so that they could read the messages, that they weren't actually wearing the shirts. And that's when I had the light bulb moment and said, well, why don't I just publish the messages that are on the shirts and make it into a book? And that's what happened. And that's how my journey into authorship happened. And to speed the clock up now to today, many books later, and really what I'm most passionate about these days are collaboration books, co-author books, bringing together community. I know you're talking a lot about that here, the LA Tribune, and that we are stronger and better and we are bolder when we're together. So that's the mission that I'm on. That's the movement that I'm part of right now, that everybody has a voice, everybody has a story, everybody has a message, and their story is really deserving to be told.
Yeah. So wonderful. And thank you for your share, Wendy, and particularly around collaboration books. I've heard you speak in the past about collaboration book is a great way to enter the world of authorship, but not feel like you're on the journey alone, right? To have individuals that can support you, and know a lot of the work that you do is around guiding individuals through that process so that people don't feel alone and they can go into a deep place within their heart to share what their story is. And bring that to the world. And Rocio and Angel, I know that with the Orchid, that is something that you all have gone through that journey, and you've gone through it together. So would love for you to share more about the Orchid, which is a fictional book about, I want to say, the journey back to self. It is so powerful, so poignant. I've read it. I've shared it with so many individuals because I just love the message and love that it's development, but masked through story, so you can kind of see parts of you, but not too much if you don't want to. So Rocio and Angel, would love for you to share more about the book, The Orchid, and what that journey was like, processing the information that ultimately went into the book and processing that together, because that's a kind of different and unique experience.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm so happy. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to meet everyone. So really, we don't have enough time, but I'm going to try to be super concise. We see, after going around the world and live in so many countries, we saw the necessity of portray positive messages to the TV. So we decided that was a necessity to help people to see another way of thinking. And for that reason, we were together to do a beautiful book that you can see another way of thinking. And then, of course, we want to develop that for a TV show.
Yeah, that's right. I would add that the book came after we both individually and then collectively went through a lot of introspection. And as we got rid of trauma and issues and all the baggage that we carried, or at least most of it, it feels like we've gotten rid of it. We uncovered this power. And I think Dr. Geshem spoke about that before, that energy that you have inside of you, the ability to turn your thoughts into actionable things around you. And the thing was, well, how do we share this with as many people as we can? And our best idea was to turn it into a story so that, we've been telling stories for millions of years. And if we can continue telling them, we will, and we can inject them with self-help tools, then how wonderful would it be for those stories to continue and in the process help people become better selves? And as we become better selves, then everything around us improves, right? The relationships we're in, the companies we start, the books we do, the television programs that we produce, all becomes so grounded in positivity and love, which is ultimately what we're all aiming for.
That has definitely been a theme today, a fabric of day 6 is that journey to self. And as you can become a better self for self, then you can show up differently in the world. And, the orchid, the secret code of modern goddesses, right? It's such a title, but love that, as the book has been out, that you've been traveling around the country, speaking to young girls, but speaking to their parents, right? Having conversations with people that are impactful and meaningful to their life through the book. But really a conversation that is moving the needle in terms of growth and development. And in terms of relationships between and amongst individuals, also through the book, which is so beautiful to see. Jack, someone is getting a phone call, it sounds like. Jack would love, so I know that I think it's Dr. Gershon. Jack, know that you've written a book. It's kind of in the restaurant food space, but you also journeyed around the world. You went to different countries on a journey of self, and it ultimately led you to writing your latest book. Can you please share a little bit more about your experiences and your journey, and why it was important for you to write the yin yang?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. I really enjoyed hearing about the orchid. It actually connects very much to my experience, and I do like the idea of a flower kind of blooming. My first book is called Fine Dining, and I wrote that in Los Angeles. I actually went to USC, so during my senior year, I wrote that, and then I went to Asia, and I was teaching English in Taiwan, off the coast of Taiwan, on an archipelago called Penghu, and I was in Megong County, basically the economical center of the archipelago. So it's mostly fishermen based, and they catch a lot of fish there. So it was a very interesting experience. I ate a lot of fish, and it was very challenging to learn Mandarin, but I'm still learning, but I got a basic hold of it. But I decided to delve into religion while I was there. I was actually baptized as a Christian in 2021, and I've always been interested in religion. And I had a lot of time to myself while I was there. So I was reading the Bible. I wanted to finish the New Testament. So I read a lot of the New Testament. I didn't finish it. But then I wanted to dive into other religious texts and sort of compare and contrast different ideas. And one text I started to read is called the Tao Te Ching, which is a central religious text for Taoism. And the symbol for Taoism is called the yin yang symbol. So I decided to write a book centered on the yin yang symbol, and it's called Yin Yang, the elusive symbol that explains the world. And I wrote it while in Taiwan, kind of speaking about my own experience from going to completely non-religious lifestyle to a religious lifestyle, and how that transformation has really helped me become a better version of myself, and also have better relationships, be a better leader to my friends, and be a better teacher. And I'm excited to continue to learn about religion and how that impacts us and makes us better human beings.
Wow. That's so wonderful. And maybe you all that are tuning in on catching up on a theme here, but every individual here has written books that are ultimately about going inside, about going on a journey of self, and about thinking about mindset. Like the Wendy, your recent co-collaboration book, Impact Entrepreneur, just came out recently, but it's about the entrepreneurs going inside. And Nim, you wrote Go All In, right? You wrote Go All In, and would love for you to share more about the message of Go All In. And then ultimately how going through the experience of going all in and becoming an author kind of inspired you and pushed you to create the Impact Book Awards, which is truly recognizing the work of authors across different industries and different genres, but it's recognizing the process and experience that it takes to become an author, and then truly celebrating and honoring the work of authors.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, first of all, congratulations, Los Angeles Tribune. I'm honored you. I'm so thankful for the relationship, the friendship we have, and creating a wonderful platform for authors, a leader, a listener in this space. I know that the work is not very easy. You guys work days and nights, and I want to recognize that. And I also want to say I'm so happy to see Jack. I'm so happy to see Dr. Gershom. Like this is my I know you guys, and I'm so happy to see Wendy. And how do you say your name, Rachel? Right? And Angel. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong.
Don't worry.
Yeah, my story. I'm gonna be very short. So I came from the third world country of Thailand. When I first moved to the U.S., I only have $300 in my account. I have no English, no money, no connection. And I started to read books from Brian Tracy, Eat That Frog. And everyone, you need to read that book, Eat That Frog. It is very important. It's changed my life. Talk about procrastination, overcome the procrastination. And that book has turned into the action step for me. And that's how Go All In coming from. Go All In is a strategy of, it's not a marathon, it's a sprint. So you focus for something that you want to achieve in a short period of time, and you just go all in, you take 100% action, 100% focus. And then once you get to the finish line, you release it and you continue to live your life, or maybe you jump onto the next project, something like that. So I wrote the book Go All In. It has turned into Go All In Stage festival that a lot of authors and speakers came to our stage and shared their book, shared their message. It's turned into a Go All In TV, air on ABC 15. It's turned into a whole community, a whole movement, a whole platform. And it has turned into almost $1 million in revenue. And then I continue to share the journey to authors of how you can turn your book into multiple stream of income. It doesn't have to be just we sell the copy of the book. And this is very important because once, I always said, the more people you help, the more money you will make. Author doesn't have to struggle. Author doesn't have to sell one copy of the book, each time. We can create a platform to promote the book in a different way. And that's what I have fun doing it. And it's turned into another passion of mine, which is I want to recognize authors, because we have Grammy Award, we have, all kind of award for artists, for singer, for actors. What about author? So I look around and I saw the opportunities that I can be the multiplier for the higher power, for God, for the universe. And I believe 100% that I am the instrument of God. So we expand the idea, we create the organization, and we reach out to authors, publish authors, and we go through reviewing the process, and we feature authors on our platform. And Los Angeles Tribune came to support us for our award gala last month in March. And we have Sharon Letter there, Mark Victor Hansen, Sean Cannon, Terry Olet from ABC 15. We have a lot of successful entrepreneurs and authors at our event. And for me, at that moment, I feel like my mission is accomplished. I'm only a small, tiny instrument of God that I can help authors spread the word. So that's my honor.
That is so beautiful. An instrument to spread the word. Wendy, you're doing that with the community that you are curating. You and Patricia, your partner, Patricia Wooster, that are curating through your collaborations books and through helping people to push through that barrier. And Jack, your journey to self, and Angel and Rocio, helping people find a bit of themselves through the book. But if it's too much, because taking that mirror and looking within can be very, very difficult to navigate. But creating it and positioning the information in a way that also is enjoyable, because it's fictional. You can kind of get lost into the characters like you would in a show. And I love that faith has played such a role in so many of your experiences, no matter where the faith is based, but ultimately that understanding. And Rocio and Angel, you teach about so many personal development perspectives. I remember when I was first reading the beginning of the book, and you're going to the orchid and you can't have your phone, and I go, oh, is this Vipassana? Like, is this from Vipassana? Right? But there are so many modalities that you touch upon. And Dr. Gershom, you mentioned your book Breakthrough earlier, and how you inspired so many individuals that are entertainers in this world that people look up to. So when people are being looked up to, it's important for them to have the mindsets, right, for them to lead a life in a way that people that are looking up to can understand. I know that we do have Carla was here, and I think she dropped off. I wanted to bring her up, Dr. Gershom, so you could talk about the work.
She's coming on. I think it's a good let me just text her to be on.
Okay. Let's text her. And then we also have Carl. Would love to bring Carl to the stage, who's also another author.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a little bit about what Nima said about the importance of books. One of the reasons why I started writing books, it's because I saw the missing information in certain books. For example, we talk about the mindset. Not everyone has got the ability to change. There is a spiritual aspect of it. There are certain energies that block people from not having that an open mind. So I wrote a book called Healing Your Own Soul. It's a journey where it helps you to be healed from your past so that you can understand yourself and understand business. Because, as I've worked with celebrities, some of the big names I've worked and some big names I'm still working with, I cannot mention them. We are able to mention Chadwick Boseman because it's a public knowledge. But most of the people I work with is. So anyway, what I'm saying is, it's only a book that can enter in places where nobody else. A book is like a spider. It can easily go into palaces, And some of the speaking opportunities I have, and I'm very booked on speaking, it's people said, I read your book. Even when I was at your event, I sat with one lady on the table. She said, are you Dr. Gershom? She said, are you the author of the Breakthrough Thinking book? I think Carla, she's on now.
Okay.
Yeah. I said, yes. He says, why are you not on the stage to speak? I said, no, today I'm receiving an award. It's not. He said, you changed my life. I was an atheist. I was thinking this and that and that. Now I found God, and now I'm even successful because of your book. She was taking so many pictures, and I was just like, it's fine. Her name was Ginger. I don't know if you saw Ginger. She's from Texas. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's beautiful how books can change your life, right? Like reading one page on one book can shift and change your trajectory and your perspective. And we have Carl Freiberg, I hope I said your last name right, joining us, who's also an author. And Carl, you went through an accident. You went through an accident right before COVID, a physical accident, and it shifted things for you. And you started pouring your experiences, your perspectives into books. Can you please share just a little bit more about your work and why you moved into the world and realm of authorship?
Absolutely. I'd love to just start by thanking you, Alicia, for believing in me and bringing me onto this amazing opportunity to share with everybody. And of course, thank you, the beautiful Wendy Bloom Weiss, because our paths would not have crossed if Wendy didn't put on that amazing event a week ago where you and I had a chance to meet.
Unleash your superpower.
I literally said, so what do I have to do to get on this show? And you said, here you are. So here I am. Yeah. So, active neighborly love, good human kindness. I went to trim a big old half-dead giant oak branch off of a neighbor's tree because they were scared to cut it down. And as a result, the first book that I wrote, A Limb for a Limb, was written as a result of losing my great toe on my right foot, my big toe. Literally life changed in the blink of an eye. September of 2019. It took me approximately 4 months to get to the point that I was even any kind of capable of going back to work or making money. And of course, that was January of 2020. And we don't need to discuss what happened in January of 2020. So that's kind of how my journey began into authorship. It was as a result of laying around on my couch for 4 months, recovering, trying to figure out what I was going to do to make a living. Because as an entrepreneur, as many of us know, when something happens to you, your income stops. And I made myself a promise that would never happen again. So that's kind of how my journey began.
Yeah. And you've written a number of different books, Carl. And what's remarkable about the books that you've written is you wrote Limb for a Limb, but then you also wrote a book about what happens when you have been held back. And you're trying to create an action plan of what is next. And, we're here at LA Leadership Week, and, we're talking about books, we're talking to authors and why, but, a theme of leadership that we've heard day in and day out during our leadership week is mindset. It is creativity. It is having faith in yourself. I don't know what else can be more an essence of faith than taking the thoughts that are near and dear to your heart and sharing them with the world, right? Taking a thought, a theme, a perspective that you have and sharing it to the world. But it's a deep-seated rooted knowledge that your voice matters. And, I think Dr. Gershom was talking earlier about trust, but your voice matters, your perspective matters. And so we appreciate all of the work that you all have been doing to share your art with the world, because it's important. And it's also a reminder to individuals how important each and every single collective or voice matters, right? And it helps with the collective, right? Because you're sharing your thoughts, your perspective, your experiences, and bringing that back. We have our CEO, Mo Rock, who has joined us for this conversation about books. We at the Los Angeles Tribune love books. We have a publishing house. We have our Los Angeles Tribune bestseller list. Mo, would love to go to you and hear some of your thoughts and
Well, I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm thankful to be here, and I just wanted to chime in and thank all of our lovely contributors on this panel for taking time out of their busy schedule to contribute to an international audience. The premise of this program is education for the general public and access to thought leaders that they usually don't have access to. So wherever from the world you're tuning in from, these are thought leaders that have contributed to a conversation. And let's bring Dr. Gershom as well back on. And I want to thank you as well, Dr. Gershom, because all of the thought leaders on the screen and all of the 200 plus thought leaders part of this program are contributing. The idea behind this is to provide an educational platform where there's no barrier of entry. And thanks to the technology that we now have in today's world, you could be in any part of the world and this program can be translated for you instantly. And so we have people tuning in from Kenya. We have people tuning in from Turkey. We have people tuning in from everywhere. And we want to thank all of our thought leaders here as we segue into the next segment again. We'll be back in 1 minute. And Alicia, I want to thank you for doing such a great job. And I want to thank all of the panelists here. We'll be back in 1 minute. for aspiring authors. I love it. Absolutely. That's a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book. So for aspiring authors, Mark and Crystal, or for individuals that are looking to get their book recognized, what is the significance of being a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author?
Well, there's only 2 lists left. It breaks my heart because the industry has been so good to me for 50 years. But USA Today is their book list, which I had 15 of the top 50 books at one time. And Maya Angelou, who you mentioned earlier, said, "Boy, you're hogging the list." I said, "No, we just sell more books than anybody alive." So they're gone. And then Wall Street Journal is gone. So you're number 2 after New York Times. And I predict, as I have to you personally, Mo, because you and I are dear, great friends, that you will become the number 1 book list in the world because you're playing literally a world game. And we're just so thankful and touched that we made it to the top of your list.
Thank you, Mark. Love you. I appreciate you. Ms. Crystal, please.
No, what an honor. I mean, Mark's right. I just say ditto to everything he just said, because sadly, all of these important lists are disappearing. And the lists are important because people are looking for that recommendation. They're looking for the books that people are really loving, that are really, you know, changing lives, impacting lives, or just even entertaining people, that are just really good writing. So I am so thankful for this list, Mo, because I think Mark is spot on. You guys you are becoming the most, well, New York Times and you. I mean, it's all gone away, Wall Street Journal, everything. So congratulations to you for really making that a priority, because reading literature, books are so important. Books change the world.
And of course, I want to thank my dear friend, Mark Victor Hansen and Crystal Dwyer Hansen, 2 friends to the LA Tribune, but really, quite frankly, friends to the world. When you examine the impact that Mark Victor Hansen and his colleagues have made with the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, there's a few folks that I don't classify as simply being authors. There's a few folks that I classify as being industrialists. An example of that was who we had open up the program today with us, Sharon Lecter. What the Rich Dad, Poor Dad movement essentially did was it birthed an entire industry of autodidactic financial literacy. And so when we examine the great American industrialists, the Andrew Carnegies, the Henry Fords, these are individuals that sometimes when we have them in our presence while they're still with us, we take them for granted because sometimes it takes years for history to actually find the role and find the place of people. And so with the modern day personal development industry, Mark Victor Hansen is somebody that is an American industrialist, and to have him a part of this program and to have him endorse our list is very humbling. Sharon Lecter is a modern day American industrialist. And so I'm so honored to be able to share the stage with such incredible people. And Alicia, thank you for doing such a great job with that panel. And we're going to continue to bring excellence here for our international audience. But before we do that, I want to just hear some thoughts, and I want to welcome back Rachel Weaver to the stage as well. Some thoughts, and we want to do a quick check-in with our co-hosts and co-producers here, starting with Jim Miller, please.
Well, it's amazing because I was just on the phone with a triple award-winning author who is interested in bringing her brand and bringing her book worldwide that she hasn't been able to do, and she's looking to us to be that platform because she recognized. What's that?
I said thank you. Yes, thank you for that. And real quickly, Parisa Rose, before we go into our next guest, which I'm very excited about. Parisa.
You know, there's been such rich information shared today. And just like Sharon Lecter said this morning, opening up, that don't just take in the information, put it into action.
Absolutely. So a lot of times people ask me, and my colleagues here on stage know that this is to be true. When people ask, well, Mo, what is it that you do at the LA Tribune? On paper, you're the CEO, but what is it that you really do? I tell people I am really the evangelist of the company, not the CEO. I'm the evangelist. And that idea, that concept, that principle of being an evangelist was something that I learned from our next guest. About a decade ago, I came across his work, and I didn't even know what it meant to be a chief evangelist at the time. And I heard him speak about his role with a small company. I don't know if some people here in our virtual auditorium have heard of it. I think it's called Apple. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's a small startup from Silicon Valley called Apple. And the next gentleman that we have the pleasure of spending some time with also recently made our bestseller list. So we want to congratulate him. His latest book, as of today, is actually a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book, highly recommended by us, by our editorial team. And with that, Alicia and I, along with Rachel and our colleagues will be joining us later, are excited to bring to the stage none other, and he's a living legend for the folks that know. You know, it's like those that know. Mr. Guy Kawasaki, we want to welcome you, sir, to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. I want to thank you.
Oh, my God. Thank you, Mo. I mean, you know there was Jesus before me, right? There's a 2,000-year gap, but yeah.
Well, Guy, I just want to welcome you. First of all, personally, it's an honor for me to have a chance to interact with you. I've been a student of yours for about 12 or 13 years. It started with the book, The Enchantment was actually my first book. And of course, I watched the Art of the Start program you did like 12, 13 years ago. And I just learned so much from you. And it's a pleasure to spend some time with you on the air. Let's start here. Because I love the idea, Guy, of being a chief evangelist. And yet, I think you're probably the most famous, quote-unquote, chief evangelist in the world. I still don't hear a lot of people talking about why it's important to be an evangelist. And let's start with this concept, first of all, because I know there's people in the audience asking the question, what the hell is a chief evangelist? So,
well, evangelism comes from a Greek word meaning bringing the good news. So a chief evangelist is the person for an organization whose job it is to bring the good news. I brought the good news of Apple and Macintosh. I am bringing the good news of Canva today. And clearly you're the chief evangelist of the Los Angeles Tribune. So the good news of Macintosh was that it would make people more creative and productive. And the good news of Canva is that it makes people better communicators because it has democratized design. And so that's what a chief evangelist does. You can think of it as the purest form of sales. It differs from traditional sales because an evangelist has the other person's best interests at heart, not just his or hers. So when I evangelize to you to use Canva or to use an Apple computer or to read my book, I seriously, honestly have your best interest at heart too. It's not just about me.
That is so powerful. And by the way, Guy, I first heard about this startup called Canva like almost 10 years ago from you speaking about it before it became the phenomenon that it is today. And so that's incredible. Now, there's a lot of people watching this that are entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs by their very nature need to wear multiple hats, right? Sometimes you're the CMO, sometimes you're the COO, sometimes, God forbid, you have to be the HR, right? But this concept for a lot of folks is still a new concept. So for those that are watching as entrepreneurs, what's an example of them adding the chief evangelist hat to the multiple hats that they already have? Because like I said, it's still a new and underappreciated concept. Please, Guy.
Sure. So the chief evangelist or CEO has to go out and spread the good news basically in everything he or she does. So that could be a sales call. That could be recruiting. That could be an internal company meeting. That could be with analysts. That could be with venture capitalists. I mean, it's to sell people on your dream, not just this physical product, not just this website, but what's the dream that your company, your organization personifies? So the dream for Canva was that everybody could make their own beautiful graphics. That's the dream. And then if you buy into that dream that lots of people would like to do that, that's a good thing for the world to have. then it's a no-brainer to start using Canva.
Absolutely. And I want to transition now that we understand this concept of an evangelist, because we have limited time with Mr. Guy Kawasaki. So we want to maximize the opportunity to pick his brain for our audience here. We all know that you worked, of course, with Steve Jobs. And I remember years ago, I watched a presentation. I don't know I think it was like 8 things I learned from Steve Jobs, 9 things I learned from Steve Jobs. I watched it years and years ago. And so what is one thing that, since you've given that presentation or since you've now had time to process your experience with Steve, what is one thing that sticks out that, years later, you're like, wow, I'm really grateful for the time I had with Steve Jobs, because this one thing has really helped me out so much in my life and career? Please, Guy.
Well, the one thing that I learned from Steve Jobs that I think may be the most important is that there is enough people in the world who appreciate good design and good user interface. And it may not be everybody. In fact, I can tell you it's not everybody, but enough people care about design and interface where it can be a strategic weapon and a strategic strength. And if you look at all the products out there in the world, I mean, don't you often find yourself wishing, I wish Apple would make one of these things, because the interface, the interaction with these products is such crap, such frustration. A very good example would be digital cameras. I mean, when you look at these digital cameras and you look at their menu structures, it's as if like Hitoshi and Hiromi in Japan, they like sat there with their little white little gloves and they're designing this menu structure in the least logical way you could possibly do it. And they don't understand that, when you're using your camera, you're out there and it's raining and the wind is blowing and there's not good light. And, the shot is coming right now. And it's like, which freaking menu is that thing in? And, oh my God, give me a break, Hitoshi. Get out there and use your camera.
Absolutely. And we just did a substitution. We substituted Rachel for Parissa here. We'll bring Rachel back in the 4th quarter. Parissa, do you have a question for Mr. Guy Kawasaki while I step away and have you and Alicia spend the next few minutes with him before I return for closing? Parissa, please.
I do. Thank you, Mo. And hello, Guy. Good to meet you here and spend a few moments with you. So I do have a question for you. What would be your advice for people trying to spread novel ideas and possibly how to create community around them, but mainly how to spread novel ideas in today's social media and marketing kind of environment?
I think it's very difficult to stand out in today's social media and marketing environment. I mean, I'm a person with millions of followers, and I wish I could tell you that when I tell my millions of followers to go buy my book, like bada bing, bada bang, there's a million sales, right? It just doesn't happen now. Maybe it's because I'm not 21 years old and, really cute, but I'm telling you, social media ain't what it used to be. So I think the starting point is a great product. I mean, can I swear on this show or not?
Share your thoughts.
Okay, so I listen, this is called Guy's Golden Touch. And Guy's Golden Touch is not that whatever I touch turns to gold. Guy's Golden Touch is whatever is gold, Guy touches. So if you want to be successful in marketing and sales and evangelism, create, affiliate, find, invent, whatever, something that's great. I mean, then it's easy. But I learned long ago that it's really easy to evangelize something great, and it's really hard to evangelize shit. So don't affiliate with shit. What? Oh my God. Drop the mic. I mean, and now, if you think about that for a second, you may say, well, the Guy, that's a duhism. No one goes out and knowingly associates with crap. But I mean, it's hard to conclude that people don't do that when you look at what they affiliate with. So, make or invent or create something great, and everything else flows from that.
So good. Thank you for that. That was so rich. Oh, I love that. Thank you.
That was so powerful. And earlier today, Guy, we were talking with Michelle Donsinghani, who's the co-founder of VC Unleashed. And the story of Melanie Perkins actually came up at the end of that segment. She didn't know that you were joining today, but was talking about the journey of being a founder and being a woman and what it's like to actually get access to capital. And it's one thing to have an idea. It's another team to find individuals to believe in your idea, but then it takes it to the whole other level when you have someone like you were an evangelist who's actually sharing the message. Because a lot of people came back and said, wow, I use Canva every day. It made my life so much easier. You have been an evangelist in the technology space, an advocate for people doing things that are different, but for design. But you also are an individual that interviews, right? You had your podcast for a long time, and you gleaned lessons learned from the podcast, and you wrote your book, Think Remarkable: 9 Paths to Transform Your Life and Make a Difference. It has been selected as a Los Angeles Tribune book. Here it is, Think Remarkable, right here. But you talk about the journey of growth, grit, and grace. And would love for you to share more about those experiences of growth, grit, and grace, and touch high level on kind of the 10 principles that you break down in your book through your
Sure.
interviews and anecdotes with the individuals you have interviewed, and also your own personal thoughts.
So listen, I have this podcast called Remarkable People. Now it's called Remarkable People, not rich people or famous people. It's remarkable people. And I have had this podcast for about 5 years. So that means about 250 people. That's 250 hours and about 5,000 pages of transcripts. And my co-author and producer, Madison Neismer, and I, we figured out that no one's going to listen to 250 hours or read 5,000 pages of transcripts. So we brought all that inspiration and information down to about 170 pages that you can read in 8 hours. And it's very important to me that, when I die, people will say of me that I helped them make a difference. And my podcast and my writing and my speaking and my advising, my investing, all of that, I want them to think that I helped them make a difference. And I didn't anticipate this when I started the podcast, but there is so much goodness in these interviews that I wanted to bring it to light. And writing a book was the best way to do it. And then, and then I met Alicia, and the skies, the clouds parted, and the scales were removed from my eyes, and I discovered the Los Angeles Tribune, and the rest is history. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for that share, and for sharing too that everyone is remarkable, right? I think that's important to think about, especially when we speak to.
Let me
leaders,
address
right?
that specifically. Okay. When I say be remarkable, I don't mean you have to be Jane Goodall or Steve Jobs or a billionaire. Well, especially a billionaire. I'd say a billionaire is negatively correlated with being remarkable. But anyway, that's a side trip we can take another time. So being remarkable means that you make a difference. It could be to a classroom, a team. It could be you help clean up a stream. It could be you help clean up your own life. So that's the test for remarkability. And I want people to understand that. And one of the things that I've learned, I'm 70 years old now. One of the things I figured out at about 20 years ago is that everybody you meet can do something better than you, right? And it may be someone can surf better than you. They can make tacos better than you. They can knit better than you. They can take pictures better than you. They can write better than you. They can sing better than you. So, if you're like smug as a bug in a rug and you think you're the top of the world because, you're a hedge fund manager or something and you're worth $1 billion, I'm telling you that flight attendant you just yelled at could probably kick your ass in some way. So, you should not be so damn smug about how you're God's gift to mankind. You need to be humble and appreciate that everybody you meet can do something better than you.
Wow, that's a powerful message. And when you think about leadership and leaders, everyone in their own lives is a leader, and everyone is unique and special. We had an author earlier that had an Unleash Your Superpower event recently, but it's all about unleashing all that you are within, and love that you speak about that and you share principles around that. And then, in your book as well, I love that you bring that perspective of design to the book. Like, your book has pictures, it has bullet points, it has headers, it is very clear. And, you can see that kind of a level of simplicity for the experience of the reader is key. I know that we have Rachel here, and Ava V. Manuel, our editor-in-chief, has joined us. But, Guy, the way that you have influenced and impacted individuals to think differently and think simplicity is key, right? Because I think sometimes you overcomplicate things, but all of the organizations that you've worked with, how you've laid out your book, it's all about going back to simple. You don't have to overcomplicate everything. And I think that's a huge lesson or a theme for people to really understand about and how that impacts their lives. Would love to go to Ava.
Well, I mean,
thank you so much, Alicia. And
you.
Guy, it's a pleasure to meet you despite, just being on screen right now. We are absolutely thrilled in the editorial team of the Los Angeles Tribune, on behalf of the editorial team. We were very, very excited to really dig onto your book when Alicia brought it back. And we're excited to declare that it's an official Los Angeles Tribune bestseller as declared by the Los Angeles Tribune editorial team. So thank you for putting together such a powerful book that, how do you glean from 40 years of knowledge from interviews and the different people that you've been with and interacted with, if not for the generosity that you put together on this book. So thank you, Guy.
Oh, it is I who should thank you. And it's really gratifying to hear such positivity about my book, because a book is really, truly a labor of love. And, it's one of those things that you leave behind you that is evidence of your impact on the world, for better or for worse sometimes. But yeah, that's writing a book is a beautiful thing. It's a very hard thing, but it's a beautiful thing.
Incredible. And we have about 5 minutes left here with Guy Kawasaki, who, of course, as of this moment, in addition to all of his remarkable accolades that he's had for all of his contributions, is now also a Los Angeles Tribune bestselling author. And just in the few short minutes that we have with you, Guy, and by the way, again, for our audience, the gentleman on the screen has been a mentor of mine from afar, although we've never met. I've studied his books, I've watched his programs, I've listened to his speeches for years, and I've implanted in my subconscious mind the ideas of Guy Kawasaki. So in my gray matter, there's a lot of Guy Kawasaki principles floating around. And I wanted to thank you for sharing your wisdom with the world. I have a question, Guy, in closing as we wrap up our segment with you, and that's the idea of sharing positive news. You alluded earlier in our conversation that the role of a chief evangelist is to share positive news with the world. Well, incidentally enough, the work of the Los Angeles Tribune is also to share positive news with the world. In fact, what studies tell us is that for every one piece of news that is negative or problem-orientated, or for every one piece that is solutions-based, there are 17 that are problem-based. So for every one piece of positive news, there's at least 17 pieces of negative news. The work we're doing with the Leadership Week is an example of bringing solutions to the world, not problems. So how important is it, Guy, to continue to be the spreader of good news? How important is it to continue to share leadership principles and the work that we're doing at the Tribune for the world, please?
Well, at a very basic level, it's just good marketing, because it is so easy to find negative news. Negative news finds you. You don't have to do anything, right? And I actually don't believe the 17-1 number. I think it's much higher than that, but we can debate that, right? So in this world of pessimism and negativity and evil and, all the bad stuff, it's good to have some place that you can say, I can go there safely and I won't be pissed off and up all night because I read something there. I think that is a niche you can own. And the Washington Post has this thing about, there's a newsletter where it's only good news, right? And so I think you see something there. And I'll tell you one last story. So when I went back to Apple, that was when Apple was supposed to die. And, Michael Dell was saying Apple should give back the cash to its shareholders and close up shop because there's no way Apple's ever going to succeed. So I went back to Apple as Apple's chief evangelist, and I started an email list. And this email list was called Evangelist. I thought I was really clever to figure that out. Anyway, the Evangelist had about 44,000 subscribers. And it was just every day, it was only good news about Macintosh, because everywhere else you could find bad news about Apple. So I thought I would be the one shining little light of good news about Macintosh and Apple. And so in a sense, we have done the same thing, right? We're a provider of good news. And lots of people think that Evangelist was an absolutely crucial part of Apple's continued success. So, knock on wood, I hope you can pull that off for society in general.
Thank you, Guy. So what you're saying is that I've learned a lot from you.
I'm saying
wonderful.
that you show very good taste in what you rip off.
We'll take that. We'll take that. You know what, Guy? I've waited many years to say this to you, and I know I'm the first one that's ever said this to you in your life, but you really are a nice guy.
Thank you.
We'll be back, folks, in 1 minute with our next segment. Thank you to Guy Kawasaki, living legend,
All right.
Los Angeles Tribune bestselling author, chief evangelist of Apple. Thank you, Guy. We'll be back in 1 minute.
All right.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Leadership Week right here on the Los Angeles Tribune with Rachel Weaver, Parisa Rose, and some of my colleagues here. And let's welcome back Alicia Magnus Lewis. And in about a minute or so, we're going to introduce Mr.
might be
Swanson to help lead the
right
panel
now, but
here
Parisa,
in a moment. But
Rachel, no.
Well, it's all you
Parisa,
now, Alicia. Go for it.
Parisa, Rachel, I mean, we just heard from Guy Kawasaki, chief evangelist at Apple, chief evangelist at Canva, but also an individual that is curious. He's an investor. He works and has advised and mentored different individuals in tech, and he's interviewed so many individuals and distilled and shared a lot of that knowledge, like he mentioned, from all of his interviews, thousands of hours of interview content into a book that's called Think Remarkable. So when you think of the word remarkable, what does that mean to you, that word, and how does it relate to you and to how you think about and lead your life? Parisa.
That's a really great question. How do I think about remarkable? I think about, that's a really great question. Wow. What I would say is really just allowing yourself to remain curious about life. Never letting any kind of information, situation, expertise, weakness, strength, anything become stagnant or stale, but just to always remain curious. Because I feel like people that are remarkable are the people that have that like sparkle in their eye. The people that have that sparkle in their eye are the ones that are always eager and yearning to just be present and receive whatever's in front of them. And that for me would be what makes a remarkable person. That's a really great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel.
So I think for me, being remarkable means showing up as your unique self, pulling out those things that are very, very uncommon about you and leveraging those unique perspectives and really, I think, expertise to make that positive impact on the world. And you're going to stand out as remarkable when you're not afraid. You're not showing up in fear. You are showing up with confidence and showcasing your area of genius that you know is going to leave that positive impact. To me, that's so remarkable.
Wow, I love that because it really goes, what it sounds like from both of you is that it goes back to believing in yourself and who you are and who you've been created to be, and knowing, like Rachel said, that you have a genius within you, and that you are remarkable, right? You don't have to be anything. You don't have to do anything. You as a person, because you are here, are remarkable, but you have to have that belief in yourself that you are, right? And you can find individuals that can help bring it out in you. You can find individuals that can help you heal from certain things that may have happened in your life that may be blocking you from feeling ultimately and remembering ultimately who you are. And it's so wonderful. He talks in his book about growth, grit, and grace. And when you think about yourself as being remarkable, you also have to give yourself grace too. Like, grace is huge, and I know he talks about it in the context of different aspects and stages of your life, but what role has grace played in your journey, Parisa, as you've navigated life experiences?
I wouldn't be here without grace. Right now, I wouldn't be able to experience the things I've experienced, collect the successes, the achievements, experience the friendships, the relationships, have the ideas that I have. I wouldn't have anything if I didn't have grace for myself first. And I wouldn't have the richness of relationships and connection with people if I didn't have the ability to, or the willingness to show grace to others. So grace for me is everything. Grit is a close number 2, though. I'm not going to lie. I mean, typically I feel like it could be said, I would say grit first. Grit is like such a high quality for me with myself and with people, but grace, number 1. Absolutely.
Yes, I love that. What about for you, Rachel?
So, oh gosh, grace. Grace is something that for me, I've given so freely to other people and had to learn to give to myself. Part of that is that grit factor, right? That determination, but also being super, super hard. The person I think throughout my life I've been the hardest on is myself. And so grace is such a beautiful thing when we take a step back and we look at it, because we all need it, right? Each of us needs grace because no one's perfect. And it takes grace to be able to show up in an unapologetic way to make that positive impact. So I think grace is a very profound thing that we not only need to be giving always to others, but also to ourselves.
I love that. Oh, Mo is here, and we just he will be back with us momentarily. But no, Rachel, I think that's such an important concept that you talked about with the relationship itself. Like, the longest relationship you will have is the one that you have with yourself, and giving self grace allows you to adapt and learn, right? How do you continue to evolve as an individual, as a person, if you don't give yourself grace through the growth, right? Because growing means that you're experiencing something you've never experienced before, and you have to be kind to yourself so that you can continue to evolve. I learned a concept very recently, but that it was all about, trying to work with yourself without invalidating yourself so you can move forward. And that is how you go from being a person to a remarkable, continue to evolve into, that most evolved self of yourself, right? So
Bro, I'm excited, Alicia. I'm excited. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We're good.
I'm excited, first of all, because we had a living legend amongst us a few moments ago, and Guy Kawasaki, former chief evangelist of Apple, current chief evangelist of Canva, author, mentor to millions of people. And up next, we have somebody that, first of all, Guy was a very nice guy, and it's only appropriate to follow up with a nice guy with an awesome guy.
There you
go. I think that's apropos. We're going to have a nice guy. Now it's time for an awesome guy. And he's going to lead a panel. And there's so many incredible people that are going to be part of this Leadership Power Hour, including somebody that I'm personally excited about. How many people here are fans of Back to the Future? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Rachel, you have to raise. Thank you. Thank you. And when I say fans of Back to the Future, I'm saying fans of Back to the Future. I did not say Back to the Future 2 or Back to the Future 3. Okay?
I love the
There's
car
a
in Back to the
distinction.
Future. That's
There's
my
a
favorite
distinction there. The original Back to the Future film is by far the greatest film. Of course, it featured living legends like Crispin Glover, Claudia Wells, right? Of course, we all know Christopher Lloyd and Michael J. Fox. And we're excited because one of the stars of Back to the Future is going to be on this next panel. So with that being said, let's welcome Eric Swanson. Eric, how excited, before my colleagues and I leave and give you the floor for the next hour, how excited are you for the next hour, and how excited have you been to participate both as a speaker and as a participant of the Leadership Week, please?
Well, let me just say it this way. My mom is sick of me calling. I've called my mom. I've written her letters. I've emailed her. I sent her a new iPhone just because I wanted to call her again. And I'm just high-fiving myself. Like, I'm literally like, everyone go like this. Everyone go like that. Everyone, go ahead. Follow me. Just go like that. No, sideways. Like this, like that. And take your other hand and go like that. Yeah. Just high-five yourself. It's awesome.
Fantastic. And with that, my colleagues and I are going to step off of the stage. I know you have your right-hand man, John, so I'm going to bring him up here, and we're going to step back and let you guys run with it. Thank you, Eric.
Awesome. So good to see you, Mo. Thank you very much. And so good to see leave Parisa up there instead of John. She's so much prettier. So I'm so excited about being here. This is amazing. I'm high-fiving myself. In fact, I'm going to look over to John and say, hey, John, what's up, man? High five you. What's up? So super excited about this. John, go ahead and, well, I guess I can unmute you, can't I? Yes, I will. No, you have to unmute yourself. By the way, everyone in the green room, make sure you are unmuted. And those in the green room, if you could step out of the green room, like Parisa and Rachel and just a few of you guys, that'd be great, because we're going to bring up a few of my other panelists. That'd be awesome. Just for a tidbit. I just said tidbit live on this camera. That's awesome. So my name is Eric Swanson. I am with the Habitude Warrior, which is right over there, and Speaker Hearts. Oh my gosh, you need to learn more about that stuff. It's really cool. But today, I'm so blessed to be here with the LA Tribune, Los Angeles Tribune, as well. Guy, give it up for Guy Kawasaki. Are you kidding me? Like, I have I have the iPhone 17. I don't know, Mo, if you knew that. Like, Steve gave it to me before he went. Anyway, so the point is, though, wow, what an amazing leadership panel or summit that you've had for the time period of 6 days now. We started with Sharon Lecter earlier. Dear friend of mine, I love Sharon, and so many great wisdoms of nuggets of wisdom, I think is the saying, and just amazing. And Guy said it as well, and Mo, you said it. There's so many newspapers and venues and so forth that you can get information from these days, but it's such a pleasure to be part of the Los Angeles Tribune, where you start with the mission and the attitude and the mindset first. And I love that leadership. So what do you say, John, about that for just 30 seconds? We'll bring up our panel.
Absolutely. Leadership is the power in which we learn, in which we get inspiration from. And I have been so edified this entire week. And, with this power hour that you've set up, Eric, we have a really cool opportunity to highlight some really amazing professionals, some leaders, and some pretty famous people as well. And I'm excited about that. So let's get it going.
You said something really, really important there, John. And I love what you just said about highlighting all these amazing people and famous, well, of course, me, there we go, I'm on the screen now. But the thing is, it's not about the speakers. Somebody said this earlier, I think it was Rex. Thank you, Rex, for doing that. And it's not about the speakers. And that's what, I talk to Mo 24/7. Okay. He and I talk a lot, and it's all about the audience, about what we learn and grow. And almost like not almost, it is exactly what Sharon Lecter, my dear friend Sharon, says. It's not about, learning it, it's about applying it. Application is key. So talking about application, let's bring up some of our amazing individuals. Who do you want to bring up first, John? You tell me.
Well,
Fred, we're going to bring up Fred first.
Fred first. That's perfect.
Sorry for
a little bit of background noise. I'll jump in, Eric, and just say, man, I'm super excited to introduce
Yeah.
Fred, and I just wanted to share real quick that Fred Moskowitz, first of all, amazing human being. He's the alternative investment expert, and he's been known as the alternative investment expert. He teaches actionable concepts and strategies that people can use to build cash flow and grow wealth and to increase their financial stability. No, that was not a script. I know that all offhand because we're such close friends. And I've just got to say, welcome, Fred. And I got to ask
Thank you,
one
John.
thing to lead this off is, as an alternative investment expert, how do you see unconventional investment strategies intersecting with leadership principles, especially from all the things that we've been learning?
Yeah, that's a great question, John. You know, for me, I always think about this leadership it starts with stewardship, right? For so many reasons, whether you are being a good steward of capital, of the money you have, or being a good steward of the time. Think about this, right? As a leader, we have the same 24 hours in the day that everyone else does. And so are you making the best use of that time, the highest and best use of that time, of the time that we spend with our clients, with customers, with the focus? Are we being good stewards right now here on this panel? Because of all the viewers, they are investing their time and focus to listen to what we're talking about today. And so it's all starting with being a good steward.
Beautifully said. And what examples can you share where understanding like alternative, especially investments, but alternativeness contributed to effective decision making, especially as leaders, you know, what in their leadership role?
Yeah, decision making, problem solving, all of these things that we have to do. I feel this, John. Leaders are so good at making critical decisions quickly and effectively, and with that, it has such a huge impact on the success and the direction of all of your endeavors. You know, for if anyone has studied the work of Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, you go right to chapter 8, which is the power of decision, and study that and see how you can implement it into your life. And just remember, a good decision maker, they can assess problems quickly, take into account all the facts, all the alternatives, and then make an informed decision quickly. It's that decisiveness.
Amazing. And last question, and I love that we get to highlight you in this way because, Fred, you have such inspiration behind this, but how do you teach leaders to balance risk and reward? We've heard a lot about that over the last few days, you know, considering alternative investment opportunities to enhance financial stability and growth and so forth.
Yeah, risk and reward. It's something I always get so many questions. Clients come to me, people come to me, say, Fred, can you provide guidance on this particular situation or that scenario? And I always start with the same thing. It really comes down to your timing and risk tolerance. And for everyone, it's different. And so you have to consider, where are you starting from today? Where are you today? Because your risk tolerance as an investor, it will change over time. When I was 22 years old, I had a very different strategy and philosophy than I do have now, decades later. And so you consider that timing and risk tolerance before anything else. And for each person, it's different. This is very individualized consideration and a distinction to make.
Solid advice. And what a great way to wrap that up. We'll hear from Fred Moskowitz in just a little bit as well as we'll wrap up our meeting today. But Fred, thank you for that sound leadership quality advice. I highly value what you've shared, and we'll come back to you in a little bit, but thank you. Next up, I'd love to hear from Liz. If Liz is in the green room, bring Liz up here. Liz Sears, everybody. She's the CEO of Utah's Elite Realtors. She's an author and she's a speaker. She's been guiding Utah's elite realtors to new heights. I believe that she's been in leadership that blends industries, expertise, innovative strategies, and a relentless commitment to excellence. And I got to ask the first question to Liz, what's one of the most important skill sets of a leader in your opinion?
Honestly, I'm just going to have to echo Fred. I think one of the most important skill sets is to be able to make good decisions and to be aware to not get stuck on the belief that we have to make perfect decisions, because the only way to make perfect decisions, honestly, for one, isn't possible. And for two, it just takes way too long. And that just takes away from the impact that you can have as a leader. I like to really just boil it down to the same things that he was talking about. You got to identify what is the result that you want to accomplish, and then identify what you've got to work with, because that'll make a difference. And then look at all your options and figure out how to get the best way to that result. What could go wrong, and figure out how to mitigate it, and what could go right, and figure out how to maximize the impact that you can get. But here's the key that I found made the biggest difference in my team and working with them is after I've identified all of that, then get specific about the action items, who's going to do what by when, assign it out, make sure that everybody's enrolled in those decisions, and then set up a schedule to check back with them. When you have that built-in accountability and you champion them and you really support them, validate them as they're going, it can become something fun that's synergistic between everyone involved.
You bring up really great points because leaders are humans too, aren't we all?
Totally.
Leaders have bad days too. So what's an empowered way that they can, that they can handle that?
I'm so glad that you asked that. There was one time when I was talking to somebody and he said, well, first of all, let me pause and say it's amazing how many similarities there are between parenting and leadership, because you have somebody in your stewardship that you're helping become the best person that they can be. And a friend of mine who was going through a divorce once said that it actually, him trying to be the solid rock for his children, made them think that it wasn't okay to have a bad day. And so they didn't really know how to handle it when they were beyond their capacity. So as a leader, it is crucial. It's important to be able to show people that you can be vulnerable too, and you can have bad days. But what's even more important than letting them know that that's okay is teaching them how to work through it. So teaching them how to be resilient, how to be solutions focused rather than problem focused, and how to find, for me, sometimes I'll say I can have a bad day for 15 minutes. In fact, I don't even believe in bad days. I believe in bad moments. So I'll give myself a period of time, and then I'm going to be solutions focused and then make those decisions.
I love that. Man, so much power in such short time. Liz, you said before about how important it is for a leader to play the game that they're in. And I use the quotes, play the game that they're in. What does that mean for you?
Honestly, when I was making some of my first big decisions, I thought once I was done, I was done. And then I would find myself in what I thought was the same situation, and that same answer and decision process didn't work the way that I wanted it to. And so recognizing that even as you find yourself in repeat situations or what appears to be repeat situations is to reevaluate what you're dealing with or what hand you have. And then the other piece is to consciously play a big game. If you find yourself getting stuck in petty things or little things like that, you're allowing it to suck your focus away from what's most important, what's going to move you forward. So I think play the game you're in, look at what you're actually dealing with each time, and then make sure you're focused on the big game.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing all of that, Liz. We appreciate it. And that was sound advice. We'll come back to you in a little bit as we wrap up our session, but want to say thank you for the leadership counsel you provided. Next up on the docket, we've got Miss Maris Siegel joining us all the way from the East Coast. Miss Maris is a TEDx speaker, author. She's the CRO of Siegel Leadership Global, and as a sought-after relationship leadership coach and consultant, a featured TEDx speaker, and a 20-time best-selling author. Maris is known for shifting companies' cultures from disjointed to connected, driving and thriving individuals, and peak performing teams. Maris, my first question for you is tell me about your life philosophy, because as a leader, we are all connected as humans first and at the bottom line begins with relationships. But tell me more about your philosophy.
Okay, so thank you guys so much. What an amazing experience this is, and thrilled to be a part of it. And so my philosophy is also my husband's and my philosophy, and that is we are all connected as humans first, and the bottom line begins with relationships. So let's just think about that for a minute, right? We are all immersed 24/7 in relationships from the time we wake up in the morning to the time we sleep at night. We are all leaders of our own lives. Leadership is from the inside out. So whether or not you're parents, whether or not you're leading a company, whether or not you're leading a team, we're all leaders. We all are leading our lives, and we're leading in a human capacity way, right? So the idea is that every single experience we have begins with a relationship and a connection, right? So the idea here is until we evolve all of our relationships and solidify and master the connections with our teams, with our family, with ourselves, can we really be the leaders that we get to be on this planet? And it starts first with humanity and what connects us. And that is who we are as people, wanting to feel valued, heard, seen, visible, right? All of these things. And so that's really why that philosophy is so important, because we live it every day, every day.
You know, some of the best leaders have poured into me in really powerful ways. And what is, in your opinion, the role of empathy, and how does it play in effective leadership, especially like in cross-cultural contexts?
Oh, wow, this is a great question, John, and thank you. And this one makes me a little bit emotional because I've been blessed both as an executive producer of television, as a relationship marketing expert, as a coach, to work in 40 countries. So the culture piece of this is really important. I'm going to separate empathy from compassion. So empathy is very important to feel where people are, so we can really be with them where they are. But the difference for me between empathy and compassion is that empathy is the door that says, I see you, I feel you, but we also don't need to wear what somebody is going through. When we step into a space of compassion, we're actually empowering them to really navigate from a place of solving to be their own leader in that space to be able to navigate. So I think that empathy and compassion are teamed up. It starts with empathy, and compassion is even more important because it's more empowering. And as a leader, that's critical on your team, for yourself, for your team, for your family. Really important. Thanks for asking.
And then just quickly wrapping this up, we're short on time, but I just wanted to ask you quickly, elaborate a little bit on leadership approach when it directly influenced by your global experiences. I know you've been all over the world.
Yeah, well, I think, look, the relational leadership piece of this is all about being in connection first, right? And as we worked globally, I think the biggest thing that has been such a gift, and I think about the Pope's visit and producing that at Ground Zero after 9/11, and I look at that and I think, here's why that was powerful, because we met the international community where they were. We were able to meet the families where they were about the experience and what they were going through. So I think my global experience has really taught me we are visitors in other people's lands. We get to meet them where they are, honor who they are and what they get to bring to the table, and then collaborate from that space.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Maris. We'll come back to you in just a little bit here. Thank you so much for sharing that. I love this advice. Next up, if you will bring up Miss Samara Beth Hurley. Miss Samara is a 10X business coach. She's an events expert, author, and speaker. And as the global VIP and luxury events, retreats, and experiences expert, she has moved her business and families to many states in this process. But she's a coach and a consultant. And consults clients to 10X their businesses in life. Samara, as a business coach specializing in exponential growth, what are some key leadership principles that you emphasize to your clients?
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for having me here. So first off, I would say that the most important thing is to make sure that everyone knows who you are. They always say it's who you know, but to be honest, it's who knows you. So getting out there and being involved, like in the Los Angeles Tribune interviews, networking, getting out there, mixing your groups and staying outside of any cliques is really a great way to go, and spread your word to as many people as possible. I also am really big on not prejudging. You never know who your next client's going to be. You never know who your next best friend's going to be. You never know who your next spouse is going to be. So watch out there, John. So that's also really important, is to really be out there to network and engage. That was my short answer.
Oh, great. Okay. I thought there was one other sentence. So that's awesome.
I could have gone on and on for hours.
Can you share a transformative experience where literally coaching played a central role in a leader's success story?
So I do a lot more consulting than I do coaching, because what happens is people want me to coach them in producing their events and retreats. And then they realize it's more than they can handle. And so they end up bringing me on to either partner with them. I actually had a call with that today, to either partner with them or for me to do the events for them. And that's because they're realizing that their focus should be more on how they're helping the people in the audience. And if you're focusing on the venue and the food and beverage and the production team and the audiovisual and all the technical things that are happening, you're not focusing on your true purpose, which is to truly answer and help the people that have paid the money to be there. And so the focus really needs to be on there. And so it's quite frankly priceless if you're looking for an answer, because their job is to be a leader in producing this event, maybe working with the speakers. My job is to make sure that everyone's on schedule, they're in the green rooms at the right time. We definitely have that going on today virtually, and that everything is being taken care of. I mean, even the little details of dietary restrictions ends up being a huge ordeal. And so why should somebody who's producing a very expensive event focus on these little tiny details when they really should be making money, making revenue, getting their voice heard and getting their message out? So that's really what I preach more than anything.
And wrapping this up and bringing this one to a close, how do you tailor your coaching strategies to accommodate diverse businesses in environments in different industries?
Well, that's a great question, John. And it's a kind of an easy one for me, because when you have been doing this for 30 years, I'm starting to age myself, but when you've been doing this for so long, and I've done corporate, social, nonprofit, destination management, all kinds of events, I've owned my own companies. I've been an intrapreneur within companies and within nonprofits. I've sat on almost every side of the table. And so when you have all those different experiences in your bucket, I could say, then you are able to accommodate any industry and anyone. So that's where it gets challenging for me. Who do you focus on? Well, you have to focus on any industry, but you can't be too wide. It's too hard. So what you need to do is figure out what you want to niche on. And so I help my clients as well figure out what their niche is, and then that helps them target the audience appropriately.
Thank you so much, Samara. It's great to hear from you. We're going to jump over to our next professional, and we'll wrap things up here in a little bit. I'd love to bring up Mr. Daniel Kilburn. He's an author, speaker, coach, emergency action planning. In the realm of emergency action planning, he believes in leadership is about orchestrating calm amidst chaos. We're going to dive into that. Mr. Daniel, how does the concept of emergency action planning, I should say, translate into leadership strategies?
Well, John, each and every one of us are leaders, even those of us that don't think we are. We are leaders, especially for parents or business executives or what have you. And as far as emergency planning, we all have little speed bumps, big speed bumps, walls in our life we have to deal with. So it's in our best interest to recognize that they are coming before they get here, so we can make a plan of action so we can get around them, get over them, get through them in the best way possible to benefit ourselves and the people we're working with.
That's awesome. Can you discuss a scenario where effective emergency action planning intersected with maybe some strong leadership principles in your experience?
Well, I spent a lot of time in Florida, and Florida is a unique situation because they have these things every year. They have a hurricane season. There's actually a season for it. So people who live in Florida recognize that, okay, at some point in time this year, there's going to be a hurricane hitting the coastline. And what we see, unfortunately, is people not taking action to prepare themselves. So when I was going through my spiel with people, trying to get them in place and helping them out, I was finding a lot of people that didn't want to do with this because they didn't want to upset anybody. And I have to say, So when the earthquake or the hurricane happens and it hits your front door, how are you not going to upset anybody if you haven't done anything? So it's good to watch people recognize that, hit that switch, and take plans of action to move forward. And I was able to help many people do that. Now, the upside is you don't always need to use it. It's just like auto insurance. You don't want to get in a car wreck, but you got insurance, right? Well, it's the same with emergency and disaster planning. You don't really want to use it, but it's good to have it when you do.
Great. Last question for you, Daniel. From your coaching experience, what are the key components of resilient leadership in turbulent times?
Well, resilient leadership in turbulent times is having a plan. You need to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, someone else will have a plan for you, and it might not be the plan you want. So you find turbulence going on. Like I mentioned earlier, we need to recognize that something's going to happen. I don't know what, but in your demographic, your city, the environment, the industry you're in, you've seen issues happen. So it's good to put plans of action in place to deal with them before they happen. And even if they don't work out, you've already got a plan. You understand the thought process. So that's your resilience. You get to get back up. You're not going to stay knocked back down. You're going to get back up. You're going to move forward. You're going to find something that will work, pivot, and you're going to move around and get it working.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate it. What a powerful lineup of some amazing speakers that we've had just in this short time. I'm going to turn the mic and time back over to Eric Swanson, who's got a few amazing panelists he wants to share and introduce to this group as well. This is the Leadership Power Hour, Eric.
Oh, man, it's awesome. It's awesome. I love it. By the way, Pam, thank you so much. We just need the spot in the green room. Appreciate you for a little bit. So we are going to just move you just down to the opposite side of the green room. Okay, just for a second, please. And Jim Miller, we might need your spot as well, just for a second. That'd be awesome. Before I bring up our three esteemed awesomeness as well as everyone else, I want to go ahead and just bring up the individuals that just spoke for their final awesome parting words. So we have the group right here right now. John, final words for these individuals. Let's start with Maris really quick. Maris, 20 seconds, go.
20 seconds. It's time to evolve our human relationships at work and at home. It's an inside out job, and the choices we make all day determine our future.
Absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you. Give it up for Maris. Let's see. Liz Sears, final thoughts you have real quick.
Final thoughts is that leadership impacts your life everywhere that you turn. And one of the things I love so much about being in the real estate world is that it's one of the biggest transactions of people's lives. And if anybody would like a 15-minute leadership consultation, go ahead and reach out to me at utahseliterealtors.com.
I want it. Yes. Utah. Repeat the site again.
utahseliterealtors.com.
Beautiful. Someone wants to type that in there, do it. That'd be great. Awesome. I love it. We're going to add, I know Fred was in there too. Thank you very much. Let's go over to Samara for the final thoughts. 20 seconds, please.
Hi, thank you. So I would suggest that you figure out what your secret sauce is. Eric loves saying secret sauce. It's true. My secret sauce is my energy level. People are always saying to me, you have so much energy. I just want to be part of whatever you're doing. And I really don't even understand what they're talking about, but I guess I have a lot of energy and it's contagious. Go figure. So to utilize my energy, you can hire me to do events. Just kidding.
Awesomeness. Thank you.
So check out my website, samarabethandco.com.
Yes. Go ahead. Say it again. Sorry.
Oh, it's down below too. samarabethandco.com.
Awesome. There we go. Rock and roll. And Mr. Fred Moskowitz, final thoughts you'd like to share. 20 seconds, please.
Yes. My final thoughts for today about leadership. It's all about taking action. I want to share one of the greatest lessons I learned from my father was this. It's about taking action. It solves so many problems that come up, and you can do it. You bring clarity and insight and solutions to a situation. That's what leadership is all about. It's solutions and bringing awareness to the problems we're facing.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Fred. Appreciate it. And Daniel, final thoughts you'd like to share, please. And Daniel.
Thank you there. So my final thought is each and every one of us on this planet right now is a leader, whether we know it or not. We impact other people every day with our words, our actions, our deeds. And we impact them either good or bad based on who we are. So here's the key issue here. You're a leader. You were placed on this planet to do something. If you say, well, what am I supposed to do? Well, learn, find out and learn something, and look and see who's asking you questions. Someone is. Someone is out there
Thank
who
you,
wants
guys.
to hear your answer to something, and you have it for them. So be the leader, learn and teach. I'm complete.
Awesome. Thank you for that 20-second wrap up. You're the best. Thank you so much. Give it up for our panel of awesomeness. And, you know, we're going to bring up a few more people real quick. I know I'm clearing out some of the green room there. So that's awesome. Thank you. Maris, please don't come back. It would be great. All right. I'm clearing it out for a reason, guys. All right. So, John, we are bringing up our next 3 individuals, and these people are just amazing. All of our panelists are amazing. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up dear friends of mine. Well, oh my gosh, Jessica Radetsky. Have to bring her up. We're going to do something a little different here. We're going to bring all of them up all at the same time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to interview all 3 of you all at the same time. It's going to be a lot of fun. So first, I want to introduce all of you to the audience here, and we will start with the beautiful females first. So Jim Cathcart, just kidding, Jessica Radetsky. Jessica, you are a dear friend of mine. I've known you for 30 years plus. It's been, well, since you were not even born yet, apparently. And you're just amazing. And a lot of people, well, you know what? I should probably read some of your bio of some sort, right? So she is the founder of Broadway Hearts. It is amazing. Hopefully she'll explain that a little bit more. She's a Broadway actress, a dancer, an artist. She helps people with an outreach, a hospital outreach for children with her nonprofit with Broadway Hearts, and it is such a beautiful thing. So welcome to the show. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to introduce all of you, and then we're going to interview each of you. It's going to be so cool. Next, I'm going to introduce Jim Cathcart. Jim is, of course, a speaker. He's a mentor to experts. He's an author of 26 books. Hopefully that includes the 2 or 3 that he's in with us as well. He's a sales and marketing Hall of Fame speaker. And by the way, I'm not sure if you knew this, he is one of the past presidents of National Speakers Association, NSA. I think he was number 16, if I'm not mistaken. And wow, this gentleman's amazing. And one of his favorite books that I love is Acorn Principles. And he actually, if he doesn't speak about it later, I'm going to say it now. Sorry for the noise behind me here. I'm going to say it now that he runs something which is called the Cathcart Institute, and I'm so blessed and honored to be part of that, and part of it in regard to the certification that he certifies people, and there's only 8 people in the world certified so far, and he'll explain a little bit more, hopefully. And next, we want to introduce you to Jennifer Parker, people call her, right? It is Claudia Wells, a dear friend of mine as well. All of you are dear friends of mine. And Claudia is an actress. Oh, maybe I should read your bio. I just want, like, you're my friend, so I just want to read your, Hollywood actress. She is a fashion expert. She tells me what I'm wearing wrong all the time. And she owns a fashion store in Hollywood called Armani Wells. It's awesome. And she's, if you're not familiar with, well, her beautiful little face. She was, what is it? What's the number? 555-1212. I can't remember the number, but I have it written somewhere.
555-4823.
48323. And she's
4823.
okay. Who cares about the number? The point is that she gave that handwritten note to Marty McFly, I think, right? And to was it Marty? Or was that the father? That's Marty, right? To Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future. She's an actress in the original Back to the Future. So let's start with you, if we could, Claudia. I want to know. I'm just going to ask you right from the cuff, if I'm wearing a cuff, is what? So we're talking about leadership. What is the Hollywood perspective? What is your take on leadership and why it's so important, even for Hollywood actors? I mean, I assume the answer, but I want to hear from you of why Hollywood actors should really take a serious look at leadership and lead from the front. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'm so happy that you invited me to do this. And while I've been listening, I've had all these different thoughts about leadership in terms of Hollywood acting. The very best acting is when you're supporting the other actor. So it's responding. And it's the same thing with leadership. leadership isn't about what can you do for me. It's about what can I do for you. It's about compassion. It's about delegating to your strengths, because not all of us can. As a leader, I can't do everyone's job. I can do my gifting, and I've hired you to do your gifting. I don't need to micromanage you. I need to support you in doing your very, very best and allow you to bloom and blossom in your gift. So
Love it.
as a leader, the best form of leadership is to support you in being the best that you can be, not take over and suffocate you out of jealousy or control. But to support you in flying and becoming better than you ever could have been on your own. It's almost like I was thinking about this earlier while we were all talking, or you were all talking about in nursery school, in the playground. There were the leaders and there were the followers. And now, in terms of Hollywood, that whole thing about trending, I don't want to be following a trend. We should all be starting the trend, not being so excited about following the trend.
Right.
It's like when we were little and our moms used to say, if your friend was going to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, would you jump off the Golden Gate Bridge? We are all, like someone was saying earlier, we're all internally made for leadership, because we each have this foundation inside of strength, and we each have a particular gift that we're the only ones on this entire planet that have our particular gift. We just need to have the confidence and strength inside to realize.
I'm going to jump in because you told me to jump in. Remember before you were like, give me a 1 minute sign, and that was like 2 minutes ago. I love you. You're amazing. So stick around and join the conversation though. But let's jump over. Thank you, Claudia. You're amazing. By the way, just a little secret. We may be having Claudia Wells back in a little bit. I'll explain that in a little while. But next I want to bring up Jessica Radetsky. Jessica, look, you are. I love you. First of all, I love all of you, Jim. I love you too. But Jessica, I love the fact that a little personal story. I went when I was like 20, I think, and you were 17 or whatever the age group was. I mean, you were like 7, right? No, wait, that's weird. But you were a lot younger than me, and I would pick you up in my motorcycle and drive you to the San Francisco Ballet Academy. I think you were, and a lot of people don't know. I mean, I don't know if they know your brother Sasha is a famous actor as well, so you might want to mention that as well. But let me talk to you about not just Hollywood, but more Broadway. Look, we got both coasts here, right? You got Hollywood and Broadway. So you're on Broadway for 17 years.
21.
21. Wow, 21. And I have give me a second. Everyone smile. I just have a siren behind me. I don't know if you can hear it. So you're in Broadway on Phantom of the Opera for 21 years until it just sadly finished off of Broadway. Give us your perspective on leadership, because I know you have a lot to say on that.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, absolutely. As an artist, working in a live theater where anything could happen at any given performance, I always found that staying very curious and very malleable.
Like this could happen, right? Okay.
Just like that. But yeah, staying very curious, very malleable, really listening. I mean, to piggyback on what Claudia said, really listening to each other was so important. And that translates completely into what I'm doing now with Broadway Hearts, leading the nonprofit, in that the more present I am as a leader.
And explain Broadway Hearts. I mean, the audience needs to know what you're doing there.
Absolutely. So I founded a children's hospital outreach nonprofit called Broadway Hearts, where I bring Broadway performers to children in treatment at children's hospitals nationwide. We do it virtually and also in person. And it was founded just on the idea of bringing brought a little bit of Broadway to kids who wouldn't necessarily be able to go to the theater due to illness. And it's become, it just started with one little visit with 6 of us, and now we visit hospitals nationwide. We have over 100 volunteers.
That's amazing. I brought the whole panel back up just to give you an applause.
Thank you so much.
Phenomenal what you're doing. If you guys heard what she said, she brought Broadway to the pediatric ward, to the people who really need us there. And that was, I know, through pandemic and so forth, but you continuing that. And I know that I believe you and I introduced you to a friend of mine named Frank Shankwitz, who passed recently a couple years ago. And he was the founder of Make-A-Wish Foundation. And I know he sat on your board as well. So just amazing. I definitely interrupted you on your leadership. Could you finish that thought? And we're going to bring up Jim in a second.
Absolutely. So I found that the similarity, the skills that I learned as a performer and working in such a collaborative environment as a performer definitely translate into what I'm doing now with a nonprofit. It's all sort of an exchange of energy. Then it was with my colleagues and the audience for sure. And now it's with my hospital partners, my Broadway performers who are all volunteers. And then of course the extraordinary kids that we have the absolute privilege of visiting and sharing music with. Oh, honey, you're on mute.
I'm trying my new thing where I talk and you guys figure it out. So thank you so much. I said some really cool things too. Thank you so much, my dear. You're just an amazing human for the leadership around the world, and I really appreciate you. I wish we had more time to, and we're gonna dive deeper at some point with all of you. But I want to bring up Jim Cathcart. Jim, please tell us a little bit more about leadership. I know you've written books on this. Books have written books upon books on this from you. So you're a leader and a true human knowledge of amazingness. So back to you, sir.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much.
In there somewhere, I don't know.
This leadership is setting direction, taking initiative, and influencing others. I told my son when he was little, I said, I've noticed that you're a natural leader. And he said, I'm a born leader. I said, no, a born leader would be a prince whose dad is the king. You're a natural leader. He said, what does that mean? I said, it means I've noticed that the other kids watch you and they want to be like you or do what you do. So that's a privilege and a blessing, but it's also a responsibility because they're going to follow your lead. And if you give a bad example, guess what? They're going to be bad examples set by them. We're always leading by example, and we ought to think that way as leaders.
It's so true. I love that. And I know you probably have many stories of leadership. If you could, just in a minute, because I do want to respect the time of LA Tribune and the panel, and we'll wrap this up in a minute here for some final thoughts. My question to you, I mean, look, you're sitting, I know you took some time out of your busy day. Who are you sitting around with today? I mean, this morning you're just like chilling around with, Brian Tracy and Tony Alessandro and Troy Hoffman, and I'm on my way there, by the way. Not many people know I'm in my jet right now.
Kovacs Jr. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So
I've got a room full of 21 people in a private home, a Verbo rental that we took over for a few days here in La Jolla, and we're just holding an expert summit mastermind. And I'm mentoring these people, but I'm not needed. They're profound. They're amazing people. I just brought them together. And
so I have a quick question for you on that.
Facilitate.
To interrupt you, I just have a quick question on that. And the answer is yes or no. So here it is. I'll give you the answers.
Yes or no.
Is it important? Because I know you're sitting there with 21 people or 20 people plus you and your wife, Paula. Is it important for leaders to get together with other leaders to lead the field around the world?
Yeah, leadership, they say it's lonely at the top. That's because leaders typically don't enjoy the natural communication that flows among the followers, among the workers, among the staff. And so, a lot of times, even though you're trying to involve everybody else, you're still kind of left out of the loop because after all, you're the boss, you're the leader. So it's vitally important that we collaborate with each other. and provide the kind of support and perspective, adjust your point of view and see things more accurately.
It's so true. You bring up another point about perspective, and there was a car next to me. There was a sorry for the noise, guys, but hey, that's what leaders do, is you pivot. But there's a movie, a Clint Eastwood movie, I believe, or someone, and it's all about angles and perspective, and I believe that's really, really accurate. So awesome. Final parting words that you'd like to, or closing remarks, I guess you'd say. Closing remarks you'd like to share. We'll start with Jim real quick. 20 seconds, sir.
Okay. If you want to be a better leader, work more on you than on anything else. Learn everything you can about human nature. Study people.
Absolutely brilliant and beautiful. Next, we're going to go to Claudia Wells. Claudia, parting words you'd like to share real quick. 20 seconds, please.
Focus on the mission. It's easier not to get distracted turning left or right. Focus on the mission. And also, if anyone wants to get in touch with me, the best way is claudiawells.com or armaniwells.com.
Beautiful. If somebody can put that in the chat, and we'll ask Jim, what is yours as well, Jim, so people can get in touch with you.
You can get in touch with me with my name, jimcathcart.com, or go to cathcart.com/goingpro. But jimcathcart.com is the easiest thing to remember.
Awesome. So we'll go jimcathcart.com. What was the last part? .com. Just kidding. Okay, so that'll work. And Claudia, thank you for sharing that as well. And awesomely, we'll go to Jessica. Jessica, what is your parting words you'd like to share today?
I think stay curious, find something you love to do. We always would love to collaborate. We would like to be in every children's hospital that there is to serve as many kids as possible. BroadwayHearts.org. All roads lead to me. So get in touch.
I love that. All roads lead to you. That is really cool. And guys, my name is Eric Swanson. I run Habitude Warrior as well as Speaker Hearts. And I have to turn to my beautiful, beautiful friend over here, Jessica, because she started Broadway Hearts, and I called her up, I don't know, years ago, and I said, hey, I want to do something similar that you're doing, but I want to do it with speakers. Are you cool with that? And she's like, go for it. And it's funny, every time we get on a phone call, I'm like, oh my God, I run Broadway Hearts. She goes, no, that's mine. Yours is Speaker Hearts. I went, oh, that's right. I always have to remember which is which. So guys, I want to wrap this up by saying you guys are awesome. I'm going to bring up my esteemed partner of awesomeness. His name is John Kovacs Jr. And of course, we have to add Rex in here because he's just awesome. He's been commenting over here on the chalkboard of awesomeness. And if she doesn't mind, I'm going to do it. I hope she's okay with it. The beautiful, beautiful Ava. I'm going to put her on screen. And she doesn't know she's on screen, but I want her to put her on. And of course, Jim Miller. We're just going to make it a big party right now. And you guys are awesome. Please give it up for yourselves, because honestly, if you're not filling up your own cup, whose cup are you filling? And if you want to fill up more of a cup, give it to me, and then I'll spread it out to other people. Just kidding. You guys are amazing. I love you all. You're amazing. Any quick words you'd like to share, John, to wrap this up, and then I'll pass it over to Jim to share something, and Rex and Ava, of course. So, John.
Well, let me take this over, Eric, first before we go to Jim. This is the trouble and the risk when you give Eric, Mr. Awesome Swanson, the controls. He just like takes over and puts me on the screen.
I just removed myself.
John, the floor is yours, John.
I'll just take 10 seconds.
Full screen. Hold on. Just kidding. Okay, John, go ahead.
I'll just take 10 seconds and say thank you, LA Tribune, for everything this week. It's been so impactful, so insightful, and this opportunity to highlight speakers in a very powerful and short, quick way with these powerful power hour statements has been
awesome. 10
incredibly
seconds is up. You rock. Over to Jim. Jim, you want to share your thoughts really quick? 10 seconds. And he's muted. That's okay. I'll unmute you. There you go, sir. Oh, maybe. Okay. We'll go to Rex next. Rex.
I've been a working actor in the union since 1975 and a filmmaker, and there's nothing more than I love is that people understand how Hollywood and Broadway operates. Because if you can understand that, you can understand just about anything in life, because it's a meritocracy. And what you guys have done here today is to help elevate everyone who's watching to work better, more efficiently, more wonderfully in life, wherever they are.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. Thank you. And Rex, you are, excuse me, Jim, you are unmuted now.
I am unmuted. No, I'm very happy to be amongst this great panel right here. So great job.
Thank you so much. And to our amazing, esteemed Ava, the floor is yours.
Well, I really appreciate you bringing and the craftfulness and the skillfulness of navigating so many leaders and amazing individuals in such a short amount of time. Kudos. I'm like, I give you the flowers, except that, you know, men probably don't like flowers, you know, John and Eric. So there you go.
Rex was giving me sign language, so I just put him in the green room. Awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna pass the mic over to you, Ava. I really appreciate you. Everyone, give Ava just go like this, like that. Just bow to her, please.
Habitude warriors, you guys are amazing. I love you. We're in
You're
love
awesome.
with you already. Let me bring back Jim and Rex, because who's coming up next is really a leader in the realm of influence and persuasion, and as a matter of fact, persuasion. Jim, I'm going to give the floor to you and Rex, just be in the exchange of this conversation for a little bit, and let's tee up, you know, our honorable guest that's coming right up, that you will have a conversation with Jim, with a little bit of a shift of your background and such, and we'll bring a little commercial right before we bring up Dr. Cialdini.
Sounds good. Well, there's Dr. Cialdini speaks for himself. With you talk to any Fortune 100 company, 50 company, and you're going to see that most of those companies have done work with Dr. Cialdini. He has spoken across the world, and he is considered to be the absolute godfather, guru, master of the field of influence, but more importantly, ethical influence, right? So that this is all science-based. So the strategies, the mindsets, the psychology that he teaches is truly based upon scientific study, upon psychological study. And what it's designed to do is to make us better in our communication, to make us more effective in business, and even in parenting, in our personal relationships, by being more effective in languaging and how it is that we communicate with other people. So Dr. Cialdini has written a number of books, a score of books. His latest one is actually he's putting out his iconic book, Influence, for an anniversary edition where he's added an 8th element to the 7 elements of influence, and that being unity. So he is going to grace us with his presence, with an interview panel, and also too, he will be awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award. So Rex, if you'd like to say something.
Yeah, no, I absolutely would. You know, Dr. Cialdini, it did the legwork for all the rest of us many, many years ago. And he codified the patterns that we need to look at, notice in other people. You know, we're far more alike all around the world than we are different. And when we understand that, we can use these principles, or what some people would call laws, to great effect to be able to communicate heart to heart with other people. Because, you know, people who are like themselves, and people say yes to people they like. And some of these principles are the very ones that Cialdini put out there for the rest of us to understand. So if you read his work, that's one thing. That's academic and it's educational. But if you apply his work, you can see great results in your ability to use another book title, Win Friends and Influence People, and then communicate more effectively in everything that you do, whether it's selling other people or helping other people purchase something because you understand how they're thinking and how they're feeling. And I mean, I'm just so grateful that we've got Dr. Cialdini on the show today, because he is, we all stand on his shoulders. I can't think of a single person, from those who are here today to those who have passed into the great beyond, who haven't in some way been touched by his work or used his work or quoted his work again and again and again and again, because we all have.
You know, Rex, Dr. Cialdini does not, especially now, because he's, for the most part almost retired. And he really doesn't accept invitations lightly. And it really is an honor that he also too noticed and took recognition of the strength of the Los Angeles Tribune as a platform to be able to be present with, to influence the audience that we have across the world, and to share his legacy with the world. He's a very giving man, very kind man, a gentle intellect. He's professor emeritus at out in Arizona, the University of Arizona, I believe. So anyway, like I said, we're honored, and it just again goes to demonstrate the relationship that the Los Angeles Tribune has with some of the greatest minds, whether it be intellectuals, whether it be sports, whether it be in entertainment, editing, you name it. But to be able to have that partnership draw with the Los Angeles Tribune, we're very honored. We're glad that our guests are here to experience what they're about to experience.
For sure, Jim. Thank you so much for really articulating that so well. And Rex, thank you. You know, as we're getting ready to bring Dr. Cialdini up to have an interview with the panel and with you particularly, Jim, thank you so much for really making it happen, bringing Dr. Cialdini together with Tom Schaff and Gene McNaughton. So thank you. It takes partnership, collaboration, and connection to do the amazing things that we're doing in the Los Angeles Tribune. But before we get to that, let me share with you, a little bit of a background. We're going to share with you a little bit of the background of what we do at the Los Angeles Tribune with the TEDx talk of our CEO, Mo Rock. And then we'll have Dr. Cialdini right after.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions-orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you. And welcome back to the Leadership Week. And we are so excited, Ava and Alicia, because the term legend is a term that I know a lot of people like to use. But today we're truly honored to be in the presence of a real legend here on the Los Angeles Tribune. And I'm so excited because not only has this individual impacted me personally and professionally, he's impacted millions upon millions of people directly and indirectly. And so before we have the formal introduction, I'd love to just ask my colleagues here on stage, how excited are you to be able to spend some time with the legendary Dr. Cialdini? Let's start with our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, please.
Well, Morak, thank you so much. I am honored. I am honored to be in the presence and to have the opportunity to interview the living legend, of Dr. Cialdini. His work has been, I would say, the Bible, right? The Bible that has guided through many businesses that flourished, over the years. And I'm just excited, to hear him up to date right now, what's going on and what he's excited about that he's continuing to prepare for. So I'm thrilled. Thank you so much, Mo, for the question. Alicia, would love to know what are you excited about?
Thank you for that, Ava. And Alicia, real briefly, how excited are you?
I am thrilled to have Dr. Cialdini on today. As Ava mentioned, his work has influenced so many people, and it's because he's brought it back to the person. He's remembered the person at the beginning of how you engage and how you influence and what are they thinking about on the receiving end of the information that you're sharing. So it is just an honor and a delight to have Dr. Cialdini joining us today.
Absolutely. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, one of the things that we pride ourselves on doing as an independent publication is making sure that individuals that deserve to have a proper place in history have that proper place in history. And oftentimes mainstream news organizations forget about some of the legends in the field of psychology or business or leadership or personal development. And we believe that we play a vital role in society to make sure that these legacies are preserved. And so with that being said, I'm really honored because we're about to welcome Dr. Cialdini to the stage and spend a few minutes with him. But before I do that, we're also going to make an exciting announcement here. And that's that here at the Los Angeles Tribune, my colleagues and I, and we'll be joined by a couple more of them here in a couple of minutes, have decided to actually honor Dr. Robert Cialdini with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, this is an award that obviously we don't take lightly. Individual, in this case, Professor Cialdini, has done, and the impact that they have
Okay.
He's kind of frozen. And now it's just the two.
Well, Dr. Cialdini, welcome to the stage of the Los Angeles Tribune. You know, we are honored that you are joining us as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. I am definitely, absolutely thrilled to be able to honor you with the Lifetime Achievement Award. You've done so many and so much, and you've really impacted the lives of millions after millions. I feel like even the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Los Angeles Tribune does not measure up to the contribution you've made to the world. So I just wanted to honor you, Dr. Cialdini, and Michael, would love to, before we give the words to Dr. Cialdini, would love to hear some of your thoughts on us being able to honor him.
You know, the great thing about this is that a lot of the people that I've worked with and professors and in the personal development world and in all the different worlds that I've lived in, your name kept coming up. And the greatest thing about that is it's not only the research and the influence and everything that you wrote and the books you wrote, but it was the person behind all that. And I think this award it's such an honor for us to have you here because of all the lives that you've changed that have affected me personally and will affect my children and my grandchildren. And I wanted to thank you so much for being here and just so honored to be part of this.
Well, thank you, James. I am so gratified to have received this honor from an organization like the Los Angeles Tribune, which the values that you cite and live up to are the ones that I share. And so it makes it an especially positive, favorable experience for us to come together in this way.
Well, thank you so much for that, Professor Cialdini. And I think some of the technical things here have been resolved. I'd love to just start off by expressing my gratitude for your time here. And when it comes to the idea of influence, a lot of individuals hear the term influence and don't necessarily know, well, what does that really mean? And I'd love to just start with that basic question to lay the foundation for the folks watching.
For me, influence requires that we demonstrate change that we've produced. That represents influence. And now it could be an attitude, it could be an opinion, a perception of the situation, or in the most valuable way, it's a behavior that we've altered, that we've modified in some way. If we can't lay claim to change in someone, we can't lay claim to influence.
That's really brilliantly said. There was a speech given by Charlie Munger in the mid-90s, a very famous speech that he gave to a constituency of students, where he cited your work as a very important piece of literature for individuals that at that point in time were entering the workplace at the highest levels. I'm curious, what was your feeling and thought about being cited by one of the top business leaders in the world?
and you were given credit by him for your work and for your material. Do things like that have a impact on you personally when it comes to your place in American history?
Yes, it does, that sort of thing. I'll give you a little more background. I had no contact with Mr. Munger until one day I went to my mailbox and there was a legal-sized envelope there. I opened it and there was a share of Berkshire Hathaway A stock in there, and a note from Charlie Munger who said, you know, Dr. Cialdini, one of your principles of influence is reciprocation, it's reciprocity, that we feel obligated to those who have given to us. We want to give back. Your book has made us so much money at Berkshire Hathaway that you deserve this share in return. At the time, it was a $75,000 share. That's how much a single share of Berkshire Hathaway stock was worth. That was 25 years ago. If you look on the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow or this morning, it is now over $600,000 a share. Wow, there's been nothing like Berkshire Hathaway as a financial investment firm. And to get that kind of acknowledgement from Charlie Munger, who was, of course, Warren Buffett's partner through all of this, I'll tell you what happened. I was sitting in a chair. It had wheels. It was a rolling chair. I opened this. It rocked me back in the chair. So it actually flew into the wall. It knocked me backwards into the wall. I was so taken by that. And as a consequence, we got to be friends, Mr. Munger and I've recognized his influence on me. He's unfortunately passed away very recently, but I've recognized his influence as a mentor, as well as somebody who we've been able to partner with in coming together to produce positive outcomes for the people around us.
You're watching the Los Angeles Tribune. We're here alongside Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Professor Dr. Cialdini, who just expressed a story that I've never heard before about Charles Munger and Berkshire Hathaway recognizing his work and giving his work credit for the success of Berkshire Hathaway. Alicia Magnus Lewis, and we're going to be joined by a couple more of our colleagues here, Jim Miller, Michael Silvers, in a couple of minutes. Alicia, I'd love for you to take it away with the next question for Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Professor Cialdini. Alicia.
Hi, yes, Dr. Cialdini, and thank you for sharing your insight on your experiences with Mr. Munger. You mentioned that Mr. Munger had deep influence on your life, and your work has really been centered and anchored around the art of influence. Would love for you to share more about who has influence. Can we all get it? And more specifically, how can we do that?
We all have influence. We all have the potential to be influential, but some of us take greater advantage of it than others. And so that's one of the things we try to do in our programs, is make sure that people who want to be more influential have a way to go about obtaining it. And for us, it involves understanding the science of persuasion. There are a lot of ways we can influence people. I mean, we can pay them, we can bribe them, we can incent them with various kinds of favorable pricing or various kinds of additions that we provide. We could, if we're in charge, we can penalize them if they don't do what we have to say. We can even deceive them into change. But all of those have serious costs, either in terms of social capital or financial capital. And what we recommend is a form of influence that's almost costless, persuasion, where all we do is change the words that we use in order to move people in our direction. Now, when I say that there's a science to the process, this goes against what we've thought for a long time, where it used to be thought that persuasion was an art, something that's mastered by people who instinctively know just what the right thing to say is at just the right time. That's true. There are those people. But what about the rest of us? Well, it turns out that it's also a science. And if it's a science, it's learnable and it's teachable. So that allows all of us to have a chance to be much more influential than we started off being without knowing the systematic science and research that tells us what are the things to do or say in a particular situation that lend themselves to assent, get people to say yes to our requests, our proposals, our recommendations. And as far as your last question was concerned, how do we get it? Well, I'm of the mind, I have to be biased at this because I claim that there are 7 universal principles of influence. And if you include one or another in a message, you significantly increase the probability of assent to that message. Right? So let me just briefly spin through them. The first is the one we've already talked about, reciprocity. People say yes to those they owe, right? Well, that means that if we give first, if we provide benefits or advantages, positive outcomes to people, they want to give back to us. They want to partner with us in a way that enriches both of our houses. Right? I'll give you an example from a study that was done in Southern California in candy shops. One day, the researchers asked the manager of one of these shops, everyone who comes in at random, choose half of them, meet them warmly, and escort them to the counter to buy candy. The other half of the people who come in, greet them warmly and give them a small piece of chocolate, and then escort them to the counter. That latter group were 42% more likely to buy candy at the counter. They had been given something, and they felt that it was their turn to give in return. There's a rule in our society that says you must not take without giving in return. We have very nasty names for people who take without giving in return. So nobody wants to be called a moocher or a taker. And so people bought more candy. Now you might say, oh, well, maybe they like the chocolate. If you look deeper into the research, it shows that most of them did not buy chocolate. They bought another kind of candy. So it wasn't what they had been given, it was that they had been given. Well, there's a clear message for us. We should go first in any situation. If we go into a room where we want to be influential and there's a group of people we don't know, we should not be asking, well, who in here can help me most? We should be asking, whom here can I help most? We do that, and we have an advocate now in that group. And we will both be benefited as a consequence. So that's the first principle. The other one, I'm going to move more quickly through them. Another principle is the principle of scarcity. The one that says people want more of those things they can have less of, right? Those things that are scarce or rare or dwindling in availability become more attractive to those who we tell honestly about how what we have is unique or rare, right? Or going out of, out of availability. So as soon as we do that, we honestly increase their attraction for what we have and increase the likelihood that both of us will benefit. Another principle is the principle of social proof, the one that says when people are uncertain, as most people are when they're making a difficult choice, when they're uncertain, they don't look inside themselves for an answer. They look outside. And one place they look is to what their peers are doing. What are the people around them like them doing? Right? And if we can honestly show them that a lot of people comparable to them have made the choice for us or are moving in that direction, they will want to get on the bandwagon because that means it's a good choice for them too, honestly. So what we have to do is always be sure that we recruit evidence that's honest of the direction that people are moving in our direction. Sometimes all we have to do is say, this is our most popular item, and it will become more popular for its popularity. Okay. Another principle is the principle of authority, where again, if we're uncertain, we don't look inside ourselves for the answer. All we see is that confusion and ambiguity. We look outside, and besides looking to our peers, we look at authorities, experts, people who are knowledgeable on the topic. So when we are presenting what we have to offer, if we begin with a testimonial, not wait until we've got the information about us in the information environment, start out with a testimonial from a legitimate expert, right? Then everything we say is infused with that authority. And people will reduce their uncertainty that ours is a good choice to make. Oh, and one other thing. If you have more than one testimonial from legitimate experts, use multiple experts. The research is clear here. People are more likely to say yes to you if you have testimonials from multiple experts than just one. Advertising agencies will say to us, no, just use your best one, because subsequent testimonials will dilute the impact of your best quote, right? That's wrong. Those subsequent testimonials from other experts will reinforce the first one. That's what the research says. Okay, so another principle besides the three that we've talked about is one that we all recognize: liking. People say yes to those they like. Well, how do you generate liking in situations where you don't know that person yet? Well, one thing you can do is to identify genuine similarities that exist between you and that individual, right? Or to provide true compliments to that person, something that you find admirable about that individual. Both of those things lend themselves to yes when you then present your case. Another principle is the principle of commitment and consistency. People want to be consistent with what they have said or done, especially in your presence. Let me give you an example from a restaurant that was in Chicago, Gordon's Restaurant. They were having problems with no-shows, people who would book a table and then they wouldn't call to cancel or to modify their reservation. It was a big problem. And the owner, a man named Gordon Sinclair, he went to his receptionist to see what she said when she would take a booking for a table. And she would say, "Thank you for calling Gordon's. Please call us if you have to change or cancel your reservation." All right. Gordon, who was a student of the influence process, knew that the principle of commitment and consistency could be used there. He asked his receptionist to change 2 words in what she said. Instead of saying, "Please call if you have to change or cancel reservation," he said, "Say, will you please call if you have to change or cancel," and then pause and let people fill that pause with a commitment to come. People will say, "Yes, of course, I'm glad to." No shows dropped by 64% that day and never went back up because people had made a commitment to it. We can do that too. If you're ever in a meeting that you're in charge of and you have your team there and they are each given a responsibility to accomplish before the next meeting, don't let anybody out of that room until you say, "Will you be able to accomplish this properly by our next meeting?" They will almost always say yes. And as a consequence, they will be significantly more likely to come fully prepared to the next meeting.
You're watching the Los Angeles Tribune. We're alongside Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Professor Cialdini, and thank you so much for sharing those insights with our community here. And when the book Influence came out, it obviously became one of the most important pieces of literature in the business community and the psychology community. And I imagine that you had so many opportunities to do book after book after book after book, and yet you waited quite some time to release Persuasion, which was your most recent book. And I'm curious, what was the reasoning behind that discipline to truly wait that long before publishing another book, which I think is another aspect of what makes you so unique. Is most authors, when they become a bestseller, they just try to reverse engineer and do it again and again and again, and yet you waited decades until your next book came out, which was Persuasion. Why the length, and also what is the intention behind what your hope was when you were writing Persuasion, that would, no pun intended, influence people with? Please, Dr. Cialdini.
Well, I waited that long because I didn't want to plant a bunch of bushes, shrubbery around the tree that Influence had become. I wanted to wait till I had the seed for another tree. And I got it with Persuasion. Persuasion has to do with not what you put into your message. Those are the principles of influence. You put those principles into your message and you increase your success. This is what you put into the moment before you send your message to make people more favorable to it before they've experienced it. And I started seeing research indicating that if you did that correctly, you got big jumps in the effectiveness of your message by essentially alerting people to a concept or an idea that was central to your message. In other words, you primed them, you readied them for your message before they got it. Let me give you an example from a study that was done online, an online furniture store They've specialized in sofas. And one week, they sent half of the visitors to their website to a landing page that had fluffy clouds in the background. The other half were sent to a landing page that had pennies, small coins in the background. Everything else was the same. And then they looked at what kind of furniture these people bought. Those who got fluffy clouds in the background, where comfort was put at top of their minds, bought more comfortable furniture. Those who got pennies bought more inexpensive furniture. Right? So whatever was first there then drove people's attention to the aspect of the array of availability of options that fit that concept. Well, we can do that. And we can do it ethically by saying to ourselves, if I really think about what I have to offer, what would make it wisest? What would make people happiest? Right? That would that would make them choose my product or service. Is it our price? Is it our quality? Is it our durability? Is it our safety? Whatever that is that you think would make it wisest for people to choose you. Then take that concept and mention it or provide an image associated with it before you ever make your case. And people will be channeled to that beneficial feature of what you have to offer.
Wow, that's so powerful. Persuasion, all of the work and understanding that should go into the process before you even get to selling someone, which also kind of lends itself to what you were talking about earlier, which is how do you create value for someone? How can you help support them and their decisions? Dr. Cialdini, throughout your career, you've emphasized the importance of ethical persuasion. Could you please elaborate on any ethical concerns surrounding the use of influence to get some people to say yes, and the ethical considerations that practitioners, business owners, government officials, any individual really that is trying to employ influence should keep in mind when they're thinking about principles of influence?
This is such an important issue, and it's something I've been concerned about since the outset of making this information public to people, that it might be misused, right? There might be some people who deceive others or use the principles in ways that trick them into assent. For me, it's the difference between influence on the one hand and manipulation on the other. And the way I think I can differentiate what allows us to be ethical, not only ethically acceptable, but ethically commendable agents of influence, is to recognize what the principles are and then point to them to the extent that they exist there. If you have social proof, if you've got a lot of people who've already moved in your direction, or you've got a trend that's going in your direction, you're entitled to point to that. That informs people into assent. It educates them into a good choice. The opposite is someone who counterfeits that information, who exaggerates it, right? Who deceives us by telling us that they have social proof, or it could be authority, or it could be scarcity, or it doesn't really exist there. They've just manufactured it, right? That's the sort of person we have to steer away from, both in terms to the extent that they exist in the situation. If we have true social proof, we're allowed to tell people about it, because that informs them about a good choice that they could make based on the fact that a lot of people are making that choice. If we've got existing authorities who are testifying for us or about what we have to offer, and we present those, that's a commendable, admirable thing, because we're informing people into assent, not cheating them. On the other hand is the person who exaggerates or counterfeits or invents the one or the another of the principles, claims that there's true scarcity when there isn't, claims that there's a trend in their direction when there isn't, that sort of thing. Those people are what I'll call purveyors of manipulation. That's the difference between influence, ethical influence on the one hand, and manipulation on the other. Now, those people who manipulate can get short-term positive results if they trick us. But let me ask you this: have you ever been in a situation where somebody has tricked you into a choice that you later realized they were not honest? Would you ever go back to interact with that person again? Never. So it's a losing proposition in the long term to be less than wholly ethical.
Thank you for that, Dr. Cialdini. And this is a great example of why we're so honored and humbled by your presence and the opportunity to name you with this Lifetime Achievement Award, because we believe that integrity is a necessity to go alongside the art of influence. And you have always been not just a stand of influence, but also a stand of integrity. And the book Influence has not only helped people in the spirit of commerce, it's helped people in multitude different ways, including helping bring awareness to some of the bad actors out there that use some of these things. And so I also think that it's important for us to highlight that this book is important in multitude different areas, not only business, but also in life in general. And I'd like to welcome a couple of our colleagues that'll join us for the next few minutes while we have Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Dr. Cialdini with us, of course, Michael Silver's Jim Miller. And if you don't mind, Dr. Cialdini, I just think it's so important for us to double down on that point a little bit more, because I really wanted to hit home, especially with all the entrepreneurs that are watching. Integrity when it comes to influence. It's a subject matter that I think we could spend hours and hours discussing because it's so important and so needed and not discussed enough. Integrity when it comes to the art of influence. Please, Dr. Cialdini.
You know, I'm a public speaker, and it's invariably the case that after my presentation, people from the audience will come up and say, thank you for emphasizing the ethics of the influence process and showing us ways to become ethically. Because I don't want to have to think of myself as a worm in order to be successful. I want to have a perception of myself that I am able to do so because of what I have to offer, right? So I want to look myself in the mirror. Thank you for that. So I think it's not just the case that entrepreneurs appreciate that the integrity that you talk about in your values at the Tribune. Your customers, your clients, your partners appreciate that and want to do business further into the future with you.
You know,
thank you so much, Michael Silvers. Please.
You know, this is great, because everything that we've done and that the paper does, and that social impact and our legacies, is truly the power of that, Dr. Cialdini, is the mentorship, right? And the mentorship roles that we play. And as a professor, you play a very crucial role in that. And you're really shaping that next generation of scholars. What advice do you offer to your students and mentees as they embark on their own academic and professional careers?
As it refers to to influence, I'll say two things, the principles of influence. One is never have a favorite principle that you use in every situation with every population and so on. No. Use what's in the situation waiting for you there. You get to be entirely ethical and moral about simply raising it to consciousness in people's minds, right? I have a friend who's a marketing professor who said he spent about 2.5 years trying to find the single most effective influence practice, right? And I saw him at a conference a while ago. He caught me by the elbow. He said, Bob, I found it. The single most effective influence practice is not to have a single influence practice. That's a fool's game. To think that the same approach is going to work in every situation under all conditions with all kinds of populations, that's just naive. So that's one thing I tell people. Use the one that's waiting for you to employ, because you don't have to do anything except bring it to top of consciousness.
Incredible. Jim Miller, one of our colleagues, if you have a question for Dr. Cialdini, please.
I do. First of all, I just want to say how impressed I am by the enthusiasm that you have for this subject. And I've been teaching your material for over 20 years now, and still have the same enthusiasm every time I teach it. So I'd like to acknowledge that. And also too, knowing your history and how you began the research in your book and influence, and going underground, if you will, to all the different sales organizations. By the way, I worked in most of those industries that you researched. So yeah. I wanted to know in your new book, Influence, New and Expanded, where you bring in that 7th principle of influence, unity. What type of research did you do in order to come to the conclusion to add this specific element to the other principles of influence?
You know, I looked at the research that was coming out, the most recent research, and I realized that this idea of unity, that people say yes to those who they feel a sense of togetherness or partnership with, right? That I was failing to recognize that it was a principle that stood by itself. I always thought it was an accelerator for the other ones. If people see you as a person they can label with the pronoun we, right? We're together. They're much more likely to say yes to you. And I thought, okay, that if they have that, then scarcity will work better, and social proof will work better, and all these others. No, it's by itself. It works by itself. It's powerful alone. And I'll give you an example. I was asking a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, to help me with some research that he had done, and it was in his archives. And I needed them the next day so I could put them in a proposal I was writing for a grant. And he said, you know, Bob, I can't do that. I'm a busy man. And I'm sorry that it's due tomorrow, but I can't be responsible for your poor time management skills, Bob. I'm sorry. And before I read this research, I would have said, come on, Tim, I really need this. It's due tomorrow. He had already said no to that. Here's what I said instead. Come on, Tim. We've been members of the same psychology department now for 12 years. I really need this. And I had the data that afternoon. Just honestly pointing to a sense of connection that we had together. There I'm using the term we now. It's that sense of partnership, right? And so if you just have those connections, like a long-term relationship with people. Don't be a fool of the influence process and make a request without first mentioning the long-term relationship.
Excellent. I wanted to follow up, if I may, with the and it's interesting that over 52% of college graduates will end up in the field of sales, according to research across the board. With over 4,000 universities, there's only about 40 that actually teach anything about sales or influence. And as important a body of work as this is in the shaping of humanity, from the ancient Greeks all the way to now, present day, what do you feel is the responsibility that we as a society have in teaching this art, this body of work, to the younger generation as they come into the workforce, into the business world, and into politics, whatever it may be, as important as it is? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, the statistic that you related to us, only 40 in how many universities did you say?
4,000.
Is a scandal. That's scandalous.
Yes.
Because we are always, everybody is selling. We're selling in our personal relationships. We're selling in our professional relationships. We're selling in our romantic relationships, in our friendships, in our charity boards and volunteer relationships. Everybody is hoping to move others into a direction that they're recommending. And if we can convince ourselves that the recommendation is a worthy one, it is scientifically based and it is ethical, then those people are going to benefit from that move, the information that we're providing. So I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that the idea of sales is something that is honored and taught systematically in a morally responsible way.
You know, I think the great thing about this, I'll just really quick, is from what you just said, I think of all the people watching us internationally and everybody starting their careers, and they're in that first, they've been going for 7, 8, 9 years. If you were to be back then, what is one thing you would tell me if I'm in that position of it's going, but it's not going the way I think it should be? What would you do differently?
Well, I think I would ask them to become conversant in what we know scientifically that makes them more successful in a sales arena. You get a lot of books and programs that just talk about anecdotes and war stories of one sort or another, or hunches or speculations. Some of those can be effective, but they won't be consistently instructional unless there's a research base to it. So what I'd ask those individuals to do is make themselves available, make themselves exposed to the work that is done under controlled research conditions, so that we can be confident that this isn't just a one at a time thing, or something that doesn't generalize beyond the situation of that particular story.
Incredible. And I want to thank my colleagues, Michael Silvers, Alicia, Jim Miller. Thank you so much, Jim. And of course, Ava Manuel behind the scenes. We want to be respectful of Dr. Cialdini's time. And, one of the things that we're so proud of here at the LA Tribune is that we have opportunities to honor those that we believe deserve to be honored. And today we had the pleasure of being able to honor Dr. Robert Cialdini with a Lifetime Achievement award. And if there's anyone that deserves such an award, I believe it's Dr. Cialdini. I wanted to personally thank you, Dr. Cialdini, for being so generous with your time, with your likeness, with your support. And I wanted to just personally share my enthusiasm about the future and the great work that you're continuing to do. And I would love to just give the full floor to you to share some closing remarks with this community, with this audience. The folks watching this are many of them are aspiring leaders, aspiring entrepreneurs, aspiring authors, and they have an opportunity here to hear your insights. So I would love to just give the floor to you to share some remarks about perhaps this Lifetime Achievement Award, what it means to you, and any remarks you'd like to share with our audience. Dr. Cialdini, please.
Well, certainly it's a great honor. And as I said earlier, I love the fact that our values are aligned. The part about integrity and trustworthiness and so on is something that I think we share, and I'm gratified that you have seen to give me this honor. But I'll tell you one thing that I'm looking forward to now that we're doing a lot of in our own work and our own programs. Besides talking about the importance of applying this information, not just knowing about it, and the importance of the ethics and the importance of the research, there's one other component I think everybody going forward needs to recognize, and that is we have to tell people about the efficiencies in doing this. Because if we can show people small triggers, small instances of ways to move the principles of influence in their direction, right, with little wording changes or changes of the sequencing of the wordings and so on, that will be the easiest way to get a big return on your investment, where it won't cost you much in terms of effort or time or expense. So look for those efficiencies. Those are the things that we're focusing on now. And people love that return on investment perspective for going forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cialdini. There's so many takeaways with the time we spent today together. Jim Miller asked a great question and shared those statistics. And something that was striking to me was your choice of wording, scandal. And I think that's a very powerful word, and people should really sit with that. Why is it that we human beings that are social creatures that have an opportunity to learn from Dr. Cialdini and learn from the likes of Dr. Cialdini are not offered that in higher education? It's something that I am going to ponder myself, because here's the thing. I think that if somebody wants to climb up the ranks of society, the most important field for them to understand is the art of influence. And yet that's something that higher education doesn't value. So it's a food for thought. I don't know why, but it's very interesting. And again, I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Robert Cialdini, and congratulate you on your Lifetime Achievement Award. It's been truly a pleasure and privilege to spend some time with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you.
Wow. To say that I am speechless is without words. So let me hand off the mic to someone who always has words to say, Rex Sykes. And Jim Miller, thank you for bringing Dr. Cialdini. Thank you for that interview. I'm just so moved. Since you're on mic, Jim, let's start with you.
With me? Okay. Well, I truly am enriched by the graciousness, the intellect, and also too, of course, by the body that we're of work that we're talking about, influence, something that I've studied for over 35 years, from majoring in the ancient Greek art of philosophy, and then moving from there and doing research that Dr. Cialdini has used in the writing of his books. So I believe that we are, like he said, we're aligned in our principles of integrity. The Los Angeles Tribune and his work is based upon integrity. And it's really important for all of us to understand that we can influence, especially those who are in sales, right? That we can influence our clients, our prospects, most effectively by being in integrity. And I'm telling you, I have tried every single way that is possible when it comes to sales or persuasion, and taking the route of integrity, intelligent integrity, meaning that you actually have studied the body of work, because it is an extraordinary body of work, right? Harvard University has an entire program on negotiations that's based on influence. Anyway,
well, Jim, I am going to take this opportunity to have you announce a book that's in line with this, that you're actually writing, but 30 seconds or less. Tell us about your book that's coming up.
Well, I'm currently writing a book called The Death of Sales: The Elevation of the Art of Influence, because I truly believe, and I'm sure we all can believe, that the old strategies of sales were effective in their day, when people didn't have access to the internet or to comparative shopping, or even the study of all the books that are written now on the. So the old strategies of sales, I believe, are no longer effective. As a matter of fact, many of them are counterproductive. And
well, just to support that, Jim, this morning in our conversation with Sharon Lecter, one of the highlights of the conversation are people nowadays are more intuitive, like we're intuitively tuned. And so for sure, it requires a new level and new style of sales. So with that, let me pass it on to Rex. I want to honor that we've got an upcoming panel that I want you to stay for, invite, tag people. Christina Giandali is bringing a panel, and Christina is an expert when it comes to bringing people together, highlighting experts, creating stages. So you don't want to miss that. But with this, Rex, tell me your thoughts.
You're muted.
And you're muted. The magic mute mic.
The magic mute mic. One of the most important things you can do in any communication event is to prepare the soil, to pre-frame. I'm so glad that he finally got around to writing persuasion, because everything you do is based on what you do before you do it, and how you set that climate with other people. And so many people, so many salespeople want, how do I close? What's the last technique? What can I do? And here's where they miss. You can have a toolbox, but not understand how to use any of it, or you can tinker. But if you have the mind of a carpenter who knows what to do when and how to use all the tools, and knows that the same tool can be used for multiple different purposes. The hammer can be used as a fulcrum. It can be used as a hammer. It can be used as a pendulum. There's a multi-purpose and multi-function and multi-form in it. To know that there's an orchestra and all the different elements and instruments and players play, but somebody coordinates it together. So what Dr. Cialdini did is go, look, there's some techniques and there's some tools and there's some bits, but if you understand the overarching principles to how to use them, you are more like the master chef, not the cook. You're more like the coach, not just the individual player. You're more like the movie director and who assembles all of the elements because they understand the art of filmmaking. So if you understand the art of persuasion and influence, you can tie everything together. If you're just trying to do the little bits and close here and do that and manipulate this and manipulate that, you can miss every time. So the work that he did is incredible for putting things into perspective for people. But they can read it, they can know it, they can understand it, and still not use it because they have to develop the skills in doing it.
And I heard from one of our speakers, we've had so many of them, that anything worth doing is worth doing not well for the first time. So,
you know, there's an important thing in concept is that people do things and they go, crap, I'm no good, I'm no good. I'm like, who died and made you God? Right? Why should you be judging your first efforts or your very, beginning efforts? Just give yourself some time and some space and practice and realize you start out bad or poor or whatever, and you get better as you go along.
So good. Thank you, Rex. And Alicia, what are your thoughts on that powerful interview?
It was such a powerful interview discussion. What Dr. Robert Cialdini shared was that never have a favorite principle. Like, always understand the situation that you're in, the context of the situation that you're in, and learn the principles so you can figure out when and how to apply them, not feeling like you have to go down a checklist to check them off, but really understanding the key principles so that you can apply them in a way that's the most effective. So, and how he talked about ethical influence, just a powerful conversation. So I know we have our panel that we want to bring up next, but just want to say congratulations again to Dr. Robert Cialdini for being the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Los Angeles Tribune.
Absolutely. And that's absolutely a dream. It's our dream to be able to honor the giants whose shoulders we stand on. And so thank you for making that happen, Jim Miller. And with that, I am so excited. Throughout this event, we always said that the synchronicity is unbelievable. And, a lot of things we haven't planned, but they just beautifully just stitched well together. And so with that, I'm excited for the next panel that we're bringing, Jim Miller. We're going to take ourselves out and we're going to bring Christina first with you, but go ahead and introduce Christina Gendali. Thank you, co-hosts.
Well, I'm going to Christina Gendali and I have a very, very good relationship together, and working first of all through the art of influence, and also too in the art of building the businesses, the entrepreneurial opportunity that individuals come to her with, and her ability to get across strategies and very deep understandings of how to become a successful entrepreneur, a successful leadership in doing something, are probably some of the most effective skill sets that I've ever seen taught in this arena. So it's my pleasure to bring Christina and her panel on, have her introduce herself, and also to her company, Deliver Your Genius, which again is a genius of a name of a company, but it's certainly appropriate for what Christina and her team do.
Wow, thank you so much, Jim. This has been amazing. I've been loving watching Dr. Cialdini. I've been a study of his work. I've got his book, and it's just fabulous to be here. I'm excited to share today. My name is Christina Gendali. As Jim was saying, I'm the founder of deliveryourgenius.com, and we're an online education coaching company that helps coaches, course creators, and online experts to start, grow, and scale their business so they can put more cash in their pockets and in their bank accounts and find more freedom in their life by monetizing their expertise through leadership, leading a movement, leading a stand in their life. So that's a little bit about my company after starting it from scratch, from while on maternity leave to building a 7-figure company in just 5 years. And having the opportunity to have the privilege of working with people like Jim and really having I love this conversation. Like, we're talking about leadership here, Jim, today. And so I'm really looking forward to diving into the panel.
Oh, wonderful. So let's bring your panel on.
Let's do it. All right. Here we go. All right, so today we are going to be talking about today's panel that we're going to be talking about today really is everyone on the stage here, speakers, authors, thought leaders who are making money by helping other people leveling up their leadership in their own unique ways. So I'm going to go around the room. We're going to do quick introductions. First of all, we have from the Netherlands, which is, I think, in the middle of the night for you.
Yes.
Zareta Groenhart. She is a single mom who runs a multiple seven-figure business, and she's just working 24 hours a week. So she's a TV presenter that turned online entrepreneur. She's the founder of Video Business School. She's the host of Zareta Podcast. She's the author of the Why Girl book. She appears regularly in the media, and she's gone from being a complete workaholic to really combining practical and spiritual sides for things to really bring her business together. But she really she's a support for storytelling, helping people bring their stories to life, visibility expert through Video Business School. So welcome, Zareta. Great to have you here.
Thank you. It's such an honor all the way from the Netherlands to be part of this beautiful experience. And I'm loving every second of it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. And next up, we're going to go quickly through introductions because we've got lots to talk about with you guys today that we want to share with you and expertise. Next, we have Katja Reve, and she is all about, so she started her first business, by the way. It's like, we love to hear all these great success stories. And she started her first business that was a complete flop. She went from failed business to the White House and now consulting for Fortune 500 companies and their leadership teams through her methodology of winning is never accidental. She started her first business, had over a dozen employees. She had to close the doors because the profit just wasn't there. She went on to go to college at 41 years old. Right? Never say it's too late, but 41 years old going to college, she hired a coach to figure out where the heck she went wrong when things didn't go as planned. And now after uncovering that, she's learned how she can help others not go through the mistakes that she made. She speaks on stages. She's been working with corporations, their leadership teams, Fortune 500 companies, well-known brands that you would recognize across the board. And she's also a faculty, part of the faculty at Deliver Your Genius. Welcome, Katja.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited about being here and sharing tips and yeah.
So good. Okay, next up we have Christian Deloretta. He went from being a painstakingly shy, introverted teenager to building a 30-year career. His client roster includes multiple billionaire clients. He is a sought-after spiritual teacher. He's a coach. He's an award-winning, critically acclaimed author. And he hosts transformational retreats across the globe, and he combines the mind, psychological, and spiritual teachings that have proven to create lasting change. And he is one of the leading voices in the breathwork community. Welcome, Christian.
Hey, Christina. So happy to be here. Thanks for having me part of this amazing panel.
Yes. Okay. And last but not least, we have Carrie Stanley. She is a former healthcare director that was overseeing over 70 different employees and then got stuck in the question, what's next? What's beyond the success of just the material success? She's an inspirational speaker. She's a global adventure enthusiast. She went from being in one of those on the floor moments of the brink of foreclosure and became the founder of Grace on Fire, a movement that is helping high-achieving women find fulfillment in their lives through aliveness and adventure. She facilitates spiritual adventure retreats across the globe for these women, and she's moving them from the question of now what, what's next, in that chapter of their life to living an extraordinary season in their life. Marathon runner and also performance coach with Deliver Your Genius. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here, and I'm really excited about our conversation today.
Yes. So, when I was speaking with Jim coming on for this panel today, I'm talking about leadership. It's a big conversation. There's so much to be shared. And so I was really sitting there thinking, what does leadership mean? So I'd love to go around the room. We'll go around in the same order, keep it simple. Zareta, if you'd like to kick us off with what does leadership mean to you?
Yes. I think for me, and this is what I'm trying to, the standard I'm trying to uphold myself to, is I feel like leadership is the opportunity, also the possibility to bring in new perspectives and to inspire and maybe also stimulate new behavior. First, trying it on yourself, walking the talk, and then trying to inspire and help others, create new perspectives. That's how I look at leadership.
Yes. Katya, how about you?
Well, for me, it's lead her ship. Katya leading her own ship. It's having strong values, creating a vision that aligns with those values. It's having a strength of character that even when I don't feel like it, it gets to happen. It's knowing how to be a change master. It's supporting people behind the curtain. And it's really me being congruent. I'm the same at home than I am at work with my friends. So leadership for me is really a way of being. It really starts with me.
Yes, Christian.
You know, for me, it's been a long journey to even own that word. It's something that I had projected outside of me, something that I admired in others. I never saw myself as a leader. You know, I thought leadership had to do with being this charismatic, powerful, hierarchical leader, and that just wasn't me. And yet, I love words. And at some point I did the etymology. I looked up the etymology of the word and realized that it has to do with guiding. That's the origin of the word, means to guide. I said, oh, well, I do that, and I do it really well. And then I started reading about servant leadership, which took me in a whole different direction. And so, so to me, then I began to be able to relate to that concept of leadership and to own it in myself. And to me, it means not only guiding, but leading by example, rather than from a hierarchical, you're going to do it my way or else kind of perspective. Leading by inspiration, like I said, by example, by rather than instead of fear. And so that's how I began to be able to own that word and to realize that we all have a leader inside of us, and it doesn't matter how we express it, right? Whether we're just a leader in our own household or a scout troop or multinational, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we find a way to give expression to that, because ultimately, like Katya was talking about, it's about leading ourselves out of our own self-made prisons and to give full expression to our unique human potential. Because if we don't do it, ain't nobody else going to do it.
That is true. That is true. So here's what I'd love to talk about, because I think we learn so much from contrast. We figure out what we want in life by the things that we don't want. So what would you say is the biggest distinction between a lack of leadership and strong leadership? Sarita?
I think, and this is something I'm practicing, the biggest difference is, are you in the story, lack of leadership, or are you beyond the story? And so I've had my business for 11 years. And in those first years, and I'm still learning, I used to constantly get caught in the story. The story is the ego. The story tells you you're supposed to be right. It has to be your way or the highway. It's all these stories. And it's obscuring you from seeing what is needed. How can you serve? And I feel like when I just look at myself, lack of leadership is I'm drowned in the story. And I'm like, basically I'm a kid and I'm trying to get my own way. And being in leadership is I'm beyond the story and I'm serving what is needed. What do I have to offer? What do I have to give? Instead of what can I get? I want to feel a certain type of way. I want to be all these things the ego want. I want to be respected. I want to be whatever. And really, for me, it's leadership is really about serving. And that's very much and very often beyond your own preference. And I think that's an interesting way of like practicing. Like, can you be beyond your preference and just really look into like what is needed to serve in the situation? So
yes, focusing out. How about you, Katya? What about you? What do you think the biggest distinction is between lack of leadership and strong leadership?
So for me, the biggest distinction between the lack and the strong is one is focusing inward and the other one is focusing outward. Here's what I mean. The lack of leadership, for me, it's people who are focused on themselves, inward, what they want, why they're doing this, what can they get, me. When the strong leader who the success comes for every member of their team, and that's their prime objective. It's championship team. It's celebrating other success. So relating to what Christian said earlier, it's serving. I think that's the biggest distinction. One is in, and the other one is out.
I think we're catching a theme here. I love this. Yes, Kristen, how about you?
You know, what popped to mind when you asked that question about, I guess what I would say unhealthy leadership is my last boss, my last job, over 30 years ago when I worked for somebody else, for a corporation. And man, she was like the boss from hell. She was out of there by 3 o'clock and she had to go to her yoga class. She was hypocritical. If things weren't right, she took credit. If they went wrong, she blamed everybody else. Lazy. She was abusive, manipulative, hypocritical, and fear-based, right? And so to me, that was a theme. Her boss, the hospital administrator where it worked, and was the psychiatric and addictions hospital, was like a little Napoleon. So overcompensating for whatever his own perceived inadequacies were, and abuse power. So it's that hierarchical abuse of power, which just led to a very unhealthy environment. But then I used to blame her and blame him for the fact that I probably lasted a year and got fired, which ended up to be a huge blessing. But then I realized, that it was really my responsibility, right? If I'm going to practice my own teachings and practice ultimate personal accountability for everything, it's like I had overridden my misgivings about the job. I knew that when I went for the interview, for a couple of interviews, I knew I didn't like the place. It didn't feel right. I just didn't have a good feeling. And because out of fear of how I was going to pay the bills, I overrode that intuition and I accepted the job. So of course it wasn't going to work. So to me, that's also a part of leadership, which is owning our role in it rather than blaming others for our state of being, for our situation.
Yes. And Carrie, how about you?
So one of my favorite quotes is, the only problem that we have is thinking we aren't supposed to have any. And the reason that I love this so much is when we are in personal growth and leadership and entrepreneurship, all of those things, many times we feel like there's going to be this internal place of perfection where we don't have the problems anymore, where we don't have those things. And the analogy that I love is one that I learned of the domino theory. And it is that when a problem happens, many times when we're starting out, the dominoes fall all the way down and the ripple effect is pretty big. And we end up, taking it out on our spouses or taking it out on our children or hiding for like 2 weeks or whatever it may be. And the goal is not that the dominoes never fall down. The goal is that I'm catching them sooner. And so leadership, really the distinction for that is when I am faced with those problems, understanding that it is my role to be curious, to catch it earlier, to not let the ripple effect take us out, and then stand those back up and then see, where do I get to be 1% better? And then use this for the good of myself, my family, my team, and what we're up to in the world. So that's my take on it.
Yes. I mean, I always look at leadership has so much to do with the capacity of what you can handle without melting down. It's like, how much can you hold? Don't freak out. And to me, lack of leadership is you're so emotionally reactive to everything. Everything is happening to you. You have a lot of entitlement. You're forcing things, pushing things, right? And strong leadership is when people follow you because they want to, not because they have to. Right. And there's a big distinction between those. So in like 60 seconds or less, I'd love for you guys to go through this, is what is one emotional trigger that you've experienced from a lack of leadership that used to take you out of the game that you have now been able to overcome? Like, what was that for you and what shifted? Sarita, you kick us off.
The first word that comes to mind, I'm a little afraid to share, but the first word that comes to mind is shame. I remember some years ago, I became a mother and then a single mom. And then I got consumed for a while with just the shame of being a statistic. Oh my God. What will people think? What will people say? And I got into this mode of like trying to, I closed down a little bit because I was so afraid of what the judgment would be. And then I went to the US to do a business training with a well-known entrepreneur, and I shared my shame. I stood up and I said, listen, I'm in this room full of great entrepreneurs from all across the world, but I'm not happy at all. I feel shame because I'm so afraid, I was in my story, I'm so afraid that everyone is looking at me. They're not. Everyone is looking at me and they're thinking, oh, there's another single Black mom. And the feedback I got was, the thing you're ashamed about could also be like great inspiration to others. You have a thriving business. You are creative. You're doing what you love. Bring it in. Own it instead of pushing it away, instead of trying to hide it or yourself. Bring it in. And for me, a big thing changed, not only in my business, but also in my life, when I started owning more of my story. Also, especially the parts that I had self-judgment about, I had fear about that other people would judge me for. And when I started like experiencing, by expressing more truth, basically, that all these parts of me that I didn't like so much were also very valid parts. And when I started expressing them, they were turning out to be some of my biggest like power. So from shame into expression for self-acceptance, I'm sorry. And to do this in the business realm, just not only with your friends and at home, but just to like take a stance, like in the business realm, in your visibility, was for me the biggest game changer. And it's also what I teach my clients. Follow your shame. Everybody's like, follow your passion. Yes, but also follow some of your shame. There's interesting stuff there. Like there was said before, like be curious. Like there's interesting stuff there. And I also believe that if you dare to follow some of your shame, express it, bring it into like ownership, there's also healing. I believe business should be healing also profitable, but also healing. Bring in more of your truth, let it heal you. So for me, that was the biggest shift.
Yes. You know what we resist? We persist, right? The things that we don't want people to know about is always the things that we're trying to protect. So I love your share on that. I think it's such a valuable opportunity. And, you know, we think leadership is about leading yourself. It's about leading a movement. It's about inspiring others into action. It's about turning your pain and your past into your purpose. It's about it's not about hiding your shortcomings, but it's about using them as that fuel to grow and to evolve and to expand, and using your knowledge, your experience, and your vulnerability as power. So we are at a wrap for our time for this panel. Thank you so much for coming on and for joining us today. I know that one of the things that I was talking about is, I know many of the people that are tuning in today as well are keen and interested in thinking about, maybe there is a passion project you've been thinking about. Maybe you have considered starting a business. Maybe you have been looking at, maybe you've already started and you're thinking about, where do you get to go and generate more of those clients. So I would love to give you the opportunity to jump over to deliveryourgenius.com. There is a daily marketing schedule on there that can walk you through some of the things that you can do to start monetizing your knowledge and be bringing clients in the door. But I just want to say I'm so deeply honored. What a wonderful panel today. Thank you so much, everybody, for sharing. And again, you can go to deliveryourgenius.com. You're muted, Jim.
Thank you for everything. It was brilliant and very authentically intellectual and inspirational. All of you are just wonderful people, and we're glad that you came here and you gave your stories, you gave your perspectives. And Christina, thank you so much. Thanks for the folks over at Deliver Your Genius. You have a great
I just
team.
wanted to say that there are so many transformational nuggets that you all shared for such a short amount of time. And I just wanted to acknowledge the leaders that you are stepping up, and using your voice to inspire. There's so much inspiration in the chat. If you go back in the chat later on and respond to them, like, people were really inspired by your share. So thank you so much. But Christina, in your leadership and being on time, you're actually 8 minutes ahead of time. So let's use your time to be able to have an interview just with you and Jim. How about that?
Sure, absolutely. I'd love to. I'm like, Jim and I were talking. I'm like, I think we're done at 4:30.
The next person comes at 4:40. I know our schedule's a little complicated. So we're going to step back and just allow you this time so that you're not like half announcing what you do. So here we go.
Very good. Very good. Well, Christina, again, thank you to your panel. One of the things that I want to just ask you about, now I'm frozen, women in the role of leadership, and particularly women leading themselves into being entrepreneurs, being, leaving whatever it is that has them tied to something that is not providing for them or is not satisfying. I mean, what would you do? What would you say to inspire women to take the leap and to pursue their dreams when it comes to entrepreneurship?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that sometimes we have, sometimes as women, we have more sort of expectations, different expectations, societal expectations from how we get to show up, or who gets to be the breadwinner in a family, or who gets to. So I think one of the experiences that happens is that we start, oftentimes, some people are born entrepreneurs. Like they are forever unemployable. They can never get hired anywhere. Like they are just through and through entrepreneurs. However, there's other people who actually were great employees, who did really well and who were successful, but they had this like urge or this desire for something bigger and something greater that they wanted to explore. And they didn't know what it was, and wondering, well, who am I to be doing this? And do I know enough yet? There's actually a book called I think it's Confidence Code, talks about how men will throw their hat in the ring for something and be maybe like 5% ready, whereas women, they need to feel like they're like 95%, all the boxes checked before they jump. And so I think when you're thinking about diving into entrepreneurship, is really just honoring the calling, honoring the moment where you feel inspired, honoring the moment where you feel excited, honoring the moment where you feel like you have a message or something bigger to do or be or to have. And I know that for myself, when my daughter was born, I was working in corporate and I wanted her to live her best life and live all the dreams. And then I thought, well, how am I supposed to expect of her to create that and live that life if I'm her mom and I'm not doing that myself? And even though I felt like I had all the boxes checked, and it took me 2 years to get started though. So I get it, but it's trust the calling and go for it. Jump. You're ready before you are ready.
You're ready before you're ready.
Yes.
We don't know this, right? We want to feel ready, but trying to feel ready oftentimes will keep us in procrastination, keep us in doubt and fear. So what do you say to that? What do you say to people who are at that point and just can't cross the line? What would you say, Christine?
So we all have these reasons, right? I will do this when. I will do this thing when the stars are aligned. I will do this thing when my kids grow up. But there's always a but when. And so the question is like, how long are you willing to wait? How long are you willing to wait? Are you going to wait 6 months, a year, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and still say you're waiting, still waiting for that perfect moment, still waiting to feel ready? It's not about being ready. It's a matter of getting started. And that's probably the scariest piece, because it's about taking that leap and trusting that the net's going to appear that you're going to be caught, and that you'll figure it out. But we only get clarity when we take that first step. So it's looking at, yeah.
I was just going to say, do you think it's beneficial for someone when they're ready to enter into their own leadership and take that leap? Do you think it's better if they do it with a coach?
Oh, 100%, hands down. Oh my goodness. Hands down. We are not meant to figure this out on our own. And there's just so much information out there. It's hard. It's hard to try and filter through information. And if you're surfing from, free sign up to things that you're trying to do, like I know I did in the beginning, it was like, I felt like I was piecemealing everything and I didn't know how it fit together. And I kept feeling like I was missing something. Like, what's the thing that I'm missing? And having a coach, having a mentor, having someone in your corner that guides you, that can see your blind spots, that can tell you what to watch out for, all the hurdles along the way, is going to not only compress your timeline, but it's actually going to have you enjoy the process just a little bit more.
That's a benefit. Enjoying the ride.
Exactly, because it is a ride. for sure.
Who was your inspiration? What leader in this world do you look to and go, yeah, this is someone who inspired me, someone who really I can look to and point to as my inspiration? Who would that be?
Yes, well, it's actually someone that we both know, but it was Tony Robbins. And I know that when I was scouring the internet, I was on maternity leave, and I signed up for some free training. It was talking about how he was walking through how he provides breakthroughs for his clients, like from his events, and it was walking through the process and the thinking behind it. I was just so fascinated to understand like how you could create that change, evoke that change and breakthrough in other people. And I was obsessed. I was watching all the videos and signing up, and I was working in finance at the time, and I figured, well, it'll help me be skilled in finance. But after I signed up for his coaching certification, I knew that this was what I was meant to be doing in the world.
I got you. Okay. Well, Christina, thank you so much. Rex, did you have something you wanted to?
I just wanted to say you did a fabulous job, Christina. Thank you so much. You a marvelous panel, and we're ready for our next guest. So I want to thank you both and all the other panelists who were here. It was a wonderful time.
Thank you, Christina.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Wow. Well, I am so thrilled to be back, and I'm back with this guy over here. People ask me, they go, Rex, you're a speaker. How come you're not like a speaker? And I go, you know what? I'd only get to spend an hour or two with people, but I get to spend incredible amounts of time with all sorts of stellar guests, like the gentleman who's next to me. He's known as, I'm gonna mess this up, but he's like a relationship guru, like Dr. Relationship. He's an author. He's written a book. He's done all these things, but he doesn't call himself that. His people call himself that. That's the true sign of a leader. He's out there leading the pack by helping people connect better. So this is Mr. Barry Selby. How you doing, Barry?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Rex, for the introduction. Yes, I'm known as the love doctor to my clients and friends. That's how I got branded. Although the name's already taken, so I can't use it in my labeling. I just say what they call me,
Well, I'm so happy that you're here, and you are the love doctor, and you have a book. Why don't we just tell everybody what the name of the book is right away? And it's
It is 50 Ways to Love Your Lover. I got the title because Paul Simon wrote a song that was the antithesis of my book before I wrote it. And my book is about 50 principles for healthy relationships with yourself and others. That's the main. It's on Amazon. You can, find it that way. You go to my websites there too.
And it's a beautiful book, and I learned lots.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yes. So Barry, because this is a leadership summit, and we're talking about leading yourself, others, and connecting with people, because it's not just a leader with followers, but it's that interaction.
Right.
Correct?
And the thing is also, I was going to say, is being invited to this week-long conversation about leadership. Part of me is going, well, how do I fit in this? I'm a relationship expert. It's not my field. I'm not a business leader, that sort of thing in this sense. But what I already got clearly is it's sort of downloaded to me is that we are leading our own lives. Obviously, you lead a good life, you lead a healthy life. That's kind of mindset. But also, we lead our own way of being in the world. And I've been doing this work for the last 12, 13 years, and I've been in the personal development field for 40 years. And the core thing I got over everything is the relationship that counts most is the one in the mirror. And so when we lead from that place, when we lead in our relationship with other people, with our families, with our children, with our co-workers everywhere, that makes everything better as well. So it's how do you lead is the key question.
So how do you lead?
I thought you might go there. The simplest way I put it is a lot of times we have this habit of, I say this nicely, judging other people. We evaluate ourselves in comparison. We think about other people in good or bad ways, and then ourselves in retrospect to that. And again, the truth is, the relationship with ourselves comes first. So when we're not honoring and respecting and trusting ourselves, first of all, why not? Secondly, what can we do about that? So we become a much healthier leader in that sense, meaning that we are honest with ourselves, we're taking care of ourselves, we're forgiving ourselves. That's the biggest one for most people, is letting ourselves off the hook for all the stuff we carry that is like a steamer trunk over a shoulder, going through your life after a breakups in relationships or breakup at work or family dynamics. We carry that cross, so to speak. We don't have to. So it's being kind to ourselves, being respectful to ourselves, and honoring the amazing person that we are, because we are.
Wow. Can they apply the 50 ways to love their lover to themselves?
Absolutely. To be honest, a lot of the principles are about you, not about them.
So they want to get the book. So
Oh, yeah.
for greater self-love, because that's important, and for being able to love and connect with others. So let me ask you this. There's this saying that goes around the self-improvement community, put your air mask on before you help somebody else, because, in an emergency, obviously they want you to be conscious in order to help somebody else.
Absolutely.
But in real life, you do have to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
But it's really not an either or, is it?
Well, the thing is,
given the analogy is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, it is in a sense, because in a relationship, if we keep waiting for the other person to do something for us, we can either be waiting a long time, or we get upset with them because they didn't think about it, because we didn't realize they can't read our minds. So first of all, if we want something from somebody else, it's okay to be willing to ask for it. Not demand it, but ask for it. The second piece is that sometimes what we want from somebody else, we can give ourselves anyway. Having some spare time, having a certain thing we want to do in the world, we can say, I want to go do this. You want to come with me, versus you need to take me there. That sort of shifting of ownership. So we get to do what we want.
Well, I love that, because in a crisis situation, you put the mask on somebody else because they may not be able to do it. But in this situation, we're talking about asking the other person what they would prefer and helping them know what they want, not just shoving, what you want down there. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's real. That is a powerful piece for a lot of people who may or may not know that. And I have a little bit of a surprise here.
You do? Hey! Nice surprise.
Yay! Yay! Oh my gosh, this is so awesome. Thanks, Rex. Thanks for having me.
So obviously you know each other.
Yeah.
So Parisa, you know Barry, and I'm fortunate to be in space with both of you. So is there something you'd like to ask Barry, or because you know him, you would ask him to share that I might never ever think to ask?
Yeah. Thank you, Rex. My question would be for you, Barry, is I experience this level of grace from you that is unreal. And I say this from this perspective of, I'll say these random things to you at random times, unprovoked, unsuspected. You have no idea when I'm going to say what. And you'll just look at me. You're like, yes. Like you just receive what I have to say, but it's like you already knew what I was going to say. I want to know how you got to that place within yourself, that you're able to meet people there.
Well, meeting you in that way, yes. To know what you're going to say ahead of time, I'm not trying. What's the word I'm looking for? I can't tell the future. No. However, I've been on this journey for quite a long time, and part of the work for me has always been about having enough self-regard, self-love, and self-care that when somebody says something to me, I don't react to it anymore. The big shift for me was moving from reaction to response, which frankly is a game changer. And being able to respond to other people like you in conversation, first of all, it means don't say the first thing that comes through, because sometimes that cannot be very healthy. And secondly, it's also what would add to the conversation, what would add value. It's kind of what drives my work anyway, and what I do with my friends and clients. I have recently, and this has come up recently for myself, noticed where I'm getting off track, and I tend not to be adding value. And so I'm almost going to like rewind it and pull it back from conversations I'm in, saying, you know what, let me back away for a second. So I'm not perfect at this by any means. So it's really about honoring and adding that way.
Well, that sounds like something that other people might want to embrace at times when things aren't going the way they want. They might want to take a pause or back up and come back to it, as long as parties agree. But what say you?
It's something that, I mean, again, I've learned massively to be able to move into response versus reactivity. Anybody who's going through that journey where something happens and it triggers them or upsets them or just stirs their pot without them wanting it to, is really where they can look and go, okay, how can I fix this? How can I work with this? How can I transition this? I mean, part of my work with my clients has been shifting them from that reactive place where they're always at the mercy of other people to a place where they have mastery of themselves. And that's where the responsiveness comes from.
Wow, beautiful. Beautiful. Is there anything you want to say that we might never think to ask you? Because a lot of times, I mean, you're the love doctor, and a lot of times you get asked the same questions over and over again because it's the top of people's consciousness when they meet somebody. But what is it, something that you want to talk about that you may never get to talk about?
Wow. Well, since I have over 200 episodes in my 2 podcasts I co-host, I've covered quite a lot of stuff. And I'm thinking, what I have not covered? I think in reality, as I said at the beginning, is relationship with self comes first. And the biggest trap we fall into, which I did many times, was look for a relationship outside myself and be codependent with somebody. And that was always ultimately fails what I wanted. It never was fulfilling. It wasn't whole. It wasn't everything I wanted. So I've spent quite a few years alone, happily so, because I've really navigated that path. That's one reason I'm happy in the way I am. Because I realized the relationship with myself had to come first. And it's not a selfish act, but it's a self with a big S, selfish act. In the sense that it's about taking care of ourselves, so being better for other people. And if we all were willing to care for ourselves with forgiveness and get ourselves off our high horses and be more vulnerable, more honest, more real around other people, we would change the planet, frankly. But it's a big movement,
So I want to have Parisa talk about it. You said something that I embrace. I love it. And I know that many people do. And then many people just totally fear it. And that is the ability to have a good relationship with yourself and not be in a relationship with a partner. That is okay, right? People could do that, correct? I mean,
yeah. I mean, admittedly, there are some people who function best in partnership. That's navigate. That's part of human experience. But if you can find the time to be on your own, because a lot of times I watch people go from relationship to relationship with nothing in between, like they almost want to fill the gap they think they've got because they haven't taken care of themselves first. But if you can find the time, if you can choose the time after you break up to not enter another relationship, to spend time with your own relationship with yourself, then it gets so much easier to be in a new relationship after that, because you're no longer giving everything away and being drained again like you've maybe done in the previous one.
Good. Parisa?
Without sharing any of my history and on this large broadcast, I completely agree with Barry. It's I've really after I got divorced, I let that be the prominent focus of my journey, is really enjoying being on my own and not lonely, not alone, just on my own, and really discovering things that I hadn't yet discovered, and really creating a new meaning for things. And I feel like become a master at that.
There you go. Beautiful.
Well, I want to ask then: is it possible for somebody to live with another person and not do violent damage to each other? And
is it possible?
Well, I mean, maybe I shouldn't use the word violent because that's not what I meant. But the idea that people get together and then they find out they don't like each other, but people can get together and find out that they like and love and appreciate each other even more. So, what is the process? I suppose picking the right person first would be.
Well,
I mean, you tell me.
Actually, being first is being the right person. I'll say that. Then picking the right person, meaning that you pick somebody who you can grow with. The challenge is that most of us are driven by external reference points, whether it's like chemistry or looks or those sort of things, which are transitory. So if you want to find someone to be in a long-term relationship with, they're going to change, first of all. And secondly, you're going to change. So you got to be willing to meet somebody and say, this is who I am now, but you want to walk this path together in a way that grows both of us. Because really, if you want to be in a healthy relationship, at least in my languaging, you're going to be growing together. If you're not growing, you're basically, one of my teachers says, if you're not growing, you're dying, basically. So yeah, definitely find someone who you can navigate with and find someone you walk side by side. Oh, one thing I do visually is a lot of times people are focused on relationship where they're going to meet that soulmate and be like stuck together like this. The reality is relationship should be side by side, walking together, not walking at each other because you can't see where you're going. So that's a vision.
I would venture to say that there are a handful of people that say, wow, I'd like to find a partner that I can grow together with, as opposed to, I want the person who completes me. I don't want to be lonely anymore. I need someone to fill that gap. Or, oh, I like him because he's got a hot set of buns, or I like her because of something. But to actually want to grow together with another person throughout the duration of a relationship is an amazing concept.
What cracks me up is people don't recognize that. I mean, it makes sense to me. Of course, I've been on my own journey. But if we all got that, again, the choices we make, if more people made that same choice to choose to grow in their own lives and with a partner, it would just change our culture, change our population.
Wow.
I like to say, I feel like people say that they want that and they want to do that. But I feel like I don't actually know how to do it. If I'm just gonna call out the elephant in the room right now, people don't know how to do that. And it's okay. There's no shame. There's no blame. But I think there's not enough humility with people stepping into the learning process of that.
That's the thing. Is when you're growing, it's like that's when your ego oftentimes gets tested or gets demolished. So to be in a relationship does not mean you're going to be perfect all the time. Some people, they think they want to have it together, and it's like they don't want their partners to experience them farting or something. That crazy idea. But the truth is, relationships about all of this stuff, all of the journey. In the traditional values, it's like till death do us part, richer and poorer. Well, most people can't get what that means, and I don't mean it literally, but the idea of that you're going to go through ups and downs and you go through transitions and changes. Going through a relationship when maybe a parent passes away, how do you relate to your partner then? Do you shut down? Do you become more accommodating to your partner? How do you do that? So these are growth opportunities that every relationship offers us.
Beautiful. I mean, it's counterintuitive, it would seem, but it's actually intuitive. But for most people, because of how we're brought up in our societies and what we seek to try and fulfill, it would seem like, whoa, that's impossible. But it's not. And you're proof of that. You're demonstrating, and you counsel, coach, and help people connect in that way. But I think Parissa's point is well taken. Most people do not know how to do that. Now, you said something about ego and the ability to be humble. Do you think that people need to be willing to be wrong? Accept their mistakes and say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I did that." Please forgive me, as opposed to the blame game that a lot of people play.
Absolutely. I talk about self-forgiveness as part of my work because it's the cornerstone of being free. I love Richard Bach's book, Running from Safety, where he talks about how when you discover that when you're in a prison cell, that you have the key to the door that you lock yourself in. because you're not willing to let go, not willing to get off your own high horse. You're not willing to forgive yourself to be free. And so forgiveness, I talk about self-forgiveness because reality is somebody else can't forgive you because they can say, I forgive you, but you're still carrying the judgments inside. So you've got to be willing to forgive yourself, same as they need to be willing to forgive themselves as well. Because that's where the real thriving is. You know, it's like, it's not about forgive them, they don't know what they do, quoting somebody from the Bible. Is really about forgiving yourself, because that's the only place you can forgive. Because forgiveness is about the judgment, not the action. The action is done, it's happened. But by being vulnerable, by being humble and being, yes, we want to say, you know what, I screwed up, I'm so sorry, is a starting point. Not the ending point, but it's a starting point. Because you don't get out of jail free card by saying I'm sorry. There's still going to be reparation. There's still going to be work to do in a relationship, of course.
We're just about out of time, but Prissy, you want to? I think I could be wrong. I can't tell with the schedule right now, but
I could go like 3 hours with Barry alone and ask some really tough questions, and this would be real juicy. But this is not my segment, and I'm just going to be a guest here. But I think Jim,
keep going until they take us down. We'll, yeah.
Well,
Jim, Barry, I want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. Like the insights, you know, I want to just point out some of the comments from the chat. You know, the world needs to hear this discussion. And even from the private chat in the back, you know, this is very, you know, Jim Miller, one of our own teammates and co-host, says, wow, this is powerful information. So I just wanted to like really give you the feedback that, you know, what you're sharing has really been very, very impactful. And we thank you for coming on the Los Angeles Tribune and giving your value. You know, when people want to reach out to you, what's the best way for them to connect with you, Barry?
Well, my website's in my handle, but also that QR code in the corner has all my information, links to my podcast, to my social media, everything else. So that's the best way of reaching me. Just, you know, scan it.
So awesome. And with this, Rex, I'm going to give you the floor to transition to your next speaker. Thank you, Barry. Thank you.
And what I'd like to point out, Barry, before you leave and before Parisa and Ava leave, is the notion that we've talked about leadership without really using that word. We've talked about the integrity and the principles of being able to interact more lovingly and kind and with integrity with another person. And I really appreciate and respect that about you. So thank you for being here. We'll have you back because I can see that people want more time with you, like Teresa did. And with that, we're going to bring up my next guest, who you also know.
Yes, I do.
Is Mr. Scott Jones. So, okay, with that, I'm going to bring him up to the stage. And did you guys say hi? All right, awesome. This is Mr. Scott. This is Mr. Scott Jones. Scott is a leader in terms of helping people face addiction issues that they might have, but not just the person who might be the addict or the alcoholic themselves, but also he helps train multiple agencies to be able to better effectively work with people instead of just lock them up, you know, I mean, and to deal with them with compassion and sensitivity. So Scott, I'm very thrilled to have you here. This is Parisa. She's a champion athlete. This is Ava, our editor-in-chief. You'll be back at other times. But Scott Jones, how are you?
Rex, I'm doing fine. I want to thank you for the opportunity. You brought this to me and thought this might be a good stage for us to talk about subjects that people don't talk about very openly and honestly. So I really do appreciate this. I believe part of leadership is to tackle the hard subjects and to do the hard work that it takes to better our communities. And that's what we're here to talk about today, Rex.
Absolutely. Now, and to that end, you have the onebrother1sister.com website up there with you?
That is correct. One Brother, One Sister is our program that's within our nonprofit. Our nonprofit is ACC, Addicted Communities Coalition. But the program One Brother, One Sister is a program we set up to train first responders, and that includes fire, police, medical workers, social workers as well, and military. Let's not forget our veterans and our military. To train them to deal with everything from trauma to mental health and certainly addictions and alcoholism. We train them at no cost to the first responder. It's all done through donations. This is a labor of love. My business partner's brother was a firefighter. who spent years in addiction, dealing with his mental health, his depression, but with the addiction. He was a firefighter, he was a veteran, and he committed suicide. It was later in life, but he finally lost that battle. And as many people already know, my wife lost the battle with her addiction and died from an overdose several years ago. So we're very committed to this. We're very committed to bring proper education, proper training, and more importantly, proper understanding. I think sometimes education and understanding don't always go hand in hand. We want to bring proper understanding to the problems of mental health, trauma, and addictions. Rex.
I want to share a story with you very briefly. I was a young man in my late teens, maybe early 20s. I was at Dupar's restaurant, which is no longer there, on Ventura and Laurel Canyon, essentially in the Hollywood area, the Valley area. And the bathrooms were upstairs. So I left who I was with, went upstairs, and I'm doing my business at the urinal, and I hear this thump in the stall. And I'm like, what the heck was that? And so I'm finished, and this guy started to fall forward onto the floor. So he's now hanging down, his arms and everything. So I run downstairs. I get the manager. I go, somebody's in the stall, and needs help. So we both go up there. And as the guy slumped forward, as the manager came in and was standing there, a bottle fell out, a pint bottle, a fifth bottle, fell out and hit the floor. And the guy goes, F him, he's a drunk. And I'm like, what? And he's like, and he left. And I'm like, how heartless is that? This guy obviously has an issue. Went downstairs and called 911. I mean, we didn't know what else to do at the time. And so they, sent an ambulance and did whatever they did. But people are more sensitive to the idea of addiction and alcohol abuse from people. But do you still find a lot of people having that kind of mentality that either as the responders or as family members or friends or strangers?
Yeah, absolutely, Rex. And that's why I was saying education and understanding don't always go hand in hand. Our education tells us that somebody who's addicted, it is now considered a disease of the brain, and there's some other things that go with it. There's a lot of things we can understand, but when you actually look at it, to have the understanding, to have empathy, and to actually do something about it. For years, we fought, over 30 years, the war on drugs. I think we all remember that. That was a big deal. Got a lot of press. And we'd move cocaine out of one area, and then they'd pick up meth. And then we moved the meth area, they'd pick up heroin. And the war was never on drugs, and it still is not on drugs. The war is on us to be able to look at a human being who is laying on the ground, who is laying in their own vomit and mess and everything else. Or even somebody who's struggling in a college classroom, sitting in the corner, not being able to talk to anybody, whimpering. The apathy that we have to just walk past those things and carry on with our lives, and to believe that human being, because of their issue, doesn't matter. Now, we're at fault for this. Part of us is, part of this is even the people who are afflicted. Now, I am a recovering alcoholic, and I share that with people. I spent many years drowning myself in a bottle. But even us who are in the recovery industry have made the stigma worse by creating a personification of a disease that doesn't truly exist. And let me explain what I mean. It means somebody goes out and becomes addicted to heroin, or somebody goes out and becomes addicted to alcohol. All of a sudden, they cease to be the person, and we now start to label them an addict or an alcoholic. They are no longer Bob. Once Bob gets addicted, Bob is now an addict. It's created a disease that's bigger than a human being. And the truth is, the disease only exists within the human being. You can't treat alcoholism. You can't treat addiction. You treat the human condition, and then you transcend the situation. You transcend the disease itself.
This is an amazing point, and I think a discussion that has to continue long after this summit ends, in our time together ends, because people self-label themselves as those things. They self-label themselves as introverts, extroverts, as somebody with a learning disability, as somebody with cancer, or a survivor, or an abused person from years ago. I mean, this labeling process is endemic in our culture, and the human, the person, what you just said, is lost when people are wearing labels. I mean, and what is a label but just one aspect of many things? I mean, I'm a dad, I'm a brother, I'm a son, I'm a this, that, and the other. So why should I pick one over all the others? And that's what's happening to addicts and alcoholics and the other people that I've mentioned.
And we see this, it happens with mental illness as well, and victims of trauma. What we do is we create so that the situation is bigger than the person. And what we do is we take away the power. We victimize the person. Now, I am a victim of this disease, as opposed to being, I am a powerful human being who can transcend. And, you know, now does that mean I could put alcohol in my body again? No, because if I put the stuff in my body, it triggers addiction. So that's fine. But what I want to stop is I want to stop people from believing that because they suffer from an issue, whether it be trauma, mental health, or addiction, the human still exists above and beyond all of that. That's what we refuse to see. We have treatment centers that are still using models that were developed 40 years ago. You know, if we don't change, we're losing. The best treatment modality in the world will gain about a 10% success rate. 10. Right. I'm sorry, I don't go to a doctor if he only cures you.
It's such a great point. No, but I understand too, because they are using outmoded thoughts about the thing. You know, the moment somebody walks in to a treatment center and they go, you know, obviously you're an addict. What I love about you is that it's not the addict standing in front of them, it's the person standing in front of them. And now meet the person and help the person heal the addiction, not treat the person like the addiction. That's a great difference that most people haven't even begun to embrace yet.
Well, Rex, obviously you are a word meister and you understand the power of language. And when you put the language where I am an addict before I am Scott, then the addiction will always win.
Right.
Scott must rise above of that and have the power. And that's what our trainings do. It brings everybody back to our humanity first. The affliction can be dealt with, but only by healing the human, not by fighting the, you know, you can't fight trauma. You have to treat what the trauma did to the person and have the person be able to say, I don't accept that trauma anymore. I mean, that's how it works. Addiction is very similar. There is a physical addiction. That is true. There is a physiological addiction that happens in the brain. We rewire pathways, but we also know we can create new pathways in our brain. But that is simply because we make a decision and we follow a path to do so. So if you need the human power to make a decision to get better, why do we take the human out of the affliction? That's what I don't understand. And that's what we're trying to teach people now.
Well, the other thing that happened is we had this campaign that said, just say no. And if people didn't say no, then they were horrible people.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? People developed this idea that addicts must not have willpower. They don't have willpower. I'll tell you what, if you live an addictive life, if you have no willpower, you do not live long. Anybody who has survived addiction has plenty of willpower. The willpower to get up in the morning without a dime in your pocket. Rex, you don't have lint in your belly button to sew a sweater. You got nothing. And you still find a way to drink and use all day. You still find a way to carry on. When your kids hate you and the cops are after you and this is happening, you still find a way to survive. That takes extreme willpower. What we don't have is goal and direction. And once we can find goal and direction and buy into that goal and direction for ourselves, nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop. And it is the same way with people with, now, when we get into serious mental health disorders, that becomes a different animal, but it still starts with connecting with the human being. You're not connecting with schizoaffective disorder. You're not connecting with anxiety. You're connecting with Bob or Scott or John or Mary or Tim or whoever it is. That's who you're connecting with, you know, and this is why I'm so important that it comes to this leadership conference here, because part of leadership is to take care of your neighbor, your community. Leadership is not walking over others. Leadership is picking people up as you go along your way. And, you know, I've always said that no one stands taller than when they kneel down to help somebody. And that's really where the message wants to be today, Rex.
Well, that's just very, very powerful, and it's wonderful. So, okay, the elephant in the room, you know, we hear about AA and the idea of I'm an addict, I'm an alcoholic, or I believe in a higher power, or, you know, so I turn myself over. I at one time thought that was all very stupid years and years and years ago, and that it was silly to give away your power in that regard. I've since come to understand that not everybody thinks of it that way. Some people find the power inside themselves by saying my higher power is me, or my higher power is God, or whatever it might be. But it's a choice that they're making to seek that goal and direction to live their lives productively, as opposed to succumbing to whatever else they might otherwise, you know, do. So there, when you say willpower, it's really amazing what you said about the willpower to get up when you're haven't any money and live that way. But they also are exhibiting incredible fortitude to stay the course.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, and there's programs that'll tell you need the higher power. It's got to have a spiritual intervention. And I will say that works if it works for you. And if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't have to work that way.
Right.
What I will tell you is that no matter what religion, what spirit, what spiritual identity you have, what higher power you choose, every morning when you wake up, it is a human decision. I follow the good path or the bad path. Do I do that? So grab a higher power, but understand that higher power doesn't come down and just take everything. You have to participate. And how can you do that if you're still a victim? You must empower yourself. Empower yourself to make changes in your life with guidance, with help, of course. But that's how things get done. And what we need is just more people just recognizing the human who's laying on the street in front of them. Rex, I watch people walk over people in the gutter so they can get a good seat in church.
Yes, no, very true. Well, I mean, just look at the homeless situation. People blame the homeless. They say, well, they live in tents and they live in filth and they're a problem and they do all these work, instead of saying, wow, we have people who don't have any home to go to and they're living in squalor and crap because, you know, and maybe they have mental illness or they're addicted, but let's help them instead of like just make fun of them or avoid them or step over them on their way to church.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want to share this with everybody out there as well. There's another side to this coin too. The people who have been through despair or depression or any mental health disorder, people who have suffered traumas, people who have suffered through substance abuse disorder, alcohol use disorder, or any of those, they've seen the dark side. They've seen the darkness not only in their own souls, but they've seen the darkness in their fellow man. Because when you're laying there and people walk over you, that's a darkness that you see. When you can find your pathway back into the light, we become more giving, more caring, more grateful, more honorable. We have more integrity. Why is it so important to us? You know, there's a lot of people out there that have never seen a cloudy day, and they can bitch and moan all they want about their lives and their taxes and their problems at work and their that. You know what? Give me a ray of sunshine and a bowl of soup, and I'm smiling more than I ever thought I was going to have. And that's what's amazing about this. And if people who are maybe on the path and maybe you're being really successful, I encourage you, start sharing that success with people. Start going out and helping people. Donate a few dollars. You can donate to One Brother, One Sister if you want. I'm not going to use this to hawk your money, but donate somewhere. Do something. And I'm going to tell you, it becomes more addictive than any drug or any bit of alcohol out there. The idea of watching a miracle happen in another human being and you being a part of that, there's nothing like it in the world. And we'd be blessed to be a part of that. And I ask everybody to try to do that. You know, you really want to lead your community, take one person out of the gutter, and that's the start.
Wow, that is so powerful. But what you said of people lying on the gutter and people stepping over them, seeing the dark side of humanity, seeing how people do not care for where they're at and will refuse to help or disparage them in the process. And then they get up and they turn around and help somebody else because they've been in the worst possible place ever. And so they know what it means to help another person.
Absolutely.
Wow. I mean, that is beautiful.
Absolutely. You know, if you want to watch a story about a guy who went through high school, went through college, played football, married the prom queen, got his CPA degree, and he works for H&R Block, bought us a nice house. That's not a movie anybody's going to watch. But if you want to watch a movie about a kid who is his life. Everything was perfect until he tore his knee playing football and they put him on oxys. And then when season ended, somehow, wow, the prescription run out. And now he's out buying oxys from somebody else. And then he's buying heroin because it's cheaper than oxys. And then he's starting to think he's getting this and that. Next thing you know, he's doing fentanyl. And he ends up in the gutter and he loses his family, loses everything he has. His dignity, his pride, everything out the window. And then one person one day said something or reached out a hand, lifted him up, and he raised up. He went back to coach those football teams because he didn't want them doing drugs. And on his weekends, he's out feeding the homeless because he knows what it's like. That's the movie people want to watch, and that's what we can have in this world. You know, and it takes this program, the whole program, which is what, 7 days long.
Yeah.
In 7 days, we're looking at losing somewhere around 1,800 people to addiction. 1,800 people will die during this 7 days. You know, and how do we make a difference? It's like the starfish story. Start with one. Grab one person. Find one family member or one person in your community who needs something. Buy them that cup of coffee. Spend some time. You just part of a miracle, and that's amazing.
But now tell them the starfish story. They may not know about the starfish on the beach.
There's all these starfish washed up on the beach. I'm sure you've all heard it, but you know, I suggest you print this off and hang it in your office or hang it in your bedroom. Put it somewhere where you get to look at it every day and understand the importance. All these starfish wash up on the beach, and the starfish can't just get up and, you know, grab their beach umbrella and make their way back to the water. They're laying on the sand dying, and there's one guy going around and he's picking up one starfish, carrying it over and tossing it in the water. Then he goes back. There's thousands and thousands of starfish, and somebody sees him doing this. He says, "Why are you doing this? Look at all these starfish. You can't possibly make a difference." And the guy picked up a starfish. He looked at it. He says, "I can make a difference for this one." And he went and he put it in the water. That's all we have to do. You know, it's not always going to work. It's a battle that we're always going to struggle with. I know that. I understand. We're humans. But we should be doing better than 10%. You know, there's too many people out there dying. And every person that you see that you turn your gaze away from, I want you to think about that is somebody's brother, sister, somebody's husband's wife, somebody's mother or father, or God bless somebody's son or daughter. That is somebody to something. It is somebody to someone. Don't ever discount it just because it's dirty. You know, you could crush a $20 bill. You could throw it in the mud. You could do all that. You pick it up. It's still worth $20. But a human being gets a little beat up and we figure they're not worth anything. Come on. You know, it's not about the addiction. It's not about that. It's about the apathy. It's about us not stopping and doing something right. Start dedicating. Get your kids involved too, by the way. Families that go out and do this stuff together, it's an amazing, amazing thing to have an understanding of the world that doesn't start with, I don't mess with those people. We don't want that.
You know, you've touched on so many things, but if I had to narrow it down, it would be care and lead by example. I mean, I'm not minimizing, but I mean.
Absolutely. Lead by example. Go out of your way for 5 minutes. Do something for someone else. What you'll find is it feeds you a whole lot more than you ever thought it would. But just do something for somebody else. And if you don't know what to do, call a treatment facility, call a doctor or a therapist. If it's a mental health disorder, call 988. A great service that they've started. If you don't know what to do, or you can get a hold of us at onebrother1sister.com.
Absolutely. Just going to ask that. Is that the only way they should get a hold of you, or is there other places that they might want to reach out to?
Well, that's the best way to get a hold of us. onebrother1sister.com. It's got our emails. It's got our phone numbers. Everything's on there, and people can reach out to us.
If somebody wants you to speak somewhere or help or be involved with something, that's where they reach you, is from One Brother, One Sister?
That's where they would reach us. Or if you would like your company or your organization or your group to have a training so that we can actually go into more detail, we do 8-hour trainings that are very intensive. And when you walk away, I promise you'll have a better understanding about what's going on. And, you know, that's pretty much it. I appreciate, Rex, I appreciate you doing what you do. And sharing the information that you've learned over your life with people. And also, more importantly, you listen still. And that is a rarity, my friend. And I appreciate you for that. And I appreciate you listening to my story. And we've been doing this for a while together.
Well, and I appreciate you, and you listen and you see and you observe and you go where you're needed, and that's really great. I want to introduce you to Mo Rock. He's the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. He's here on the platform with us, and I do not want to take away from this powerful moment, but I would feel really bad if I don't point out that all that artwork behind you, you do artwork.
Yeah, that's my paintings and my rock and roll lifestyle there.
Awesome. So Mo, meet Scott. Scott, meet Mo.
Welcome, Scott. Welcome to the platform. And what a great segment. And certainly lots of important subject matters were discussed, and subject matters that are affecting American society in a very profound way. I think that the fact that the addiction problem has gotten to the point that it is, and it's getting such a lack of attention from mainstream media, is a problem in and of itself. So I'm very glad that we were able to cover this subject matter because it actually is a silent killer here in the United States. And I think that people would be very surprised how many families are impacted by this. You just never know. You could be walking in a grocery store. You could be standing in line at a bank. You could be just roaming around society. And this is an issue that impacts far too many people in our country. So I'm really happy that we were able to highlight it. And with that, Rex, Scott, thank you for the segment. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break and we'll be right back.
Thank you, Mo.
And welcome back. And I'm here alongside some of my colleagues, Julianne Meyer, Alicia Rex, and of course, Rachel Weaver. And we're 6 days into this leadership summit. And I want to thank you, Rex, for that last segment. It was very powerful and important for the audience at large to get some of that feedback. But we want to kick it off with a check-in. We call these daily check-ins, where we take a quick moment in between segments to check in with the facilitators, with the co-hosts, co-producers, as well as co-creators of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. So we're going to just check in with Rachel Weaver and see what her thoughts are. Rachel Weaver, please.
Wow, Mo, what a profound week this has been. I mean, so many incredible thought leaders like yourself, Mo, and Rex, Alicia, Julie, but we have had so many celebrity thought leaders as well pouring into us each and every day. If you guys don't have a notebook full of notes to go take and implement, right? So make sure that you're putting the word implement in the chat if you are taking massive action to put into place the things that you have learned, because this is $100,000 worth of value that you guys have received. At least, okay, I'm going to say it's even more.
Yeah.
Even more, because I know I've invested far more than 100,000
Yes.
in my learning and my mentorship in the last year and a half. So if you're not taking this information that the Los Angeles Tribune has given to you, you're missing out. I'm so grateful and humbled to be here, Mo. I'm going to
Thank you, Rachel. Well, here's the question. Should this information that we have been curating alongside the help of all of the thought leaders that have joined us, should this information be withheld from people that at this particular present moment in time maybe cannot write a check for over $100,000? Well, here's the answer. No. After 6 days of this event, are we feeling tired? No. No. Was it a good idea for me to get a no button on this desk? And so we're pumped up, folks. We're excited because we still have a long way to go here as we're in the tail end of this Leadership Week. And we will be making an announcement right now, as a matter of fact, that you asked and so we delivered. And so we're actually adding a shorter day 8 bonus date, which is going to feature the likes of Jeffrey Gitomer and some other incredible thought leaders that we're going to announce briefly. So if you wanted some more, you got some more. Are we ready to end the Leadership Week? That was an aggressive no. And with that, Mr. Rex Sykes, we want to do a check-in with you as well.
Well, it's been amazing. I agree with Rachel, and I'm sure everybody does, is well over the amount of money that she even began to cite, to be able to spend time and to listen and learn and to meet essentially these different people, known and unknown, and to be affected. But there's something else that I want to point out, that if people take this and then share this, they like it, they share it, they subscribe, they do all the things that we know we're supposed to do in social media, but you actually share it. I mean, consider that it's on the internet. I mean, everything lasts forever on the internet. There's no going away. So how this impacts not just today, but future people tomorrow and future generations is, I mean, it's unbelievable what is being accomplished here and what can happen in terms of the just a massive positivity and massive growth and influence that has come from these 7-8 days.
Thank you, Rex. The executive producer of this program and our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, please.
Oh, Mo, thank you so much. Why am I not surprised that we have day 8? You know, the abundance of experts, leaders that surround the Los Angeles Tribune is just really phenomenal. When we said we were going to do 3 days, we made it 5. When we said we were going to do 4, we made it 6. Now that we said we're going to do 7, we're going to make it 8. And for now, Mo is saying it's shorter day. Watch it change. So I'm just saying. Back to you, Mo.
Alicia.
I mean, the gems that have been shared, and I love that Ava used the word abundance just now, because the abundance of thoughts, abundance of perspective, and abundance of learning, everyone should have access to the insights that so many of these leaders across industries, technology, venture capital, mindset coaching, development, authors. There have been so many speakers across so many different industries that have an abundance of perspectives, and this is knowledge that shouldn't be that people should have the ability to learn more and hear from these leaders. So excited that we are going into day 8, but there's so much knowledge to be shared even today. And we encourage individuals to share with us your thoughts on, what sessions impacted you. Ask your questions. They're being brought up on the screens, and share gems that you've learned with your community, because that's what it's about. It's about all of us coming together collectively to learn, to enhance our consciousness, and to figure out how we can contribute back to our communities based on the knowledge that we've gleaned from Leadership Week.
Thank you for that, Alicia. Sometimes when I listen to Alicia speak, I have to, sometimes I wish I had a tape recorder, because she's so articulate and she speaks in such a more advanced way than my comprehension. But I appreciate it, Alicia, because you are an instrumental part of the work that we're doing here. And even for simple-minded folks like myself, I find myself smarter every time I have an opportunity to speak with you. So I appreciate that. And with that being said, we also want to thank you for your connection with Guy Kawasaki. It was, in fact, Alicia that met Guy Kawasaki at an event in Southern California, and Guy Kawasaki spoke so highly of you, Alicia. You clearly know how to leave an impression. I guess he mentioned something about the clouds moving and the sun shining through. So we certainly appreciate one of our secret weapons here at the LA Tribune, Alicia Magnus Lewis. And Julianne Meyer.
Thank you, Mo. I'm just so blown away with how much knowledge has been presented here. And as you mentioned, it's for free. But the thing is we've also mentioned is it takes action. So we really do need to take that additional step on our own to move forward and really absorb what we're learning here. And it's just absolutely mind-blowing what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing for news, for media, for everyone out there, because we are combating that negativity with this positivity so we can help ourselves and help the people around us. Because when we make a good choice for ourselves, we help 4 people out. That is the
Yes.
fact. So it's a healthy ripple effect of knowledge and power. So just by sharing your experience and sharing this with other people, you are changing the world literally.
Thank you. And her residence parts the clouds in the sky. I think that's what Guy said about you, Alicia. And here we have a comment in the virtual auditorium. The Los Angeles Tribune has been so generous to bring so many thought leaders together and share their knowledge and wisdom. Man, I wonder, can we get the person that left this comment to magically appear on the screen? Boom. Yes, we did. And one of those thought leaders is, of course, Michelle Wilson, somebody that this community is very familiar with, a truly remarkable woman that has done remarkable things on this planet and continues to be a leader. And when it comes to a conversation on leadership, when it comes to a dialogue about how to lead your life, how to lead your business, there's no one else I can think of that's more qualified than Michelle Wilson. So while I part the stage, Mr. Rex Sykes, Rachel Weaver, and Julianne are going to lead this conversation to pick the mind of Michelle Wilson. Rachel Weaver, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Mo. Pleasure to meet you, Rachel. And hi, Rex.
To meet you, Michelle. So excited to hear from you. As always, you leave the most incredible knowledge with us. So can you tell us what was one profound driving factor that catapulted you into the person that you've transformed into today? Because you are making marks across the world. So if you could give one piece of advice to us from what you've already experienced and gone through, what would that be?
Wow, there's so many, but the one that's really profound for me that drove me to my passion is about 15 years ago when my youngest son, who was 6 years old, was rushed to the hospital, and our life changed in a moment when he was diagnosed with a rare medical condition. And as a single mom, you know, I was the breadwinner, and I had to make a decision whether or not to stay in the hospital with him while they were diagnosing him and treating him, or go back to work. And I chose to stay in the hospital with my son, which means I wasn't able to go to work. So I started a business from his hospital room. And through that journey, I really learned what perseverance is, you know, empathy, being totally present for my son, but yet being able to live a life and, you know, start a business that I love. So I just, you know, just through God's grace, someone talked about grace earlier today, and the grace of just not giving up. So that's really what's propelled me in the direction I am today.
I love that so much. You know, something that I would love to ask you, Michelle, is this. Earlier today, we were talking a lot about faith and how that is such an important factor in success. And when you were sitting there scared, I mean, you had to have been petrified, not knowing what's going to happen next, and those moments of doubt and wondering about the deservability and all of the things. How did you get yourself out of that fear cycle and back into faith?
It was definitely, as you said, it was faith through God. I remember when the doctors came to me and said that, you know, in order for my son to thrive in life, they're going to have to take his colon. They wanted to remove his colon. And I was thinking, you know, of course, in the physical me, you know, his life is going to be over and change. But I really had to trust God in that moment. You know, first, I think I called my mom. She didn't answer. My dad, he didn't answer. And, you know, to get some advice, but I had to go to God and get advice from him because they didn't answer. So it was really trusting him that he is a faithful God and that everything was going to be okay. So for me, it was that moment that I didn't want to make that decision because I thought, you know, I'm making a decision for my son. But when I trusted God, he has truly guided me. And that's been my guiding force, you know, throughout my life, but definitely the last 15 years. I've always had to go to God when it comes to those moments of when I didn't know what to do.
You know, there's this saying that I love too, and it's that scared money doesn't make money. And, you know, for you to be able to create a business in one of the hardest times and all brand new, I just want to commend you for that, because that does take a lot of faith and a lot of courage to keep moving forward in the unknown.
Absolutely. I mean, there was times when, you know, we talked about mentors on the leadership call today, and I've had a lot of mentors and coaches, but there was also a lot of times I felt very alone and very isolated because we were in the hospital the first year for like 5 months straight, and you know, not knowing I had, sponsors, and like I said, I had a lot of mentors, but not really understanding what I was going through. And so, it was really through God's faith that, he wasn't going to give me more than I could handle. And so just really understanding that and being able to lean on him. So that has definitely been a lighthouse for me through this journey, is just really trusting in him and all the opportunities. A lot of times I don't, there's so many opportunities. I'm so thankful and grateful, and not really knowing what's at the other end of the opportunity, but just saying yes and just showing up. There's so many things, amazing things that's happened through my life, especially over the last 15 years on this journey with me and my son.
Rex, did you have a question? I saw your mouth moving.
I just said, wow. I mean, so the journey, you and your son, what would you say is the most important thing you want to get across relating to another person and traveling together on this planet? Because you're a leader and you're a guide, and you're a parent. So what is important for you to tell our audience about that position that you're in? Because
yeah, definitely, especially when being a mom or even being a dad and a caregiver to someone else, just knowing that we all have dreams, not to give up on their dreams. You can be there 100% for your loved one, but you can also be there for yourself. So it's really, understanding that you don't have to give up your life to take care of someone else. You can actually create and co-create a life together. And that's what I have been able to do. It's not easy, but it can be done.
Wow. Okay.
I'm so glad that you mentioned it's not easy, because I think a lot of people think that once they have this brilliant idea or something, that all of a sudden it's going to get easier, or they get to a certain spot and it's suddenly going to get easier. Usually it doesn't. Usually there's a new set of issues that you're learning to grow through and who you're becoming. And I'm just curious, is there something that you now would tell you then that you wish you would have known then?
Absolutely. One, embrace, challenges, and also know that a lot of times confusion does come clarity. So instead of being fearful, I embrace confusion. I embrace, risk more, and just loving it more than as opposed to be fearful, because I understand, going back to faith, that God's going to bring me through. I wish I would have understood that sooner, because I worried a lot. And I think, worry is a stress that we don't need. But just understanding the process, that it is a process, and it's okay to feel confused when you're trying something new, but know that I always like to, you can always just ask. There's so many people that are willing to help you along your journey. It's just ask, ASK.
Absolutely. And we're going to have somebody join the conversation here as we wrap up this incredible panel. We want to have another special edition, and we see those flowers behind you, Michelle, and they look so beautiful. And we thought, well, it would be appropriate to also bring another set of flowers right next to you. And Renee Dutton, I want to welcome you to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. And I'm so excited that my colleagues and I can pick the minds of Michelle and Renee to close out the incredible day one. We opened up with Sharon Lecter. Of course, along our journey today, you heard from Dr. Robert Cialdini. But one thing we celebrate here at the LA Tribune is women's empowerment. And that's why opening up with Sharon Lecter and ending the day with Michelle and Renee and celebrating those three thought leaders that are making a positive difference is so important to us. And with that, Renee is somebody also very special who her mission is very similar to the mission of the LA Tribune. She's all about spreading positive news and positivity. And so we know you had some technical hiccups in the background. We're glad you're here with us. Renee, let's give you the stage for you to share a little bit of your mission here on the planet that's for some of our audience that maybe this is the first time hearing from you. Please, Renee.
Thank you. Important to keep a positive attitude even when the camera's not working and everything's going wrong, right? So I'm just glad I made it on here. Mo, yes, it's an honor to be here. It's always a joy to join you in your mission. I remember when we met and we realized we had the exact same mission. And it has been so impressive to see what you have accomplished in such an incredibly short time. I mean, I can't wait for another month and what you're going to accomplish then. So it's just it's just crazy how everybody is jumping on the Los Angeles Tribune. Mo Rock, let's change the world with positivity bandwagon. So love it. And yes, that is my mission. I have a blog called The Positivity Report, and I post only positive stories, write only positive things. And then my book, The Sunshine Effect, is about connecting with others and showing that there can be a positive outcome no matter what you're going through. And just on the leadership thing, I know I'm kind of late to the party, but I just want to say that I think it's so important for leaders to be vulnerable and to not always bring their best face, to not always, just to be real. And I think that's how you connect with people. And everybody's struggling right now. There are just so many fearful, unhappy people. And I believe that leaders have a responsibility to show their vulnerable, uncomfortable selves, even when they don't feel like it, because people are watching, and if they realize, yeah, you have problems too, you can't get your camera on, or something bigger than that, then they may feel more comfortable showing who they really are.
I love that so much. It's one of my favorite things to talk about, is being able to be vulnerable as a strength versus something that's considered a weakness, especially in a leadership position. Because when we can do that, then we give permission to everybody around us to also be human as well. And I'm just curious, when you are in those moments of vulnerability and you're feeling maybe not so positive, how do you switch back and sort of pattern interrupt that and get back into your positive mind frame?
Well, first of all, if I'm feeling panicky, I just breathe. If you slow the breath down, it slows everything down. I realize that there is a lesson in absolutely everything, and this too shall pass, and nothing is really a big deal.
I love that. I love that. Rex, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if the question is, if you won't do it, who will? And if you're not thinking positive, what's the alternative? So what do you, Renee, say to those people who are, positive thinking, it's just a rosy tinted glasses, it's Pollyanna, it's just too much of a good thing. There's toxic positivity.
Yeah. Well, I show them all the science behind it. I show them the science and how it actually changes your brain through neuroplasticity, and how what you practice, that's who you become.
A common thread between both Michelle and Renee, and if you've read Renee's book, and if you've heard Michelle speak on our platform, or read any of her articles that she writes for the Los Angeles Tribune as one of our journalists, that both of them have had to overcome challenges and overcome big challenges, and both of them overcome and also use that use the challenges in life to set an example for others. And in closing here, because we have to wrap up this panel, in closing, we want to give the floor to each of you to share a message on grit, because I think that both of you have really exemplified a grit in your leadership skills in your life, with all that you have had to overcome and continue to do to inspire the world. So we're going to give each of you the closing floor to share your final message on grit and resilience, starting with Michelle, please.
So thank you so much, Mo. And for me, grit means emotional courage. It's really about having the capacity to respond to life events, and it's all about responding in a positive way. And for me, it's just always being grateful and thankful and looking for the lesson in the challenge. And so over the years, I've really, as I said earlier, just embraced challenges as a way, our brain is trying to figure out, the solution. And so for me, it's just having that emotional the emotional courage to go on when you feel like you're not able to go on. So thank you so much for having me today. And it's always an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Renee, closing statements, please.
So for me, grit has become, it's I'm going to just say it's a knowing. I've been through so many near-death experiences, so many things that I realize I'm supposed to be here. And it just gets easier when you know, the more you're challenged with, the better you get at dealing with it. And the more you know that you are supposed to be here. Because if I wasn't supposed to be here, I wouldn't be here. So the resilience, it does get stronger. You learn skills, you learn how to calm down the body, because a lot of times it's the body talking. And even though it's going to be okay, your body is all out of whack. So I've loved learning all the tools to work with the body to help calm down if you're feeling sad or anxious. And I love sharing those with people. And if I had not had my experiences, I would not have learned those tools. So I'm truly grateful.
Thank you so much, Renee Michelle. Alva, do we have a quick?
Yes,
someone that wants to make
absolutely.
a
As
quick
we're
comment to ask
closing,
a question to our guests?
thank you, Mo. Well, as we're talking about challenge and grit, we have one perfect person to add to this conversation. It's Laura Ibarra. Laura, welcome. And we'd love to give you the opportunity to share, like a minute, like everyone else. I know that Michelle is happy to see you. And Renee, thank you. I am so excited, that you're here. Laura, share us your thoughts about resilience, grit, challenges, name it all.
Thank you, Ava. I'm so happy and grateful to join you guys and to be able to speak to you. As a Latin woman coming as an immigrant, I'm so relate to these terms. So I'm just enjoying the conversation, and just to know that with these challenges that we have in life, we always have to have the strength of mind. And I'm always learning from Michelle, from Rex, for everyone and each one of you. And I think this is very important to have these kind of conversations, because everyone is listening, and we can go back, and please go back and go by all the content from Los Angeles Tribune, because it is such a blessing to have these tools, because it's actually a tool what we need to move forward. Thank you, Ava.
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle, Renee, and Laura for chiming in on a very important subject matter. And certainly we'll be inviting many of our guests back. And we want to welcome back to the floor Alicia as well, who's going to be joining us here. And we're going to be wrapping up day one, part one. I believe we do have, I asked if we're ready to wrap up, and the answer I got was no. So I guess we're going to keep it going. And I thought that we're wrapping up, but I stand corrected, because folks yesterday that were tuning into the special segment on some of the top professional athletes in the world, specifically in the field of boxing, which of course is all about grit. And one of the things that I've learned speaking to some of the top boxers in the world and having a chance to actually be friends with some of them is that when you go into the ring, the number one opponent is yourself. And whether it's in a boxing ring or whether it's in the ring of life, our number one opponent oftentimes can be ourselves, and growing from the person that we were yesterday. And I think that getting those kinds of messages from world boxing champions, multiple world boxing champions here on the LA Tribune is incredible. And I just want the folks that are lucky enough to be a part of our community, and I consider myself lucky enough to be part of this community as well, is think about the access to individuals from a multitude of different industries. Not only personal development, not only publishing, not only some of the greatest authors of psychology, but also some of the top athletes in the world, some of the coaches of athletes in the world, and in the field of business from some of the top companies in the world. We had earlier today a C-level executive from Apple. Many people credit that gentleman who we spoke to and the information that he shared as the reason that Apple actually turned around. You see, in the late 90s, there was a time where Apple was not such a hot product in the market. In fact, Guy was sharing with us that Michael Dell of Dell publicly said it's time for Apple to close shop. And Guy played an instrumental role in not only helping Apple survive, but thrive. And so if you're holding an iPhone, or if you've ever owned an iPhone, or if you've ever owned a Macintosh computer, you're part of the people that were influenced by the leaders of this program. So it's not just personal development, it's business, it's the top athletes in the world. And why are we doing this? Because everyone has something they can teach us about leadership. Everyone has one takeaway that we can apply to our lives, apply to our businesses, and continue to spread integrity-driven leadership around the world. I'm so humbled and honored that we had a couple panels regarding The Moral Compass, my flagship book. And when I was approached by multiple different publishers, multiple different people saying, Mo, it's time for you to put a book out, time for you to put a book out, I was pressured by some people to write a book about how to make a lot of money. I was pressured by some people to write a book about, influencing people in relationships. And I said the only reason that I would write a book is to say something useful to the marketplace. And I thought to myself, what is the most useful conversation that we need to have in today's marketplace of books and publishing? And that's not just another book about how to be successful. But what we need to have are conversations on integrity. And what we need to have are conversations on integrity-driven leadership. And that's not just the premise of The Moral Compass, my flagship book, which we'll be giving away to over 100 people that have registered at laleadershipweek.com. We're gifting over 100 copies of The Moral Compass. I'm even going to pay for the shipping myself. So we'll be announcing the winners later. And the conversation that we've had now over 6 days. Now, the question I have for the folks watching, as well as my colleagues here on the panel, is, are we ready to wrap up this conversation? No. No. We still have a part 2. We still have a day 7, and we still have a bonus day 8. Okay. And we still have some incredible thought leaders, including the folks here that I'm sharing the screen with, that we're going to present to the world. And we're going to continue doing this. And Rex, you made such a stellar point earlier that there's the replay. In fact, I think our day 1 of this program has already surpassed 200,000 people that have watched it and participated, and that's just the first day. And so I'm humbled and honored to be here. And Miss Parisa Rose says never. And put a no in the chat if you think that we should keep it going. Put a no in the chat. And my NLP coach Rex is probably thinking, don't use the word no, use the word yes. I know how you NLPers think. And with that being said, to wrap up day 1, part 1. Let's go to one of my colleagues and one of our business partners here at the LA Tribune, Miss Rachel Weaver. Please, floor is yours.
Wow. What a profound day of so much energy. And you guys, I'm really excited. I don't know, Ava might want to be the one to announce it, but we are making waves on social media, but by the number of people watching us. So I want to encourage each and every one of you who is tuning in to share this with others, because we didn't get to 200,000 views without adding value. So you're going to be gifting this value to someone else if you share this, and make sure they know to register for tomorrow and our bonus day and all the Los Angeles Tribune events moving forward. So I'm grateful to be here and have learned so much. The takeaway I want to encourage people to make is to implement. Thanks so much, Mo.
Julianne Meyer, please.
Thank you, Mo. The word that I want to say is no. No, I'm not ready for it to be over. Absolutely not. I am more energized than I was this morning when I woke up because of all the amazing speakers that have been on the stage today. I can hardly wait for tonight. It's going to be epic. I mean, whenever I think it can't get better, it does. So no is my answer. No ending.
Alicia Magnus Lewis.
Let's keep the conversation.
And by the way, Alicia,
going.
not to interrupt, can we take a moment to appreciate Alicia's name? You know, there are some people that have a name like, for example, Mark Victor Hansen. It just has a rhythm to it. Alicia Magnus Lewis. It's a beautiful name. Alicia, please.
Thank you very much, Mo. I'm blessed to have both my mother and my father's last name in my last name, and it means a lot to me. I mean, the abundance of gems shared. I said this earlier, but I think it shows that there is such a hunger for the experience of having conversations like this, right? You know, I know you mentioned we've had over 200,000 views just on day 1. We've had almost 500,000 views this week of individuals that are tuning in to hear and be a part of these leadership conversations because they matter. As Mo mentioned, integrity-driven leadership matters. And what I love about LA leadership thus far in this week is that there is always a why behind what people do, right? They don't just do something, but there's a why. They have an experience. They have a life journey that has led them to the place they're at. And we saw that with this last conversation that we had with Michelle and Renee. So just love that community from all around the world is joining us for LA Leadership Week. And to join in this party, no, let's keep it going. You know, day 7, day 8, we're continuing. But back to you, Mo.
Thank you for that, Alicia. Do we have time to listen to Rex Sykes's closing marks?
No means no.
I'm going to disagree with the button. I'm disagreeing with the button. I'm vetoing the button. I believe we all deserve to hear from one of my mentors, Mr. Rex Sykes. Please don't listen to the button, Rex, please. Floor is yours, sir.
Just keep it going. Just keep it going, everybody. You know, apply what you've learned, take it to heart, and have a change of heart, and allow yourself to connect with somebody who needs to be connected with, who needs to know this information, who needs to have a kind word, a smile, something to uplift them. And there's so many incredible people here who have been doing that, some for many years and some are newer than others, but take it all in, and then spread it all out, you know, and share it with the other people in your life, and we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going and keep it going.
Thank you, Mr. Rex Sykes, one of my mentors, someone that I learned so much from. And what's incredible is I'm just so blessed to be able to pick up the phone and call someone like Rex Sykes and just converse with him. And as I've done many times now for many years about many different subject matters, specifically the field of NLP and psychology, which I think is such an important and yet understated field. In fact, what we discovered from our conversation today from Robert Cialdini is that higher educational institutions do not teach courses on psychology and influence. And yet we as a country now more than ever need individuals to understand these principles so they can succeed at entrepreneurship. Because one of the ways for us to advance as a society is with integrity-driven entrepreneurs. And they cannot be integrity-driven entrepreneurs that accomplish much without understanding the principles discussed in this program. And with that, Ava Manuel, please close us out. By the way, let's all give a round of applause to Ava Manuel, the executive producer of this program. I'm honored to be one of the associate producers. Alicia, Julie, Rex, Rachel, we're all associate producers, including myself. But the executive producer of this entire program is Ava Manuel. Ava, final floor, please.
Mo, thank you so much. You know, one of the things that Mo does well is elevating people. So I appreciate you, Mo. Thank you. But I want to say my biggest takeaway for today was from Sharon Lecter this morning. And I want to reiterate it. It's spending versus investing. Spending is learning and not doing something about it. Investing is learning and then implementing. So with that, my invitation to all of you is to implement, but stay on this page, because I tell you what's coming up is part 3 of Boxing Legends with Sir Kaya Redford. So it's going to be in the exact same page where you are right now. We're just going to be on a different stream, but exactly going to be appearing live where you are at the moment. So with that, Mo, let me give it back to you.
Do I have anything else left to say?
No.
We will be back in a few minutes. We will be back. Thank you. God bless.